the Badlands. Explain those Badlands. That's a hell of a name.
Are you ready for the golden age? With recent headlines buzzing about Fort Knox, it's time to shine a light on gold. We've seen questions like, is there really gold in Fort Knox? And is the government secretly moving it? But the real question is, are we going back to the gold standard? In a world where economic stability is uncertain, gold remains a timeless asset. Fort Knox, the fortress of America's gold reserves, is under scrutiny, and this might be the moment gold proves its worth once again. Don't miss out on helping to secure our future. Gold isn't just an investment. It can help safeguard against inflation, currency devaluation, and economic turmoil. Whether it's for your retirement, a family heirloom, or just to have the peace of mind, this is the perfect time to buy gold. Visit badlandsgold.com to learn how you can add gold to your portfolio. That's badlandsgold.com.
Good afternoon. The subcommittee will come to order. I want to start by saying I appreciate the effort of those on the panel that are here to testify today and appreciate your willingness to come before the committee. In the future, though, I would really appreciate, particularly for those here from the VA, if you can provide your testimony ahead of time. I know that a lot of work goes into that, but you know, the subcommittee staff here, myself and my staff appreciate the opportunity to review some of the commentary and remarks and everything ahead of these committees, and would appreciate your willingness to provide that in the timelines that we have. I feel like we've been pretty generous with the timelines we've given. It takes everybody's cooperation to make sure that we're able to do this in a timely and efficient way. So appreciate that. I asked the VA to appear today because of interoperability impacts and what it does to every veteran across our country. And the department's testimony is critical for the subcommittee's oversight requirements. Now on to today's topic. Of course, I kind of mentioned briefly about interoperability, but this is important because all across the country, right now, as we're sitting here in this committee, a veteran somewhere is walking into a new doctor's office for the very first time. This veteran won't have any prior relationship with the provider they're encountering. They may not have any of their medical records on file at that particular hospital or medical facility. This doctor's office could be at a VA medical center, could be at a community care facility. No matter the location, the doctor will have the same question. How do I give this veteran the best care without knowing their medical history, without knowing their medication, without knowing their allergies, their lab results, whether or not this veteran has struggled with mental health challenges? There are several doctors on our panel today, and I'm sure they would agree that complete and accurate information is an important ingredient in high-quality healthcare. Providers want their patients' healthcare data to be interoperable. They want to be able to exchange medical records regardless of which hospital they were created at and use that information to treat their patients. I want to be clear. VA and the entire healthcare industry have made enormous progress over the last 2 decades, and millions of healthcare records are exchanged every single year all across our country in various ways. Even when data exchange does not happen, veterans still receive great healthcare every day when providers don't have access to their complete medical history. I know that we have very well-trained physicians who provide the absolute greatest level of care that they can. However, the best healthcare requires truly interoperable healthcare data that moves with the veteran regardless of which EHR is being used by the doctor and who is treating them. There are gaps that remain and opportunities for improvement. VA provides healthcare to millions of veterans every single year, including myself. However, roughly 1/3 of VA care is provided by the Community Care Network. Throughout their lifetime, veterans will visit an assortment of providers at the DoD, the VA, and private facilities. Every appointment produces new information. VA has made a ton of progress exchanging data with larger hospital systems, but struggles to exchange data with many smaller hospitals and physicians' offices. In order to live up to our commitment to veterans, VA must be able to share and use complete and accurate healthcare information with each of the community care partners. A big part of that is ensuring that when healthcare data is exchanged between VA and community care providers, it is standardized. There's only so much a provider can do with a list of lab results if each hospital documents and displays the results differently. This is the difference between a read-only file and data that is searchable, sortable, and able to be organized and utilized. The quality of the data is just as important as the quantity. That is why this committee put a requirement in the Dole Act for the VA to adopt health information interoperability standards for the department and its community care providers. These standards are about data quality and will improve how VA and community care providers exchange data for care and benefits, patient identity matching, and more. Ultimately, improving outcomes for veterans inside and outside the VA. During this hearing, I hope to hear some preliminary updates on VA's strategy. In addition, I hope to hear about some of VA's recent progress and their plans to bridge the interoperability gaps that still exist. VA recently created the Veterans Interoperability Pledge, which allows private hospitals to instantly confirm whether a patient is a veteran. There are many health issues that are assumed to be linked to military service. Simply knowing that a patient is a veteran allows healthcare providers outside VA's system to give the best care, consider service-related health issues, and quickly connect them to the right supports where necessary. This is an important leap forward for data exchange between VA and community partners. While it's only in its infancy, I am eager to hear more about its early success and VA's plans to expand to more community care providers. VA is currently connected to over 90% of hospitals in America through health information exchanges. 10 years ago, though, VA exchanged less than 100,000 healthcare documents a year. Now they're exchanging millions. While VA is connected to roughly 90% of U.S. hospitals, the last 10% are the hardest to reach. And far less than 90% of physicians' offices are currently exchanging data with the VA. I will close by saying that many of the technical challenges around healthcare interoperability are no longer obstacles. What remains is for VA to organize and collaborate with its community care partners to make sure that the provider I mentioned earlier, who is seeing a veteran for the first time today, has all the information they need to provide the best care possible. Thank you again for being here. I look forward to your testimony. With that, I'll yield to the ranking member, Baczynski, for her opening statement as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you as well to the witnesses for being here to discuss this critical topic today. Interoperability is a crucial factor in ensuring safe, effective, and veteran-centric healthcare. It supports the care coordination that is a hallmark of VA healthcare. Unfortunately, VA's interoperability efforts have been hindered for decades by the decentralized nature of its electronic health record. In fact, one of three major goals of the Electronic Health Record Modernization or EHRM program is to implement an EHR that is interoperable with DoD and community care providers, creating a complete medical record for the life of the veteran. A complete medical record allows for better outcomes for veterans as their providers, wherever they receive care, have all the information they need to make the best, most clinically informed decisions. I wholeheartedly support this effort. However, getting from where we are today to complete interoperability is no small undertaking. It requires a combination of efforts from three corners: technology, people, and process. VA utilizes a multitude of platforms, systems, and frameworks to approach interoperability from a technology standpoint, from the referral of services with the Health Share Referral Manager, or ESRM, to the standardization of the data VDIF-EP, to the information sharing itself with Veteran Health Information Exchange and VA's growing work with TEFCA. VA appears to be throwing everything they have at interoperability. VA's websites tout a seamless and secure interface for VA and community providers with this infrastructure, but from what I've heard, that doesn't seem to be the case. Despite these systems getting us closer to our interoperability goals, they do not encompass the full picture. VA's legacy EHR does not allow for complete integration of medical records, even when they are shared through the Health Information Exchange. This requires clerks to locate records, download them, and then upload them to Vista A. Oracle Cerner's EHR has a direct link to the exchange, allowing records to be pulled in and integrated in 2 to 3 clicks. Though again, these records can only be pulled through if providers are using the Veteran Health Information Exchange and if they know and remember to do it. Without standard use of the exchange, providers continue to rely on sending information via fax or or HSRM, which inevitably results in processing delays and backlogs and risks incomplete records that could have disastrous clinical impacts, including putting patient safety at risk. I look forward to hearing from Dr. Greenstone, a former executive director of clinical operations at VA, and Mr. McGraw from the Michigan Health Information Network on systems that integrate referrals and document management into one workflow. Technology is great, but it is nothing without the people. It takes a highly skilled and impressively dedicated workforce to deliver the world-class healthcare and benefits the VA is known for. That's why the recent news of the Trump administration's personnel actions is extremely concerning. Their decisions to terminate over 2,400 probationary employees and its plans to further reduce the VA workforce by at least 15% or 80,000 positions is abhorrent. These actions have already resulted in negative patient outcomes for veterans and will continue to do so. While it's great that VA purports to be exempting doctors and nurses from these cuts, that ignores the fact that there are dozens of other jobs, clinical and non-clinical, that make delivery of healthcare possible. For example, scanning and file clerks in the Health Information Management, or HIM, service were impacted in the Secretary's probationary employee purge. Without sufficient HIM scanning and filing clerks, medical records will continue to pile up, not being entered into the veterans' files, and further risking quality of care. If we expect world-class care for veterans at VA, we must ensure the VA is resourced and adequately to do so. Finally, VA's ongoing struggles with its processes have overcomplicated what was already a complicated process. Like most of VA's modernization efforts, the move toward interoperability seems to be burdened by training and change management challenges. Additionally, the variation of VA's clinical workflows makes the data standardization needed for interoperability difficult, and the agreements with community care providers and third-party administrators leaves VA with little recourse for accountability. The lack of connectivity depends on the user. Some community care providers are unaware of the health information exchanges, and their practices don't possess mature enough systems to utilize it. Others are not trained adequately to use the tools, defaulting to their comfortable workflows like faxes, fax machines, and phone calls. By reverting to these antiquated workflows, providers and veterans may face weeks or even months-long delays in accessing their records due to processing backlogs. Backlogs that will likely only become lengthier with the Trump administration's cuts to the VA workforce and IT contract support. I look forward to today's discussion, but also think we need to have a bigger conversation with Oracle and the third-party administrators for the Community Care Network in future meetings on their efforts to increase awareness, training, and use of interoperability tools, and how they're going to hold both VA and community care providers accountable. Ultimately, we must be realistic about what we are expecting VA to do, and with what resources, especially when we operate in an environment as we are today, with an administration that wants VA to do more with less. I believe this conversation today will be enlightening, and I look forward to further work on this topic. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll now introduce our witnesses from the Department of Veteran Affairs. We have Dr. Jonathan Nebaker, Chief Medical Informatics Officer and Executive Director of Clinical Informatics. Did I say that correctly? Very good. Thank you, Doctor. Dr. Lori Pratula, right? Deputy Chief Information Officer for the Electronic Health Record Modernization Integration Office. Also joining us from the great state of Michigan, of course, is Mr. Rick McGraw, Chief Growth Officer for the University of Michigan Health Information Network Shared Services. And Dr. Andrew Rosenberg, Chief Information Officer at Michigan Medicine. Thank you. And finally, we have Dr. Leo Greenstone, Chief Medical Officer at Signature Performance. Very good. Thank you all again, each one of you for being here today. And I ask witnesses, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, and let the record reflect that all witnesses have answered in the affirmative. And going in order, Dr. Nebaker, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to deliver your opening statement on behalf of VA.
Good afternoon, Chairman Barrett, Ranking Member Budzinski, and distinguished members of the subcommittee. Joining me here today is Dr. Laura Petula, Deputy Chief Information Officer of the Electronic Health Record Modernization Integration Office. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the interoperability between the Department of Veterans Affairs and communities beyond VA. Our efforts to expand veterans' access to care both inside and outside VA mean more veterans are using their benefits to seek care. Recently enacted laws like the Compact and Mission Acts empower veterans to seek care from the community providers when it's in the best interest for the veteran or when VA care is unavailable. As a result, the need for care coordination and exchange of health information among VA and community providers has surged. The exchange and use of healthcare data are essential for ensuring that veterans have better access, better health, and reduced out-of-pocket expenses. In 2009, VA and DoD began allowing clinicians to view shared data to reduce reliance on paper records. Launched in 2014, the Joint Longitudinal Viewer, or JLV, provided a more reliable and user-friendly solution. In January 2025 now, over 110,000 VA employees accessed and opened 2.2 million community care documents in JLV. User surveys showed JLV improved patient outcomes, saved time, and reduced duplicative testing. The Joint Health Information Exchange, commonly referred to as JE, established by VA and DoD in 2020, has significantly improved federal EHR interoperability. It connects well over 100,000 provider sites through 2 national exchanges, eHealth Exchange and Commonwealth. In January 2025 alone, JHE exchanged over 360 million documents for 18 million patient matches. The Trusted Exchange Framework and Common Agreement, also known as TEFCA, is a nationwide framework for health information sharing. VA aims to participate in TEFCA, contract with a qualified health information network provider, and be fully functional and tested for purposes of treatment by early December 2025. Key considerations include accurate patient matching and cost. The deployment of the Federal Electronic Health Record will also advance this interoperability agenda. Despite the significant progress, VA continues to address connectivity gaps, especially with small provider organizations not using a top 5 EHR system. While about 80% of veterans actively enrolled in VA care visit at least one, while 80% of veterans actively enrolled in VA care visit at least one provider connected to a national exchange, only 30% of providers billing VA for community care are connected to eHealth Exchange or Commonwealth. Connectivity to state or metropolitan exchanges via regional health information organizations or RIOs may help close this gap. Moreover, RIOs enhance care coordination by offering unique services like longitudinal viewers and push notifications that national exchanges currently do not. VA is collaborating with industry partners to improve data quality gaps, which impact clinical decision support, quality measurement, population health, and benefits adjudication. Examples of challenges include incorrect weights, missing serum sodium values, incomprehensible codes, and misclassified allergies. Stakeholders are developing open source technologies to objectively code data quality and provide improvement suggestions. The Veteran Interoperability Pledge demonstrates a cost-effective approach to interoperability, yielding significant benefits for veterans. Launched in 2023 with 13 high-quality healthcare systems, VIP addresses goals beyond TEFCA, including identifying veterans, connecting them with VA and community resources, and ensuring reliable care coordination. Our partners have already identified over 200,000 veterans that may benefit from the Compact and PACT Acts. VA plans to expand VIP membership to more healthcare systems, payers, and technology companies, prioritizing automation of benefits determination and care coordination. These efforts will ensure that VA can connect veterans to federal, state, and donated benefits. VA remains committed to putting veterans at the center of its operations, focusing on customer service and convenience, which interoperability makes easier. We appreciate the subcommittee's commitment and oversight to ensure VA serves veterans with excellence, and we look forward to responding to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Doc. Appreciate it. The written statement of Dr. Nebaker will be entered into the hearing record. And I think we're moving next to Mr. McGraw. Is that correct? Dr. Petula, do you have separate? Okay, very good. And then Doc, I'll get back to you in just a moment. But I think we're going next to Mr. McGraw for your remarks for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today about the vital role that health information exchanges play in the interoperability of our overall healthcare infrastructure. Today, I will concentrate my testimony on the over 10 million residents of Michigan with over 461,000 veterans of our military services. Michigan Health Information Network is our statewide HIE. MyHIN was formed in 2010 as a public-private partnership with the Health Information Technology Commission housed in the Department of Health and Human Services. MyHIN was designed to play a pivotal role in advancing healthcare interoperability by facilitating seamless information sharing across Michigan's healthcare ecosystem. Since MyHIN's inception in 2010, we have interfaced with nearly 80 individual electronic health record systems and 2 national networks that only represent a limited number of use cases. A use case is a unique instance of sharing specific information regarding patients and their health. MyHIN, however, operates over 50 use cases for our clients, ranging from hospitals, primary care facilities, payers, community mental health facilities, skilled nursing facilities, and local city and county health departments, to name a few. From the 5,300 plus healthcare facilities connected to MyHIN, we have routed over 8.3 billion messages to enhance care coordination and vital data delivery across the state. For example, 97% of all state admission, discharge, and transfer summaries pass through MyHIN today. MyHIN's direct interfaces with local healthcare facilities' EHRs provides instantaneous record submissions immediately following an encounter with a patient. In less than 4 minutes, that information is received, verified, and routed to our portal where the patient's longitudinal record is updated with their latest information. Our most recent use case is collaborating with a mobile technology company to route real-time data from ambulances en route to emergency rooms. Emergency medical technicians en route will have access to a patient's electronic medical records while also transmitting current vitals to the receiving emergency department. Alerts sent to the ED will notify them that the patient en route, so they have access to the patient's longitudinal record from MyHIN. The best quality healthcare is not only local, but it is in near real time. For security and privacy considerations, MyHIN is a business associate to the largest health and government systems in Michigan, provides security and privacy of healthcare data while ensuring it is interoperable and accessible. MyHIN and our major technology vendors are certified under HITRUST R2 certification. This industry-leading certification requires external penetration testing, security in operations, and security during the development of custom applications, ultimately ensuring best practices across all our systems and services. MyHIN designed our active care relationship service model, which allows real-time association of patients with their providers using the information found in the data ingested by MyHIN. This service restricts patient data access to only those providers that actively care for that patient. With all of this in mind, let's consider a veteran's healthcare journey. If a veteran goes to their primary care doctor that uses one EHR, but also goes to a community mental health facility that uses a different EHR, and also sees a specialist on a third EHR, without an HIE like MyHIN, these providers wouldn't be able to access critical patient information from those other encounters. Because of MyHIN's broad network of connectivity, MyHIN has all interactions from all 3 facilities available in that patient's longitudinal record to improve overall care coordination. Today, however, in Michigan, the VA and DoD are a blind spot to a veteran's overall health care. The VA does not only not submit data through the network, but cannot access its patients' records from encounters outside of the VA. From a provider perspective, HIEs bring critical value. A 2024 survey of primary care physicians found that 81% spend less time with their patients than they'd like, 57% write prescriptions or refer patients out due to time constraints, 46% report a lack of adequate time with patients as a top stressor, and almost 2/3 feel their work is more transactional rather than relational. Accessing patient information within an HIE's longitudinal record has shown that a provider can save up to 15 minutes per patient per visit, while the cost of this access is nominal. Today, the VA does not comprehensively see interactions outside of its facilities, and like the patient journey example I gave you, community care facilities cannot see veterans' interactions with the VA hospital either. There is no such thing as a lifetime record of a veteran's health care residing in one EHR system. It simply does not exist. There's also no such thing as a national exchange with a handful of EHRs that can replace the infrastructure we have spent the last 14 years perfecting. We can and we must do better to provide higher quality care to our veterans in Michigan. There is always potential for improvement, and I believe we can achieve it with the right strategy, support, and collaboration. Thank you for the time and attention to this important issue. Your support and understanding is greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. McGraw. Written statement of Mr. McGraw will be entered into the hearing record. Dr. Rosenberg, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to deliver your opening statement on behalf of Michigan Medicine. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, and I want to use my time to emphasize 3 areas in my statement. I want to take the perspective of a provider in particular, but also with an organization that's providing the care in the communities that we've discussed. Exchanging the information that we're talking about is not controversial. This is common sense. It is a common expectation that we as providers have, our nurses, our doctors, our administrators, is the common expectation of patients and their families. So this is a good discussion for us to be having. And I would also say it's really an ethical responsibility. So the providers feel very, very strongly to do this, to do it well, as you've already mentioned. The reality is, when I think about some of us, Dr. Nebeker, Dr. Greenstone, and I, when we were training, we did health information exchange a few times a day at best. And usually it was a packet of papers in an envelope, and occasionally later on a CD that we would hand walk down and try to get the images loaded. And the reality is, these are at very, very good places really only 10 years ago. And now, as you've already mentioned, we're doing a lot of health information exchange. At Michigan Medicine alone, across our large health system and our somewhat unique role in the state, within our electronic medical record, we're exchanging over 220,000 records a day. With our excellent state HIE, we're exchanging tens of thousands of records and results, particularly admission, discharge, and transfer notices that are critical in that infrastructure to make this work for a community doctor or others to know when a veteran has been seen or not. Within our VA itself, although somewhat new, we're exchanging almost 3,000 records a day, and especially as we, Michigan Medicine, sign on to the QHIN via our EHR, and with the VA already involved in eHealth exchange, those numbers are going to go up more and more and more. So from where we were to where we are now is a very good news story. Obviously, we want to do better. So why is that happening? I was recently in the UK. I was lecturing at some very good health systems, and they were challenged exchanging information even within their own health system. Whereas for us, because of the networks we have, Commonwealth, Care Equality, and especially now TEFCA, the frameworks and the networks themselves, eHealth exchange, and I would argue that the direct EHR to EHR and EHR into these nodes is the way that we're expanding the use of this. We have good to very good government regulations. We have agreed upon open standards, HL7 CCDA, the FHIR standard. We have a very good set of agreed upon data elements and categories with USCDI. We have a number of tools that are currently working to give us those numbers that I've just mentioned, and even more that are in my statement that we can focus on. So then the third element of this is, then what are our challenges? Well, within health information exchange, one of the challenges that all providers right now are having as we get more digital are the digital systems themselves. We have an enormous amount of data that we can look up, whereas before we couldn't. We have an enormous need to document these, not just for patient care, but for quality care and efficiency and improvements. And health information exchange is no different from that. We want to do it, and yet at the same time, we're also overwhelmed with all of the other work that our doctors, nurses, and others have to do. And also, we know that with all these options, we have to choose. Which do we use? How do we sign up? How long does it take to sign up for one versus another? So these are things that we can continue to improve upon. Because as I said, in the end, we're so much better now. But the reality is, we know that we can still do better. So I'll yield the rest of my time, but hopefully that's helpful.
Thank you, Doc. Appreciate your testimony. We will enter that. Your written statement will be entered into the hearing record. And Dr. Greenstone, you're now recognized for 5 minutes to deliver your opening statement on behalf of Signature Performance. And thank you as well for being here today.
Thank you, Chairman Barrett. Ranking Member Budzinski, it's a pleasure to be here to talk to you about interoperability between the VA and the community. I come to you as a former VA physician for over 18 years, primary care doctor, as well as an executive at the local Ann Arbor VA for 11 years, and a senior executive in the Office of Community Care for 6.5 years. And now working in the private sector for Signature Performance, where we're focused on decreasing administrative costs and burden within the industry. So there is no question that we absolutely agree that interoperability is so important and so necessary. And it's also, we have to recognize, it's been really, really hard. People have been working at this for a couple of decades now, and you can hear the incredible progress that has in fact been made over the years. One of the things that I think is critically important to recognize is that I'm going to give you a perspective from the Veteran Community Care Program that I care deeply about, is that we absolutely have to, as the ranking member mentioned, focus not just on technology, but on people and processes, because the technology will not be fully adopted unless we have pretty much ubiquitous and reliable tools. And that's why within healthcare today, we still have a lot of use of those tools, telephones and fax machines. And a lot of that is used today within VA to actually get records back and forth. And we want to get rid of that. I'd love to sunset fax machines, but boy, are they still pretty active today. And one of the things that I think is critical as well is that VA really needs to stay, and they've been really good at doing this, but staying in lockstep with HHS, in lockstep with industry, understanding what's happening with the EHR vendors, what's happening in the community, and staying very close with their colleagues at the Integrated Veteran Care Office within VA, so that we can ensure that VA staff, as well as the community care network providers, are working very closely together to try and ensure that there are workflows that utilize a lot of the technologies that we've been hearing about, and workflows that really support the work that individual folks are doing. So we have to have thoughtful change management for the implementation of these great technologies that we've been talking about. Within the Veteran Community Care Program, we not only have to make sure that providers in the community are receiving appropriate clinical information about the veterans that have been referred to them, but those providers also need an authorization. So the way things stand now within the Veteran Community Care Program, it requires an authorization. And so that means that the provider in the community needs to know what the VA is authorizing, what the VA will be paying for, what VA, how long is that referral for, and for some services, how many visits are available. That referral and authorization is not available in the exchange today, but perhaps it could be, and that may be a future. And so when we look at the solutions going forward, there are a couple of things that I think are being valuable to think about in the short term and perhaps even a little longer. So one is let the VA take advantage of the Dole Act, where there is incentive to actually have TPAs in the community care network and their providers work together, because all of the TPAs, Optum, Serve, TriWest, they have vision-based provider groups that go out and can in fact work with providers in the CCN network, and those providers who get a fair number of referrals, but they can ensure that those providers are connected to an exchange, that's connected to a QHIN, that information will be available for VA providers to be able to see and best care for veterans. And that information can be made available to VA providers and other staff within the PPMS. This is the Provider Profile Management System. It is the directory for the Veteran Community Care Program of all those providers. And so then VA has opportunity to send referrals to those providers who actually are connected to exchange. And that means I may want to do that because I know I can actually get access to the data that I need to care for veterans. The other thing to consider is, they have this closed loop referral data transfer process that is something that's worth further investigating. So what I mean is this, is that when a VA provider writes an order and that veteran opts to go to the community, the authorization and associated medical documentation is passed through the infrastructure of the exchange into the EHR of the receiving provider. And then when that veteran is seen, that provider's information that they generate is passed on into VA's EHR. And therefore you have this closed loop referral and medical documentation system that is in play today in some places, and it's something that the VA may want to consider. So thank you for your time. I look forward to further questions.
Thank you, Doctor. The written statement, Dr. Greenstone, will be entered into the hearing record. With the opening statements complete, we'll now proceed to questioning, and I will now recognize myself for 5 minutes. And again, thank you all for being here and for the time and attention you put toward this. A few questions I had just jotted down based on some of your opening statements. Dr. Rosenberg, maybe you could answer this, and Dr. Greenstone too. Do you know of examples where we have duplicated procedures, whether it's testing or other, procedures, diagnoses, tools that you have, things like that, where we've duplicated that because of a lack of transferability of medical records or the cumbersome nature of it or the lack of interoperability that would apply? And I'll let both of you answer that question separately.
Sure, I can certainly start with that, Chairman Barrett. I can give you an example. I was in the clinic at the VA last summer. I saw a veteran who said, "Hey, Doc, I passed out about 2 weeks ago and went to an outside hospital." I'm like, oh my goodness. And so I looked to see if that was care that was actually authorized by VA, and it was. I went into our systems to look to see whether a fax had come in, and it hadn't. I then went to the Joint Longitudinal Viewer to ping the exchange, and look, I saw a record from the ER from where he was. When I opened it, I was excited because I thought I was going to see everything I needed, and all I saw was a problem list, meds, and allergies. And at the top of the problem list, it said syncope, which means he passed out. But that's what he already told me. So then I had to ask my clerk to try and call over to get the information faxed. And so then I have this veteran in front of me who I have to start from square one to order tests to figure out what the heck was going on with him, do his exam, his history. And I probably was ordering things that may have already been done, right? But I had to do all that I had, what I had available. As you mentioned before, hey, good docs, we do what we have to do. But I will bet you that I ended up doing things that may have already been done, but I didn't have access to do that. But I had to come up with a treatment plan.
Thank you. Do you think and that to me is not based upon the ability to send data back and forth. It's based on the perhaps data protocols of how we organize these things so that you're able to access it and read what it says and interface with it in a usable way. Am I understanding that correctly?
So even when providers within my great state of Michigan are connected, not all the information is readily available, right? Yeah. So we talked about quality of data, and we talked about all the data like notes. Very often office notes aren't there, procedure notes may not be available. And so the question is, why aren't all those things available when folks have connections and therefore some information is available? We need better information to be able to make clinical decisions.
Sure. Okay. Dr. Rosenberg?
Quantifying your excellent question is a bit difficult, but I'll give you my impression. It's probably somewhere in the thirds. And it depends on the situation. So a patient arriving in an emergency department where you know nothing about them, we're going to be repeating, or we're going to be drawing and sending labs and imaging no matter what we find. Sometimes it would be helpful to know what pre-existing conditions or data, labs, imaging existed before. But it's usually not that we're going to either rely on those data, rely on what might be old data for the situation. Another third would be where we have some data, but we need more complete data or different. And it'll depend on if we're primary care or we're quaternary care itself. I think the area that you're focusing on that's especially important is when the data are more expensive and difficult to get, a biopsy, for example, an expensive or difficult radiologic study that we would normally not get or that we would want to compare to. Those are still elements where, depending on the system, the proximity, the closeness, we will either have those data or we won't. And so I think where efficiency would be gained is that, as I've mentioned before, the common elements of medications, of basic labs, of conditions and documentation, where you can frequently find the results of data, even if it's not a discrete variable, will help some of that gap. And I would argue that for those things that really are difficult to get and expensive, those would be interesting and good targets. For example, MyHIN fits into that in the ability to act as a broker of where a biopsy result is from another element that we can commonly get to, where we sometimes close those gaps. But to quantify that, I think would be difficult.
Sure, thank you. I do appreciate that. And I know my first round of questions have just run out of time, but want to recognize the ranking member for your questions.
Sure, thank you, Chairman. And actually, to kind of build on your initial question, wanted to ask Dr. Nebaker from the VA, because in your testimony, you talked about how the federal system is 90% interoperable with hospitals today. I think the question, after we've heard from both Dr. Greenstone and Dr. Rosenberg and those experiences, how are you measuring interoperability? And how are you certifying that? I find it hard to believe that where that 90% is coming from based on at least Dr. Greenstone's story.
Yes, so thanks for the question. That number comes from eHealth Exchange that has looked at who we're connected to and knows a number of hospitals that are in each healthcare organization that we're connecting to. So that's where that 90% comes from.
And do you know how they gauge that?
So I could speculate, but I'm not sure. I mean, each organization has a website that has, usually states the number of hospitals that they have. The American Hospital Association also has similar information on it. Mm-hmm. So I imagine it's, again, speculation, but I imagine that's how they arrived at that number.
Okay, and can I ask you, continuing just about community care providers, what is the requirement for community care providers to return records to the VA?
So, I might want to ask you to clarify the question. Mm-hmm. For my practice, for example, most of the documents that I'm looking for are actually not paid for by VA. Just happens to be the way my patients are in the Salt Lake City area is. Mm-hmm. And so there are no requirements, obviously for those people when they go out and use their own health insurance to get a specialty appointment, or they're seeing even sometimes a primary care physician. I practice primary care geriatrics. Then there's the community care documents that there is a requirement to return documentation on. And that's as far as I can go because I'm not, overseeing the IVC Community Care Network contract. Mm-hmm. But
so it's possible, basically, you're seeing a veteran and that their complete record might not be completely captured, is what you're saying, because it's not all required to be passed back to the VA.
Yes, and so as Dr. Greenstone was stating, I saw a guy who had really healthy 88-year-old guy last Friday. And I said, how's everything going? No problems at all, Doc. I'm doing great. And so then I open up JLV, click on the button, up comes these records. And I say, oh, well, you were in the hospital 2 months ago, for a urinary tract infection. And so that actually prevented me from ordering a whole raft of lab tests and everything that I was thinking about ordering at the time. But more often than not, that was an emergency room visit. So those are usually in there, not always. It's kind of a mystery to us. So why, we deal primarily with HCA, with Intermountain Healthcare, that currently has Oracle, and the University of Utah that has Epic. Mm-hmm. And from all of those institutions, I'm often missing inexplicably data that I would expect from a hospitalization, not so much from hospitalizations, but from emergency room visits. And also doctor's office visits are rarely there.
Mm.
And so what Dr. Greenstone was talking about of getting, and also Mr. McCormick, about getting the office visits, that's kind of really valuable data. And because of the way that people craft their continuity of care documents, it's often not driven by office visits, but more by emergency room visits and hospitalizations. And so there is a bit of a gap in recent hospital visits. Sometimes if there's an emergency room visit or hospitalization after a consult, a specialty care visit, then we'll see those information, but not for recent specialty care visits. Again, not paid for by the VA network, and we can take for the record and get back to you what the requirement is on the VA contract.
I would be very interested in that, and like what the timeliness is of community care providers as well to provide that information back to the VA, and then what recourse the VA has if you're running into community care providers that just aren't providing that type of timely information. Because to me, interoperability would be, if it's successful, it's capturing the full picture for the veteran patient, not just some, and we're eliminating those gaps. So I'll yield back to the chairman.
Sure, thank you very much. Just following up on that, Dr. Nebaker, is that missing data that you're talking about, is the reason for that because that record doesn't exist, or because it's not being displayed, because you can't access it, because it's not, sent through the system?
There in the first place.
And that's, where's the pinch point in that? Like, what is it that the system that collates it, the system that you're querying? I mean, if you were to look up my name and my date of birth and social security number, it would probably give you all my medical records, is my assumption. And it sounds like what you're saying is some of that might be missing.
Yes, yes. And so there's the EHRs do really well at what the EHRs were designed for, which is storing records and transactions for our lab tests and radiology tests and that sort of thing. But it's they could use some work on getting those data into their external gateway and then pushing those out in response to a query.
Okay. And I might need some more guidance around, if they have the information and they're sending some of it, why aren't they sending all of it? Like, it seems to me like it would be an equal amount of work to send all, and maybe even harder to only send some of it because you're stopping part of that.
We don't think it's intentional, right?
Right.
They're leaving out information. And so I think, that would be a nice experiment to, talk with some of our partners in the VIP pledge, for example. Why, are you getting everything there consistently?
Okay. And then that veteran information pledge, am I saying that correctly? Is that the name of that program? The
Veteran Interoperability Pledge.
Yes. One question I had about that is, I know some veterans are not eligible for VA care because of the status of their discharge. Does that account for that in that system or not?
So the Veteran Interoperability Pledge, the first piece of work we did was around the Veteran Confirmation API. This is also known as the Dick's Sporting Good API. So what this does is draws on DoD records and that are stored at the VA, and uses the Title 38 definition of a veteran. So whatever that definition is at the time, demographic information are sent to the API, the application program interface on our side. We send back a simple confirmed or not confirmed answer.
Okay, so that would be determined by the definition within that, not necessarily all of the protocols, like a general discharge, dishonorable.
So that goes into that Title 38, but it's a legal definition created by Congress.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. Mr. McGraw, I know that MyHin has quite a bit of market share throughout Michigan. Most network or most systems providers and other things through Michigan are included within that. Can you, I guess, explain if you have records outside of Michigan, or we have, snowbirds who go down to Florida, for example, and then come back to Michigan and spend a predominant share of their time outside of the state. What is the process by which their records would be able to transfer back and forth, or is that still a coverage gap that exists?
We do have, we pay a certain amount of money, several $100,000 a year for access to the 3 national exchanges. So we don't just keep the records within the state of Michigan. So if they do snowbird down to Florida and we know that they snowbird down to Florida and they come back, we will ping those exchanges to get that data from the national exchanges. All of our clients can access those national networks through an aggregated volume that we have purchased from those exchanges. So they don't have to go one-on-one. The whole state of Michigan can come through us. We connected those exchanges to fill in those gaps.
Okay. And are the VA facilities in Michigan part of MyHin?
Today they are not.
Okay. Dr. Rosenberg, with the amount of time I have left, if you can tell us, I know that Michigan Medicine and the Ann Arbor VA, just as an anecdotal example, have quite an arrangement between the two of them together. How is that information shared without using MyHin? Like, what is the functional way in which that patient information is shared across both sides?
For geographically nearly co-located and very tightly managed academic veteran affairs, where, if not all, most of the faculty who work at the Veteran Affairs Hospital are less than a mile away from the campus, as you saw recently. So right now, I would say more of the exchanges from interpersonal discussions with each other and the fact that the care delivery are frequently similar teams. That, of course, doesn't scale rural America or even within the state of Michigan. The more contemporary digital methods, as I've mentioned now, are the beginning of our use of care equality and then TEFCA to start exchanging those core records. And one thing I wanted to mention from the previous conversation, I think it's helpful for us to talk about core records, medications, allergies, problems. From more complex, a primary care visit would be part of a core record, basic labs. But for example, as a cardiac anesthesiologist intensivist, the kind of data that I need to do very special critical care or even anesthesiology are not typically in core medical records. And that's where the expanded use of the data elements within TEFCA will improve the further exchange of those kinds of records. And then final point, there is very importantly, very privileged, very confidential data that we want to be careful about, that we make sure that the patient and their consent is allowing that data to be sent very, very specifically, mental health, substance use, and things like that. So when we talk about the records that we're sharing, I do think it'll be helpful for us to stage out what we mean by those specific elements.
Thank you, Doctor. Ranking Member Budzinski, do you have further questions?
I do. I actually just kind of wanted to go back to what Dr. Rosenberg brought us back to, which is this bidirectional community care VA complete interoperability record. And I wanted to ask both Dr. Greenstone, Mr. McGraw, and Dr. Rosenberg a little bit more about where you believe that disconnect is. And if you could speak, I guess the three of you could each speak to where you think that disconnect could be. But I think from Dr. Rosenberg, what you were saying though is, you're not suggesting though that like a complete, like the mental health record or substance use, that should all still be encompassed within a record of a veteran.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's, I think, appropriate, like some other confidential data, frequently behind extra levels of protection, but it's absolutely part of the medical record. What I would say there's not so much a disconnect right now. In my opening statements, I really mean that. I think it's a evolution and maturity. For us, for example, and I'll use Michigan Medicine, it might not be as indicative of across the country, but it probably is. it takes a certain administrative workload to procure, contract, and administratively set up these systems. That is not that's not a criticism of the network or the exchanges or the frameworks, but it is a reality. For us, Epic to Epic works extremely well. And that's one reason why Epic has such a large exchange of information among itself. I suspect as Oracle Cerner continues to roll out, we'll enjoy those benefits of contemporary EHRs connecting to each other as well, and or I should say probably through the QHINs as part of TEFCA. I also think that while query-based, as Dr. Nebeker pointed out, is still perhaps the predominant method of getting that data, there are also mechanisms now for push, as Dr. Nebeker mentioned. And as push starts to occur and as expanded data within this framework occurs, those disconnects, which are really not disconnects, but those gaps will narrow from the common data to the more sophisticated to the more nuanced data.
Okay. Mr. McGraw, would you be willing to add anything?
Yeah, a lot of the disconnects we see in the state of Michigan is around connectivity to the local facilities, EHR systems. The two impediments that we see the most is really a time constraint. Sometimes the implementation of that connectivity could be up to 6 months. Sometimes it's a fiscal constraint. So the EHR companies, you know, they're not charity organizations, they're for-profit companies. So they'll charge thousands of dollars to just connect and then an annual maintenance fee. So, you know, the facilities will ask, you know, is the juice worth the squeeze? And the juice in the state of Michigan is we really work well with our payer partners, and they put incentives together. Those incentives incentivize facilities to submit data. And what MyHIN does is we get that data that comes in. It is a push. So the second that record is saved, as I mentioned in my testimony, it is pushed to us within 4 minutes. It's available on the longitudinal record. So that push comes to us, and the incentives are, there's a lot of information in an admission, discharge, and transfer document. So today, 27 of those elements are incentivized. We have physician organizations that do transition of care that say this is not enough for us to do transition of care. Can you go back to the payers and can they incent the facilities to provide more? So those incentives are financial incentives. So the conformance comes through us. We look if 95% of what they submit to us has all columns filled in, and then we check the box and we tell the payer they are eligible for the incentive program. I think the mention before was someone mentioned something about quality. Today it's a quantity thing, but at MyHIN we're really ahead of other HIEs in the country. And our next phase is the data that you're coming in meets the quality standpoint, but is the data quality? Is it usable? Or is there just stuff in a particular area of the data? Or is it, can we use it for gaps in care, population health management? So we're moving away from quantity and getting into the quality, but that is how we incent people. And those are the impediments I see today. It's not enough incentives. There's no interoperability issue. There's an incentive misalignment.
May I add something about the incentive? It's not so much for us to do the work, as I mentioned before, but as Mr. McGraw said, it's around the quality. It is expensive. It takes people with expertise and the time explicitly to make sure the data quality, the data entry, the data mapping work, and we audit to make sure it works well. And MyHIN, our HIE, our EHR provider, and I would argue really this broader TEFCA goal is to incentivize organizations to be able to have the resources to do that quality and that ongoing quality check. Because we get some of those data wrong, it is amplified, it is copied, and it could be very difficult.
Dr. Greenstone, do you want to add anything as well, please?
Well, I will say that everything you've heard is things that we've absolutely seen and experienced. In my organization, we work very closely with numerous critical access hospitals where they don't have big IT departments. And so some of them have the ability to connect, but there may not be knowledge of how to do it. They may not have the funding to be able to do it. They don't fully understand it. As I was talking to Mr. McGraw, and until 2 years ago, he was unfamiliar with the exchanges, right? It's like, so, and he wasn't alone. And still, when I look at where veterans are seen in a lot of these rural places, these small hospitals and health systems, are not sort of connected. They don't know, they don't understand. And that's where this opportunity for our TPAs to go out there. If they are seeing veterans, let's go out there and help them actually get connected and find ways to do that and use incentives to help them in that way. I'd also say that it's been wonderful in the last sort of year that when practicing, when I have veterans who go to Michigan Medicine, I can find almost everything I need when I actually paying the exchange for queries. So I think that, before that, I'd be so frustrated. They're across the street, they're our friends. I have to call somebody as opposed to in my workflow being able to find it. But now we can. And I think that's what we want to see everywhere in all states and territories where veterans are. And when they are traveling, like the chairman mentioned, they go down, to Florida and not to Arizona. We need to be able to ping the exchange and be able to see the records when those veterans are in the community out there, and then be able to use JLV to see when they're seeing another VA medical center.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. And the more discussion we have, the more questions I end up writing down. So I'll start just from ones I haven't written down so I don't forget them first. Mr. McGraw, you were mentioning that for those people that aren't within your network of, within Michigan, for example, and transferring data back and forth, that you're part of a broader, bigger network to, switch to other regional areas, things like that. Is that part of the service that you offer to the subscribers within your networks, that they're not having to subscribe to a separate network in order to do that?
Correct. So we have obviously all the information in the state of Michigan, and then we work with those national exchanges. We buy in bulk the ability to ping those national exchanges, several million pings a month for our clients, and then they can all go through us to those national exchanges so that they don't have to work directly with thousands of individual clients.
Sure. And then you were saying the whole longitudinal record and pushing record forward and, a few minutes only to kind of update that record. And forgive my ignorance, but MyHIN, you're not storing the actual patient information, right? You're merely transferring it to the EHR that is actually storing that record. So
all that data in the state of Michigan is stored in our cloud-based servers. So we do store all that information. And the longitudinal record that we're talking about as access is MyHIN's portal. So we do store for HIPAA rules, all that.
Okay. So an individual with their principal record through their network that they're a part of, Oracle, Epic, whichever it is, they're not actually storing that information. They're logging into your server. They're bouncing signal to your server that has that patient's record stored there. That way, if they go somewhere else, the idea being that it would automatically update. So the next time they go to their local doctor's office, it already has the urgent care, emergency care visit that they had 6 weeks ago or something like that.
Yeah, it's in both. So as soon as they save that record, it's always going to be in the EHR system for 7 years or more. The second that they save it, then a copy of that is sent to us within seconds. And then within 4 minutes, it's on our longitudinal record.
Okay. So then if they go across town to somewhere else, that provider should be able to see it in there as well. But
if they're attached to our network, even if they're not attached to the network, let's say they're not submitting data to us, they still have access through our portal to see that patient's interaction everywhere outside of them. So there are people that use our portal to see the longitudinal record of a patient for all their interactions. They may not have started submitting data to us yet. So they can see that. And as I mentioned in my testimony, we have connected to, I say nearly 80 for dramatic effect, but it's 79 EHR systems that we'rougve connected to in our 14-year history.
Okay. And then Dr. Rosenberg, I think it was you that mentioned the sensitive nature of some records that we want to make sure we're, keeping as secured and stored safe.
Good morning. Welcome to the Senate Intelligence Committee Annual Worldwide Threats Hearing. I'd like to begin by welcoming our esteemed panel of witnesses, the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, the CIA Director, John Ratcliffe, the FBI Director, Kash Patel, the Director of the National Security Agency and Commander of U.S. Cyber Command, General Tim Hawk, and the Defense Intelligence Agency Director, Lieutenant General Jeffrey Cruz. Thank you all for your appearance. Thank you for your leadership. I also want to recognize the hard work and dedication of the thousands of men and women in our intelligence community whom you're here to represent today. Their successes are seldom celebrated. Their accomplishments are often unseen. But our nation is grateful to each one for the vital work they do to keep our nation safe, prosperous, and free. Our annual Worldwide Threats hearing allows for the American people to receive an unvarnished and unbiased account of the real and present dangers that our nation faces. As we will hear from our witnesses, many of the threats we face are truly existential. Communist China is actively working to replace the United States as the world's dominant superpower. China uses coercive military, economic, and influence operations, short of war, to shape a world favorable to its interests and hostile to ours. These methods include the biggest peacetime military buildup in history, rapidly expanding its nuclear forces, providing critical assistance to help Russia withstand U.S. sanctions, obscuring its role in accelerating the spread of COVID-19 beyond Wuhan, turning a blind eye to Chinese companies that enable the production of fentanyl flooding into the United States, and putting space weapons on orbit, among other tactics. Iran, despite setbacks inflicted on its so-called axis of resistance by Israel over the last year, still aims to destroy what it calls the little Satan, the state of Israel, and what it calls the great Satan, the United States. It continues to arm Yemeni rebels to attack global shipping, though these outlaws have suffered terrible losses over the last 2 weeks, thanks to decisive action by President Trump and our brave troops. I commend the President, Mike Waltz, Pete Hegseth, and his entire national security team for these actions. Iran also continues its decades-long effort to develop surrogate networks inside the United States to threaten U.S. citizens. Furthermore, Iran's nuclear program continues apace. It's actively developing multiple space launch vehicles, which are little more than flimsy cover for an intercontinental ballistic missile program that could hit the United States in a matter of years. But all this will soon come to an end. The supreme leader of Iran now faces a stark choice, thanks to President Trump. The supreme leader can fully dismantle his nuclear program, or he can have it dismantled for him. Finally, today's report also acknowledges that illicit drug production endangers the health and safety of millions of Americans. For the first time, the annual threat assessment lists foreign illicit drug actors as the very first threat to our country. As the report highlights, Mexican-based cartels using precursors produced in China continue to smuggle fentanyl and synthetic opioids into the United States. Last year alone, these deadly drugs tragically killed more than 52,000 Americans, more than the number killed in attacks by foreign terrorists or foreign nations. Given these threats, we have to ask, are our intelligence agencies well postured against these threats? I'm afraid the answer is no, at least not yet. As the world became more dangerous in recent years, our intelligence agencies got more politicized, more bureaucratic, and more focused on promulgating opinions rather than gathering facts. As a result of these misplaced priorities, we've been caught off guard and left in the dark too often. I know that all of you agree that the core mission of the intelligence community is to steal our adversaries' secrets and convey them to policymakers to protect the United States. At the same time, it's not the role of intelligence agencies to make policy, to justify presidential action, or to operate like other federal agencies. After years of drift, the intelligence community must recommit to its core mission of collecting clandestine intelligence from adversaries whose main objective is to destroy our nation and our way of life. The reason is not that our intelligence community lacks dedicated patriots who show up to work every day to protect the American people. On the contrary, it has an abundance of them. The reasons are a misuse of resources, bureaucratic bloat, a default to play it safe, and a past administration that prioritized social engineering over espionage. Coupled with recent failures, the finding in today's Worldwide Threat Report should be a wake-up call to all of us to get our house in order. The status quo is proving inadequate to provide the president and Congress with the intelligence needed to protect the American people. As more storms gather, America's intelligence capabilities require urgent reform and revitalization. As the chairman of this committee, I look forward to working with each of you to strengthen America's intelligence edge and refocus our intelligence community on its core mission, stealing secrets. The American people deserve nothing less. We've assembled an impressive team to get this done, and I look forward to hearing your comments. Now I recognize the vice chairman for opening remarks.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, everybody. I want to thank all the witnesses for being here. I got to say, I've been on the committee now for 14 years, and this year's assessment is clearly one of the most complicated and challenging in my tenure on the committee. And I want to get into that in a moment, but I want to first of all address the recent story that has broken in the news. Yesterday, we stunningly learned that senior members of this administration, and according to reports, 2 of our witnesses here today were members of a group chat that discussed highly sensitive and likely classified information that supposedly even included weapons packages, targets, and timing, and included the name of an active CIA agent. Putting aside for a moment that classified information should never be discussed over an unclassified system, it's also just mind-boggling to me that all these senior folks were on this line and nobody bothered to even check Security Hygiene 101. Who are all the names? Who are they? Well, it apparently included a journalist. And no matter how much the Secretary of Defense or others want to disparage him, this journalist had at least the ethics to not report, I think, everything he heard. Question I raise is like, everybody on this committee gets briefed on security protocols. We're told you don't make calls outside of SCIS of this kind of classified nature. We don't know, and I'm going to ask, obviously. Director Gabbard is the executive in charge of all, keeping our secrets safe. Were these government devices? Were they personal devices? Had the devices been collected to make sure there's no malware? There's plenty of declassified information that shows that our adversaries, China and Russia, are trying to break in to encrypted systems like Signal. I can just say this, if this was the case of a military officer or an intelligence officer and they had this kind of behavior, they would be fired. As I think this is one more example of the kind of sloppy, careless, incompetent behavior, particularly towards classified information, that this is not a one-off or a first-time error. Let me take a couple minutes and review some of the other reckless choices that this administration has made regarding our national security. We all recall, it seems like it wasn't that long ago, but less than 2 months ago. In the first 2 weeks, the administration canceled all U.S. foreign assistance. Now, some may say, how bad can that be? It's foreign assistance. Well, U.S. foreign assistance paid for the units in Ukraine that provide air defense to civilian cities being attacked by Russia. Foreign assistance paid for guarding camps in Syria where ISIS fighters are detained. foreign assistance paid for programs abroad that ensure that diseases like Ebola don't come home. And until recently, it paid for the construction of a railway in Africa that would have helped given the United States much needed access to critical minerals in Congo. Now that project, China's going to try to finance it. As well, in the first 2 weeks, Director Patel, the administration fired several of our most experienced FBI agents, including the head of the Criminal Investigative Division, the head of the Intelligence Division, the head of the Counterterrorism Division, the heads of the New York, Washington, and Miami field office, all individuals who were distinctly and directly responsible for helping to keep America safe. The irony a little bit was the recently dismissed head of the Counterterrorism Division was involved in disrupting the ISIS attacks planned for Oklahoma City and Philadelphia, and helped lead the effort to bring to justice the key planner of the Abbey Gate bombing in Afghanistan. It killed 13 U.S. servicemen and 150 civilians. That very Abbey Gate effort was actually praised by the president in his State of the Union address. Yet the administration's response to these agents, I believe, good works and years of service, was to force these folks out. It's hard to imagine how that makes our country safer. Nor can I understand how Americans are made more secure by firing more than 300 staff at the National Nuclear Security Administration, including those responsible for overseeing the security and safety of the nuclear stockpile. Or by ousting 130 employees at CISA, the agency directly responsible for trying to take on China's Salt Typhoon attack. Again, after Salt Typhoon, I would have thought folks on that group chat might have thought twice. Or how we made safer by sacking 1,000 employees at the CDC and NIH who are actually directly working on trying to keep our country safe from disease. Or by pushing out hundreds of intelligence officers. The amazing thing is that our intelligence officers, they're not interchangeable like a Twitter coder. These intelligence officers, our country makes $20,000 to $40,000 of an investment just in getting a security clearance. Literally goes into six figures when you take the training involved. Can anyone tell how firing probationary individuals without any consideration for merit or expertise is an efficient use of taxpayer dollars? And just to make clear that yesterday's story in the Atlantic was not this rookie one-off, it's a pattern. I want to acknowledge Director Ratcliffe was not here in his position when this took place. But again, earlier in the administration, when a non-classified network was used, thereby exposing literally hundreds of CIA officers' identities, those folks can't go into the field now. How does that make our government more efficient? You know, again, this pattern of an amazing cavalier attitude towards classified information is reckless, sloppy, and stunning. And perhaps what troubles me most is the way the administration has decided that we can take on all of our problems by ourselves without any needs for friends or allies. I agree that we've got to put America's priorities first, but America first cannot mean America alone. The intelligence we gather to keep Americans safe depends on a lot of allies around the world who have access to sources we don't have. That sharing of information saves lives, and it's not hypothetical. We all remember because it was declassified last year when Austria worked with our community to make sure to expose a plot against Taylor Swift in Vienna. That could have killed literally hundreds of individuals. However, these relationships are not built in stone. They're not dictated by law. Things like the Five Eyes are based on trust, built on decades. But so often that trust is now breaking literally overnight. Yet suddenly, and for no reason that I can understand, the United States is starting to act like our adversaries are our friends. Voting in the UN with Russia, Belarus, and North Korea. That's a rogues gallery if I've ever heard of them. Treating our allies like adversaries, whether it's threats to take over Greenland or over the Panama Canal, destructive trade war with Canada, or literally threatening to kick Canada out of the Five Eyes. I feel our credibility is being enormously undermined with our allies, who I believe, and I think most of us on this committee, regardless of party, believes makes our country safer and stronger. But how can our allies ever trust us as the kind of partner we used to be when we, without consultation or notice, for example, stop sharing information to Ukraine in its war for survival against Russia? Or how can our allies not only not trust our government, but potentially not our businesses with such arbitrary political decisions? Let me give you a few examples. As a result of a lot of work from this committee and others in Congress, we made sure America's commercial space industry is second to none. From space to launch to commercial sensing and communications, the United States has taken a record lead. Yet overnight, this administration called into question the reliability of American commercial tech industry when Maxar and other commercial space companies were directed to stop sharing intelligence with Ukraine. I got to tell you, I've been a business guy, I can't say longer than being an elected official, but pretty close. That shockwave across all of commercial space, and frankly, not just commercial space, I've heard it from some of our hyperscalers in the tech community, has sent an enormous chill. Who's going to hire an American commercial space company, government or foreign business, with the ability to have that taken down so arbitrarily? And it's not just in the case of commercial space. We've seen that Canada, Germany, Portugal have all been saying they're rethinking buying F-35s. I've heard from Microsoft and Google directly and Amazon that they're having questions about whether they can still sell their services. We've also seen foreign adversaries and friends take advantage of this rift in our national security areas and our scientists. Germany has already put out ads trying to attract some of our best scientists who've been riffed. And the Chinese intelligence agencies are posting on social media sites in the hopes of luring individuals with that national security clearance who've been pushed out, perhaps arbitrarily, to come into their service. So no, the signal fiasco is not a one-off. It is unfortunately a pattern we're seeing too often repeated. I fear that we feel the erosion of trust from our workplace, from our companies, and from our allies and partners can't be put back in the bottle overnight. Make no mistake, these actions make America less safe. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Before I turn to the witnesses hearing, I want to welcome everyone in our large audience today. I also want to note that we will not tolerate any disruptions of the witnesses' testimony or senators' questions and the witnesses' answers. You'll note that we have a large contingent of Capitol Police in the room. Any disruptions, either opposed or in favor to the witnesses, will result in prompt removal from the hearing room, and my encouragement to the U.S. Attorney to throw the book at the person disrupting the hearing. No offense, but we all came to hear the witnesses, no one else in the room. Director Gabbard, I understand you'll make a statement for the panel of witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Thanks for the opportunity for us to be here to present you the intelligence community's 2025 annual threat assessment. I'm joined here this morning by my colleagues from the CIA, DIA, FBI, and NSA. Our testimony offers the collective assessment of the 18 U.S. intelligence elements making up the U.S. Intel community and draws on intelligence collection and information available to the IC from open source and private sector and the expertise of our analysts. This report evaluates what the IC assesses most threatens our people and our nation's ability to live in a peaceful, free, secure, and prosperous society. As you know, we face an increasingly complex threat environment that is threatening us here at home and our interests abroad. I'll begin by focusing on what most immediately and directly threatens the United States and the well-being of the American people: non-state criminal groups and terrorists putting American lives and livelihood at risk. Then I'll focus on the key nation states who have the capability to threaten the interests of the United States. In this complex environment, non-state and state actors are able to exploit or take advantage of the effects of each other's activities. Conventional and asymmetrical capabilities, even the traditionally weakest of actors are able to acquire from available advanced technologies, creates an even more complex and serious threat landscape. First, I'll highlight the threats presented by several non-state actors. Cartels, gangs, and other transnational criminal organizations in our part of the world are engaging in a wide array of illicit activity, from narcotics trafficking to money laundering to smuggling of illegal immigrants and human trafficking, which endanger the health, welfare, and safety of everyday Americans. Based on the latest reporting available for a year-long period ending October 2024, cartels were largely responsible for the deaths of more than 54,000 U.S. citizens from synthetic opioids. Mexico-based transnational criminal organizations, or TCOs, are the main suppliers of illicit fentanyl to the U.S. market and are adapting to enforcement and regulatory pressures by using multiple sources and methods to procure precursor chemicals and equipment, primarily from China and India, many of which are dual-use chemicals used in legitimate industries. Independent fentanyl producers are also increasingly fragmenting the drug trade in Mexico. The availability of precursor chemicals and ease of making illicit fentanyl have enabled independent actors to increase illicit fentanyl production and smuggling operations in Mexico. Cartels are profiting from human trafficking and have likely facilitated more than 2 million illegal immigrants encountered by law enforcement at the U.S. southwest border in 2024 alone, straining our vital resources and putting the American people at risk. Criminal groups drive much of the unrest and lawlessness in the Western Hemisphere. They also engage in extortion, weapons and human smuggling, and other illicit and dangerous revenue-seeking operations, including kidnappings for ransom, forced labor, and sex trafficking. These and other human traffickers exploit vulnerable individuals and groups by promising well-paying jobs while confiscating their identification documents. They operate in the shadows, exploiting lawlessness in various areas and using coercion and intimidation to control their victims. While these key drivers of migrants are expected to persist, heightened U.S. border security enforcement and deportations under the Trump administration are proving to serve as a deterrent for migrants seeking to illegally cross U.S. borders. U.S. Border Patrol apprehensions along the southwest border in January 2025 dropped 85% from the same period in 2024. Transnational Islamist extremists such as ISIS and Al-Qaeda and affiliated jihadi groups continue to pursue, enable, or inspire attacks against the United States and our citizens abroad and within the homeland to advance their ultimate objective of establishing a global Islamist caliphate. This includes heightened efforts to spread their ideology to recruit and radicalize individuals in the U.S. and the West. While the New Year's Day attacker in New Orleans had no known direct contact with ISIS terrorists, he was influenced and radicalized by ISIS ideological propaganda, as one example. Al-Qaeda and its affiliates continue to call for attacks against the United States as they conduct attacks overseas. These jihadist groups have shown their ability to adapt and evolve, including using new technologies and tactics to spread their ideology and recruit new followers. A range of non-state cyber criminals are also targeting our economic interests, critical infrastructure, and advanced commercial capability for extortion, other coercive pursuits, and financial gain. These actors use a variety of tactics, including phishing, ransomware, and denial of service attacks, to disrupt our systems and steal sensitive and lucrative information using available technologies and U.S. cyber vulnerabilities. Ransomware actors last year, for example, attacked the largest payment processor for U.S. healthcare institutions. And another set of criminal actors conducted cyber attacks against U.S. water utilities. Some of these non-state cyber actors also operate as proxies for or emulate similar activities carried out by major state actors. While these non-state cyber actors often seek financial and intellectual property gains, they also carry out cyber operations for espionage purposes, targeting our critical infrastructure. Turning to key state actors, the IC sees China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea engaging in activities that could challenge U.S. capabilities and interests, especially related to our security and economy. These actors are in some cases working together in different areas to target U.S. interests and to protect themselves from U.S. sanctions. At this point, the IC assesses that China is our most capable strategic competitor. Under the leadership of President Xi Jinping, the People's Republic of China seeks to position itself as a leading power on the world stage, economically, technologically, and militarily. Beijing is driven in part by a belief that Washington is pursuing a broad effort to contain China's rise and undermine CCP rule. China's most serious domestic challenge is probably China's slowing economy and potential instability if socioeconomic grievances lead to large-scale unrest. Growing economic tensions with the United States and other countries could also weigh on China's plans for economic growth and domestic job creation. China's military is fielding advanced capabilities, including hypersonic weapons, stealth aircraft, advanced submarines, stronger space and cyber warfare assets, and a larger arsenal of nuclear weapons. While it would like to develop and maintain positive ties with the United States and the Trump administration to advance its interests and avoid conflict, China is building its military capability in part to gain advantage in the event of a military conflict with the United States around the issue of China's efforts toward unification with the Republic of China, or Taiwan. China's military is also expanding its presence in the Asia-Pacific region with a focus on disputed territorial claims in both the East China and South China Seas. Beijing is advancing its cyber capabilities for sophisticated operations aimed at stealing sensitive U.S. government and private sector information and pre-positioning additional asymmetric attack options that may be deployed in a conflict. China's cyber activities have been linked to multiple high-profile breaches, including last year's massive compromise of U.S. telecom infrastructure, commonly referred to as Salt Typhoon. Beijing currently dominates global markets and strategically important supply chains, for example, with the mining and processing of several critical minerals. In December, China imposed an export ban to the United States on gallium, germanium, and antimony, all of which are important to the production of semiconductors and our defense technologies. This was in direct response to U.S. export controls on chips designed to broadly limit PRC access to advanced chips and chip-making equipment. China also aims to compete in other critical global industries, including AI, legacy semiconductor chip production, biomanufacturing and genetic sequencing, and medical and pharmaceutical supply production. Leveraging often heavily state-subsidized production at greater scale, lower costs, and weaker regulatory standards than required in the West, Beijing's strategy has given it a leading position in many parts of these sectors and supply chains that support them. In 2023, for example, China had 5 first-in-class domestic drug approvals and 3 FDA approvals. Turning to Russia. Russia's nuclear and conventional military capabilities, along with its demonstrated economic and military resilience, make it a formidable competitor. Moscow has more nuclear weapons than any other nation that could inflict catastrophic damage on the United States and the world in the event of a major war that Russian leaders feared put them and their regime at serious risk. In late 2024, Russia announced updates to its public nuclear doctrine, expanding the conditions under which Russia would consider using nuclear weapons. Russia is building a more modern and survivable nuclear force designed to circumvent U.S. missile defense through reliable retaliatory strike potential. Russia intends to deter the U.S. by holding both the U.S. homeland at risk and by having the capabilities to threaten nuclear war in a conflict. Russia's developed advanced cyber capabilities and has attempted to pre-position access to U.S. critical infrastructure for asymmetric options and make it a persistent cyber threat. Russia's cyber activities have been linked to multiple high-profile breaches, including the 2023 hack of Microsoft. Russia is also fielding new capabilities and anti-satellite weapons meant to degrade U.S. and allied space infrastructure. Among Russia's most concerning developments is a new satellite intended to carry a nuclear weapon as an anti-satellite weapon, violating long-standing international law against such activity and putting the U.S. and global economy at risk. Iran continues to seek expansion of its influence in the Middle East, despite the degradation to its proxies and defenses during the Gaza conflict. Iran has developed and maintains ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and UAVs, including systems capable of striking U.S. targets and allies in the region. Tehran has shown a willingness to use these weapons, including during a 2020 attack on U.S. forces in Iraq and in attacks against Israel in April and October 2024. Iran's cyber operations and capabilities also present a serious threat to U.S. networks and data. The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003. The IC continues to monitor closely if Tehran decides to reauthorize its nuclear weapons program. In the past year, we've seen an erosion of a decades-long taboo in Iran on discussing nuclear weapons in public, likely emboldening nuclear weapons advocates within Iran's decision-making apparatus. Iran's enriched uranium stockpile is at its highest levels and is unprecedented for a state without nuclear weapons. Iran will likely continue efforts to counter Israel and press for U.S. military withdrawal from the region by aiding, arming, helping to reconstitute its loose consortium of like-minded terrorists and militant actors as its axis of resistance. Although weakened, this collection of actors still presents a wide range of threats, including to Israel's population, U.S. forces deployed in Iraq and Syria, and to U.S. and international military and commercial shipping and transit. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un is pursuing stronger strategic and conventional capabilities that can target U.S. forces and allies in the region, as well as the U.S. homeland, to bolster North Korea's leverage and stature, defend its regime, and achieve at least tacit recognition as a nuclear weapons power. Kim's recently cemented strategic partnership with Russia supports these goals by providing him greater financial, military, and diplomatic support, reduced reliance on China, and providing North Korean forces and weapon systems authentic warfighting experience. Kim views his strategic weapons advances since 2019, its deepening ties with Russia, and North Korea's economic durability as strengthening his negotiating position against Washington's demands for denuclearization and lessening his need for sanctions relief. North Korea is probably prepared to conduct another nuclear test on short notice and continues to flight test its ICBMs to demonstrate their increasing capabilities as leverage in future negotiations. Since 2022, China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea have grown closer. Removing the accelerant of the war in Ukraine is unlikely to revert these bilateral relationships to a pre-war 2021 baseline, leaving room for new strategic priorities and world events to create new incentives or challenges to their currently high levels of cooperation. Russia has been a catalyst for much of this expanded cooperation, driven heavily by the support it has needed for its war effort against Ukraine, including protection from U.S. and Western sanctions. In addition to its exchange of military and other resource capabilities with North Korea, Russia has relied more heavily on China's financial and defense industry backing, and also has increased combined military exercises with China to signal shared fortitude against the United States and U.S. allies in the Asia-Pacific region. With Iran, Russia has also expanded financial ties to mitigate sanctions. Iran has become a critical military supplier to Russia, especially of UAVs, in exchange for Russian technical support for Iranian weapons, intelligence, and advanced cyber capabilities. In conclusion, the threats that we see to U.S. national security are both complex and multifaceted and put the lives safety, and well-being of the American people at serious risk. As the heads of the American people's intelligence community, we will continue to provide the President, Congress, and our warfighters with timely, unbiased, relevant intelligence to keep the United States secure, free, prosperous, and at peace. To the American people specifically, our intelligence community exists to serve you and to ensure your safety, security, and freedom. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Gabbard. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, the annual threat assessment for the first time lists cartels and traffickers as the very first threat. Director Patel, I'm pleased to say that the FBI's Little Rock field office has been doing its part in addressing this threat. The field office, along with other federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies, have arrested nearly 300 immigrants in my state in 2025 so far. Could you provide some color about the nature of the threat these illegal immigrants have posed, not just to Arkansas, but our nation, perhaps including some of the details of the horrific offenses they've committed against the American people?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Vice Chairman.
The witness will suspend. So that protester was a code pink lunatic saying the greatest threat to world peace is funding Israel. I will observe, for the benefit of the audience here and on television, that Code Pink is funded by communist China as well, which simply illustrates, speak up now if you want to be removed as well, whoever's saying that. If anyone else would like to join them, speak now, please, so we don't have any more disruptions. As I was saying, the fact that communist China funds Code Pink, which interrupts a hearing like this about Israel, simply illustrate Director Gabbard's point that China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, and other American adversaries are working in concert to a greater degree than they ever have before. Director Patel, back to my question, could you give us some color about the threat that illegal migrants have posed, not only to my state, which has resulted in nearly 300 arrests in 2025, but also to the nation at large?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, and members of the committee. I appreciate the time to address you all, specifically to Arkansas, Senator. The priorities at the FBI, which I identified during my confirmation hearing and since, is attacking violent crime along with national security. And every single state in this country is a border state. Arkansas is no exception. Allow me to highlight the work of the men and women in the FBI and state and local law enforcement in the state of Arkansas. Since February 5th alone, we've had 220 illegal immigrants arrested on charges varying from violent offenses, weapons offenses, narcotics offenses, and serious violent felonies. 253 separate individuals have been charged related to those offenses. And here's something I want the American people to hear about narcotics and countering narcotics. Thousands of pounds of narcotics were seized in these 3 weeks in the state of Arkansas. Thousands, worth tens of millions of dollars. Everything from fentanyl to meth to cocaine to heroin to marijuana and more. And also including manufactured drugs. The FBI does have the biggest footprint in Arkansas, but we could not achieve this mission without our state and local law enforcement partners, which has been one of the priorities since I took the helm at the FBI. They provide the greatest ground level intelligence to conduct these operations in Arkansas and in every single state across the union. Since February 5th, we've assisted with the arrest of hundreds of criminals and illegals throughout your state. And that was just a 3-week operation. Prior to that, Senator, there was a bust of 17 federal indictments relating to a meth lab in the state of Arkansas in the southwest corner of your state. All of those individuals are now facing prosecution for hundreds of pounds of illegal opioids, guns, and other illicit material. So we will continue to do that work. We will work it 7 days a week, 365 days a year, not just in your state, Mr. Chairman, but in every state.
Thank you, Director Patel. As Director Gabbard highlighted from the annual threat report, Director Ratcliffe, many, if not most, of the chemical precursors for deadly fentanyl produced by Mexican drug cartels originates in China. China, of course, is a techno-totalitarian police state. They have technology to monitor their own people that Soviet Russia could have only imagined. Is there any reason, Director Ratcliffe, to believe that China could not monitor and crack down on this flow of chemical precursors to Mexico if it chose to do so?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. No, there's nothing that prevent China, the People's Republic of China, from cracking down on fentanyl precursors. As you well know, Senator, one of the reasons that they don't is that there are more than 600 PRC-related companies that produce those precursor chemicals in an industry that generates $1.5 trillion. That is one of the reasons that we see the Chinese efforts to affect the fentanyl precursors are really limited in nature and intermittent in nature, and not a dedicated effort to enforce their own laws and regulations to crack down on this.
Thank you, Director Ratcliffe. I have many more questions I could ask, but I'm going to try to lead by example and stay within the 5-minute limit for the benefit of senators. I remind everyone there is a vote scheduled at noon. I hope to finish the open portion of this hearing before that vote closes, after which time we'll move to the closed portion. The Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be happy to take your extra 13 seconds, but I want to go back to what I addressed at the outset. I mean, this was not only sloppy, it not only violated all procedures, but if this information had gotten out, American lives could have been lost. The Houthis had this information, could reposition their defensive systems. So I want to get a little more information about this. Director Gabbard, did you participate in the group chat with Secretary of Defense and other Trump senior officials discussing the Yemen war plans?
Senator, I don't want to get into the specifics.
Ma'am, were you on? You're not going to be willing to address. So you're not, are you denying, Matt, will you answer my question, ma'am? You were not TG on this group chat?
I'm not going to get into the specifics.
So you refuse to acknowledge whether you were on this group chat?
Senator, I'm not going to get into the specifics.
Why are you going to get into the specifics? Is it because it's all classified?
Because this is currently under review by the National Security
Because
Council.
it's all classified? If it's not classified, share the text now.
As the White House previously
Is it classified or non-classified information on this text?
I can confirm.
Director Ratcliffe, were you on the group chat?
Senator, I was on a signal messaging group.
So you were the John Ratcliffe on that chat?
I was.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I provide some context, Senator, to that?
Yes, but I've got a series of questions.
Well, but I think it's important because at the outset, you made a couple of comments about signal messaging using encrypted apps. So that we're clear, one of the first things that happened when I was confirmed as CIA director was signal was loaded onto my computer at the CIA, as it is for most CIA officers. One of the things that I was briefed on very early, Senator, was by the CIA records management folks about the use of signal as a permissible work use. It is. That is a practice that preceded the current administration to the Biden administration.
Director Ratcliffe, I've got a series of questions. If you're making the statement, the signal is a secure channel.
No, can I answer that? It is.
I've got a series of
decryption. So
it is. I understand encryption.
It is permissible to use to communicate and coordinate for work purposes, provided, Senator, that any decisions that are made are also recorded through formal channels. Right. So those were procedures that were implemented. My staff implemented those processes, followed those processes, complied with those processes, and finally, just please. So my communications, to be clear, in a signal message group were entirely permissible and lawful and did not include classified information.
Well, we will make that determination, because if it's not classified, share the text with the committee. Let me go on. Director Gabbard, you are the security executive and set access guidelines for classified information. Did you contact the defense secretary or others after this specific military planning was put out and say, hey, we should be doing this in a SCIF?
There was no classified material that was shared in that.
So then if there was no classified material, share it with the committee. You can't have it both ways. These are important jobs. This is our national security. Bobbing and weaving and trying to, filibuster your answer. So please answer the question. If this was Director Gabbard, if this was a rank and file intelligence officer who did this kind of careless behavior, what would you do with them?
Senator, I'll reiterate that there was no classified material that was shared in that.
Ma'am, if there's no classified in materials, share. And then if there's no classified materials, then you can't even answer the question whether you're on the chat. This is strangely familiar, and I think my colleagues will remember, when you couldn't answer the question, is Edward Snowden a traitor? Man, I have serious doubts about anyway. Director Gabbard, I'm going to give you this. Tweeted just 11 days ago, and I'm quoting you. Any unauthorized release of classified information is a violation of the law and will be treated as such. So if this information is classified, what are you going to do?
Senator, 2 points here. First of all, there's a difference between inadvertent release versus
careless and sloppy,
malicious leaks of classified information. The second point is there was no classified information that was on
and the information.
Signal
This committee
group
should
chat.
get that information. Director
And the
Patel,
National Security
Director
Council
Patel,
has
my time's about out,
how
and I'm
this
going to
occurred.
use my 12 seconds that the chairman gave. Director Patel, has the FBI launched any investigation of this?
Senator, I was just briefed about it late last night, this morning. I don't have an update.
I would like to get an answer by the end of the day.
At this point in the ordinary course of affairs, I would recognize Senator Collins. She asked me to express to you that she is under the weather this morning. She regrets her absence, but anticipates submitting written questions to which I would request your prompt replies for the senator. Senator Cornyn.
Director Gabbard, I applaud President Trump's efforts to try to bring an end to the war between Russia and Ukraine. I want to read a statement out of the annual threat assessment and just confirm that you agree with this. It says Russia views its ongoing war with Ukraine as a proxy conflict with the West and its objective to restore Russian strength and security in its near abroad against perceived U.S. and Western encroachment has increased the risks of unintended escalation between Russia and NATO. Do you agree with that statement? And that is in the annual threat assessment, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to refer to an AP story, Associated Press, dated March 21st, 2025. The title of the article is Western Officials Say Russia is Behind a Campaign of Sabotage Across Europe. This AP map shows it. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous consent that's being made part of the record.
Without objection.
The document that AP compiled, and I presume this is through open sources, documented 59 incidents, including cyber attacks, spreading propaganda, plotting killings, or committing acts of vandalism, arson, sabotage, or espionage. Is that consistent with your understanding and impression of what Russia's currently engaged in Europe?
Senator, I haven't seen that specific article, but I can confirm that we assess Russia's attempts to conduct such sabotage activities in Europe.
Thank you. One of the things that I'm most concerned about following some of the discussions between Russia and Ukraine and the United States and our other allies, obviously, as I said, peace between Ukraine and Russia is the desirable end state. I think you'd have to be crazy to say otherwise. But I also want to talk a little bit about the unexpected or maybe unintended consequences of European insecurity. I know the incoming Chancellor of Germany has talked about the possibility that Germany might share its nuclear weapons with Ukraine and suggested that the UK would be part of that. I know that Poland has talked about acquiring nuclear weapons, and perhaps other European countries to make up for what they view as a receding of the American umbrella of protection. General Krause, what would be the result of a proliferation of nuclear weapon-armed countries in Europe if in fact that would occur as a result of the perception of European insecurity?
Senator, thank you for the question. One of the things that the intelligence community works very hard on is to understand who has nuclear weapons throughout the planet. And as discussed in the opening statements, both by the chair and by Director Gabbard, the proliferation and the increase in the types and the lethality of nuclear weapons is one of the things that we have to track and we as a nation are going to have to face. It has changed dramatically in the last 5 years and will continue to change over the next 5 years. The addition of additional countries which have their own deterrence policies and will act in a nuclear dialogue, or the presence of those weapons, the security of those weapons, the movement and the threat of use of those weapons complicates the environment by which all of us will operate and will complicate all of the decisions by which all future conflict and the political decisions that we support of the decision makers.
It makes the world a more dangerous place, does it not?
Senator, yes, it does.
And just by way of history, Ukraine used to have the third largest arsenal of nuclear weapons on the planet. But as a result of negotiations between Russia and Ukraine and the United Kingdom, the Budapest Memorandum documented a commitment by Russia and the United States to protect the territorial integrity of Ukraine in exchange for them giving up their nuclear weapons. Did I correctly summarize the content of the Budapest Memorandum back in 1994?
Yes, Senator, you did. And Ukraine willingly gave up its weapons for the protection of others.
Thank you very much.
Senator Wyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And obviously, my colleagues and I feel very strongly about the war planning meeting over unclassified phones. Obviously reckless, obviously dangerous. Both the mishandling of classified information and the deliberate destruction of federal records are potential crimes that ought to be investigated immediately. And I want to make clear that I'm of the view that there ought to be resignation, starting with the National Security Advisor and the Secretary of Defense. Director Ratcliffe and Director Gabbard, have you participated in any other group chats with senior Trump administration officials in which classified information was shared using phones that weren't cleared for such information? Question for the two of you.
Senator, thank you for the question. I haven't, your question was, have I participated in any other group chats sharing classified information? To be clear, I haven't participated in any signal group messaging that relates to any classified information at all.
Okay. Director Gabbard.
Senator, I have the same answer. I have not participated in any signal group chat or any other chat on another app that contained any classified information.
Yeah, and I just think it's important to follow through here. Would the two of you cooperate with an audit to confirm that that is that is the case?
I have no objection.
Senator, I'll certainly comply with any follow-up that the National Security Council would deem appropriate. But again, to be clear, the use of signal message end-to-end encryption applications is permissible and was, in this case, used permissibly, at least to my understanding, and in a lawful manner.
The seriousness of this is so clear. That's why I want to have an audit, and both of you gave me an answer indicating that you would be open to that, and I appreciate it. Director Patel, you weren't in this particular group chat, but have you participated in any chats on unclassified phones with other administration officials relating to national security? And if so, on what other topics?
Thank you. Thank you for your question, Senator, and not that I can recall.
Okay. Question I have for you, Director Gabbard, involves this question of Elon Musk wasn't going to see the military's China war plans because he said he, quote, has business in China and he would be susceptible perhaps to that. That was his comment. So as DNI, you're responsible for security clearance policies across the government. Under your watch, how are you going to go about carrying out this obligation? Because I think it obviously is a very significant one in terms of American national security.
Thank you, Senator. As you know, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence provides oversight over these different 18 intelligence elements. Leaders within those elements are empowered with that responsibility to uphold the trust that the American people have placed in them. In this example that you cited, both Secretary Hegseth as well as President Trump completely denied the assertion that Elon Musk was going to receive any kind of classified war plan brief pertaining to China or any other country.
So on the question of whether the president has the prerogative to get clearances is really the area that I want to touch on, because you're formally responsible for security clearance policies, and that's why I'm asking about it. So can a president decide who gets the clearance?
Yes.
So what about your role? You're formally responsible for security clearance policies.
That is also true.
So how do we resolve it? President just gets his way.
The elected president and commander-in-chief has the authority to provide a security clearance to those who he deems necessary.
Mr. Chairman, and to the ranking member, I think we have to have a further discussion on this and figure out what the ground rules, are. I think it's clear what the director says. I just think we need more clarity, because I formal responsibility for security clearances, and now we've heard that this.
It matters.
And clear what the director says. I just think we need more clarity, because I think you have the formal responsibility for security clearances, and now we've heard that this.
It matters. There are a lot of citizens of our country right now that have much greater security in their life because of the work that you do and the people that are working around you do. So I just want to say I appreciate that. For the folks in Oklahoma, they would definitely want me to be able to say thank you for your service. Let me ask a couple of questions on this. Director Gabbard, let me start with you on this. Iran has been listed as one of the top sponsors of terrorism for a very long time. They are the primary armors of Hezbollah, of Hamas, of the Houthis. They're arming the Russians to be able to kill Ukrainians. They continue to be able to destabilize the region. And just in the recent days, when many nations in the Gulf region have talked about how to provide greater stability, Iranian leadership stepped out and made very clear statements. They want a one-state solution for Israel, and it's to drive out all Jews. So this continues to be an issue, not just for the region, but for Americans in particular. So my question is on this is the sanctions and the effect of sanctions, what we know about the Iranian response. Under the Biden administration, those sanctions will turn down, where, quite frankly, Iran has been able to sell $90 billion in oil on the global market to be able to rearm itself and all the others around the region. Now sanctions are now going back onto Iran again. What do we know about the effect of those sanctions?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. These sanctions have just begun to be reinstated, so the full effects have not yet borne fruit. But the message that the president has sent with his maximum pressure campaign is certainly heard. As the chairman mentioned in his opening remarks, President Trump recently sent a letter to the leader of Iran expressing his interest in direct talks in order to try to de-escalate and to prevent war, prevent Iran from gaining a nuclear weapon, but also stated that there would be military consequences if there was no direct negotiations. So President Trump is continuing to carry out his vision and mission of peace through strength, acting in the best interests of the American people. We will see what choices are made from here.
Okay, thank you. Director Patel, during the last administration and the very open border policy that they had, we had some years, including 2022 and 2023, where there were 70,000 individuals that were released into the country that were identified as special interest aliens. This is something this committee and the Homeland Security Committee tried over and over again to get details on. The Biden administration was unwilling to be able to share any of the details of the special interest aliens, led to a great amount of frustration. The comment came often back to us is that FBI is going to track all these individuals and to be able to identify them, even though it was 70,000 a year that were coming into the country. You just walked into this position and trying to get your feet on the ground in so many different issues that are outstanding on that. I raised to you the issue of individuals that are currently illegally present in the country going through a process, but are listed as special interest aliens. By definition from the administration, those are individuals that we don't know their level of risk, but they're considered a national security risk, but we don't know anything else about them from there. So how are you trying to get on top of the number of people that are criminal aliens in the country, but also these special interest aliens that come from terrorist areas?
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate your question. As far as the FBI is concerned, you hit on it, criminal. So we are focused across our interagency partners at DHS, ICE, CBP, CIS, and elsewhere to identify through our information sharing networks that we have stood up with state and local law enforcement to provide us the details on any criminal evidence relating to any of the individuals you highlighted. And if there's a nexus there, a case will be opened, excuse me, by the line agents who predicated lawful and factual basis to do so. And we will further refer that matter to the Department of Justice for prosecution. We are reviewing all of these cases anew, and we will report back to you, Senator, with some fidelity on the outcome of that process.
Okay, thank you. Are you getting good feedback from social media technology companies and cooperation from them on illegal activities that are promoted on their site? All the different sites have rules and standards for what can and can't be done on that. But for instance, in the border areas, many of the sites are allowing child trafficking, or they're allowing basically the hiring of Americans to come be drivers and such, and they know this is being circumvented. Are they working with you on that to be able to take illegal content off their sites?
Thank you, Senator. And we have engaged directly at the top levels of all the private sector software communities and social media companies, and they have been very helpful because they have been told that this is a priority for me at the FBI to work with them because they have so much information to share back with us. Now, that's, of course, just on the public systems. We're not talking about the darknet.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Heinrich.
Thank you, Chairman. Director Ratcliffe, I want to start with you. Who determined that the content of this discussion on Signal was not classified?
Senator, I guess I'm not.
Well, for example,
I can speak to my personal knowledge. There was no classified
agent mentioned as part of this story. Normally that would be classified information. So I guess what I'm asking is, did you just determine it was not classified, or was there any declassification after the fact?
So to be clear, so everyone understands the process, as we talked about, Signal is a permissible use.
I understand
has been used
that.
at the CIA, has been approved by the White House for senior officials.
And appropriate for many conversations.
And recommended by CISA for high-level officials who would be targeted by foreign adversaries to use end-to-end encrypted apps whenever possible, like Signal. In this case, what the National Security Advisor did was to request through a Signal message that there be coordination. So you mentioned the name of a CIA active officer, correct? So
I didn't mention the name.
You didn't mention the name.
Existence of that.
And in the article, the implication was that somehow that was improper. That was not the case. So a CIA officer was not operating undercover. So the request for coordination was for a staff member to coordinate on the high side. So I communicated the name of a CIA officer not operating undercover, completely appropriate, who does openly and routinely coordinate with the White House as a member of my staff. So the intimation there that there was something inappropriate was clearly incorrect.
Did it occur to you that given the sensitive nature of this discussion, that it could just move to the high side?
So that was clearly, Senator, I think the intent was that this was initially set up by the National Security Advisor with the instruction that send a point of contact, and then you will be provided with information further on the high side for high side communication. So I think clearly it reflects that the National Security Advisor intended this to be, as it should have been, a mechanism for coordinating between senior level officials, but not a substitute for using high side or classified communications for anything that would be classified. And I think that that is exactly what did happen.
So I'm curious, did this conversation at some point include information on weapons packages, targets, or timing?
Not that I'm aware of.
Director Gabbard, same question.
Same answer, and defer to the Department of Defense on that question.
Well, those are two different answers, but you're saying that was not part of the conversation.
That's my knowledge.
The precise operational issues were not part of this conversation.
Correct.
Okay. I want to ask you, Director Gabbard, something on a very different track here, which is I very much agree with the conclusion of the ATA that foreign illicit drug actors are a major threat in the United States, and many of you have spoken to this today. Is the IC wrong in its omission of Canada as a source of illicit fentanyl in the ATA? I was surprised, given some of the rhetoric, that there is no mention of Canada in the ATA.
Senator, the focus in my opening and the ATA was really to focus on the most extreme threats in that area. And our assessment is that the most extreme threat related to fentanyl continues to come from and through Mexico.
So the president has stated that the fentanyl coming through Canada is massive, and actually said it was an unusual and extraordinary threat. And that was the language that was used to justify putting tariffs on Canada. I'm just trying to reconcile those two issues. Is it an unusual and extraordinary threat, or is it a minor threat that doesn't even merit mention in the annual threat assessment?
Senator, I don't have the numbers related to Canada in front of me at this time. I'd like to get back to you on the specifics of that answer.
It's less than 1% of the fentanyl that we are able to interdict. But if you have different information, I would very much welcome that.
Senator Budd.
Thank you all for being here. And Director Gabbard, prior to your role here, we had a big storm in Western North Carolina, and you were among those first from outside our state to show up. So thank you for your work there. Thank you for your ongoing work there and that of your family as well. It was good to see them when out in Western North Carolina last week. So thank you. Director Hawk, so what do we need to do in regards to Volt Typhoon? There's a lot of pre-positioning that went on there. So where are we with that? And what do we need to do in regards to our power companies, whether it's generation or distribution, Duke Energy in my home state, or even the rural electric co-ops? What do we need? What have we learned? And what can I tell them?
Senator, 99% of the critical infrastructure in the United States is controlled by private companies. So that really drives us to talk about how do we partner with industry and with the commercial sector, in this case, the power sector. Volt Typhoon began when industry came to the intelligence community and said, we're seeing anomalous activity. Can you help us gain context? And we were able to bring context to that to be able to understand what the threat was, and then to ultimately be able to identify who was behind that threat. Since that time, we've continued to work very closely with industry to be able to determine what are the right ways for us to be able to pursue these threats within networks, to enable the interagency, to enable our partners and industry to be able to pursue them. That's the approach we have to take. It is a collaboration between the government and industry to be able to eradicate these threats. And we have continued to pursue them together since our first identification and notification that we did related to this particular threat.
Thank you. What have you done on the offensive side here in regards to, I think there were three, Salt Typhoon, Volt Typhoon, and even Flax Typhoon. Maybe there were others, but those are the three that are known.
Senator, I've been given really clear guidance in terms of what the Secretary of Defense expects in terms of our aggressive approach to be able to restore deterrence. And I look forward to talking with you about that in the closed hearing.
Look forward to that. Directors Gabbard and Ratcliffe and Patel, thank you all again for being here. So as you're all keenly aware, Section 702 of FISA is an extremely useful authority to help keep our nation safe. I also know that we need to rebuild American people's trust and confidence that such authorities are not being misused by the intelligence community to unlawfully target Americans. So since taking over your respective agencies, can you tell me and tell the American people how effective the recent changes have been in protecting privacy and civil liberties of each and every Americans? And then, if you will, comment on how useful the authority is in generating intelligence that actually protects the homeland. We'll start with you, Director Gabbard.
Senator, Section 702, which authorizes the foreign collection of non-U.S. persons outside of the United States, continues to be one of our most effective collection tools to ensure our national security. There are a number of reforms that the Senate passed, that Congress passed last year that have proven to strengthen the protections of Americans' Fourth Amendment rights. In the short time that I've been in the seat, I've seen a few examples of that directly, most recently through the FISA court, calling in an amici to come in and weigh in on a dispute regarding provisions that would further protect Americans' Fourth Amendment rights. I'll be visiting our friends at the NSA next week and doing a quote unquote ride along to observe directly how those reforms that Congress passed are being implemented to protect Americans' civil liberties, and look forward to reporting back after I've had that opportunity.
Thank you. Director Patel.
Thank you, Senator. With my background in FISA and 702, I just want to clearly delineate between FISA Title 1.3 and 702 collection. We need to both ardently defend its use, but also ardently support reforms that allow the American public to entrust that those charged with those capabilities are not violating the Fourth Amendment or any other violation. Speaking to Title 1, Title 3, when it comes to U.S. persons, I have already included an amendment in terms of FBI language to make sure that when a U.S. person is targeted, that the FBI specifically is responsible for culling through all exculpatory information that is reasonably known and satisfying that burden and stating it in the application. When it comes to 702, Senator, some of the biggest enterprise efforts we have had to thwart national security risk would not have occurred if 702 collection had gone dark. And the FBI continues to use that information to protect the homeland. We've had multiple takedowns in the last 6 months based on 702 and interagency collection processes, but we just need to ensure the American public, and I'm working with my team, that even in the 702.
I look forward to the discussion in the closed session.
Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Gabbard, I didn't intend to get into the Jeffrey Goldberg story, but something you said has sort of puzzled me. According to open source reporting at 11:44 on the morning of March 15th, Secretary Hegseth put into this group text a detailed operation plan, including targets, the weapons we were going to be using, attack sequences, and timing. And yet you've testified that nothing in that chain was classified. Wouldn't that be classified? What if that had been made public that morning before the attack took place?
Senator, I can attest to the fact that there were no classified or intelligence equities that were included in that chat group at any time.
So,
and I
so the
defer,
attack sequencing and timing and weapons and targets you don't consider to should have been classified?
I defer to the Secretary of Defense, the National Security Council on that question.
Well, you're the head of you're the head of the intelligence community, and you're supposed to know about classifications. So your testimony very clearly today is that nothing was in that set of texts that were classified. I'll follow up on Senator Wyden's question. If that's the case, please release that whole text stream so that the public can have a view of what actually transpired on this discussion. It's hard for me to believe that targets and timing and weapons would not have been classified. Well, let me move on. You approved this report, this annual report prepared by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. Is this submitted to the White House routinely in anticipation of its public release?
I don't know what you mean by submitted routinely.
Was this report submitted to the White House before its release today?
It was submitted to them once it was completed. I think probably around the same time it was sent to all of you.
I want to move on. One note that surprised me, I've been on this committee now this is my 13th year. Every single one of these reports that we have had has mentioned global climate change as a significant national security threat, except this one. Has something happened? Has global climate change been solved? Why is that not in this report? And who made the decision that it should not be in the report when it's been in every one of the 11 prior reports?
I can't speak to the decisions made previously, but this annual threat assessment has been focused very directly on the threats that we deem most critical to the United States and our national security. Obviously, we're aware of occurrences within the environment and how they may impact operations, but we're focused on the direct threats to Americans' safety, well-being, and security.
How about how they will impact mass migration, famine, dislocation, political violence, which is the finding, by the way, of the 2019 annual threat assessment under the first Trump administration? You don't consider that a significant national security threat?
For the intelligence community, being aware of the environment that we're operating in is a given. What I focused this annual threat assessment on, and the IC focused this threat assessment on, are the most extreme and critical direct threats to our national security.
Let me ask a direct question. Who decided climate change should be left out of this report after it's been in the prior 11? Where was that decision
I
made?
gave direction to our team at ODNI to focus on the most extreme and critical national security threats
Your
that we
direction
face.
include no comments on climate change?
Senator, as I said, I focused on the most extreme and direct national
That's not a
security
response
threats
to my question.
that we face.
Did you instruct that there be no finding in terms of climate change in this report?
I don't recall giving that instruction.
Final questions in a few short seconds that I have left. You all concede, and it's in the report repeatedly, about the cyber danger from China, from Russia, from Iran. Why then is the administration deconstructing CISA? 130 people fired. The General Hawk talked about the importance of public-private cooperation. That section of CISA seems to have been disestablished. What possible policy reason is there for undermining CISA's relationship to the states with regard to elections and to the private sector with regard to cybersecurity when the cybersecurity threat is only growing? Anybody want to tackle that?
I won't speak for all of my colleagues here, but I don't believe any of us have any insight into those specific staffing decisions that have been made.
Well, let me ask you this question. You've all found, the report has found explicitly growing cyber threats, including to elections from Russia, China, Iran. Do you believe that it's in the national interest to diminish our capacity to deal with those cyber issues? Yes or no?
President Trump is focused on effects and making sure that the people that we have and the resources that we have are focused on our national security. He and his team recognize that more people doesn't necessarily always mean better effects. Those are some of the things that are driving the changes that we're seeing across the administration, is getting all of our agencies back and focused on their core mission.
General Hawk, do you agree that?
Senator King, your time has expired.
Up. Thank you.
Senator Rounds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, thank you to all of you for your service to our country.
With regard to the issue surrounding Signal, I'm going to address it, but I'm going to address it in the closed session so that we can get more in depth into that issue. In the meantime, I want to direct my first question to Director Ratcliffe. As the debate continues in Washington regarding spectrum, what can you share in this unclassified setting regarding the critical nature of spectrum to national security interests generally?
Thanks for the question, Senator. I know this is an issue of great interest to the Senate, and the potential auction of commercial space on spectrum. Those, as you correctly point out, the discussions about spectrum, I will start out by saying there are national security implications from such an auction were to take place to both the DoD and the IC. I think the discussions that we need to have in a classified setting, I can relate to you that the direction from early meetings that we've had is that the discussion about where that might take place would not affect specifically CIA or IC equities. And I hope that's the case and where the discussion goes. But I think we need to be concerned that a public auction at bands at certain levels would have an impact on our ability to deliver an accurate intelligence picture.
In other words, there are parts of the spectrum which simply cannot be shared with the commercial.
That's correct.
All right. Thank you.
And we can talk about the specific reasons about why in a classified setting that would cause a diminishment of our ability to deliver a good threat picture to the commander-in-chief.
And in some cases, life or death consequences.
Absolutely.
Involved. Thank you. Director Patel, first of all, I just want to thank you for what you are doing. And I know that there's a number of items that in your previous life you did that simply can't be discussed, but nonetheless, we've appreciated what you have done for your country already. Today, I just wanted to talk to you about, we've seen a series of public news reports about ISIS threats within the United States. And there have been several successful interdictions, Oklahoma City, Philadelphia, New York. Although the question remains as to the total number of ISIS operatives who were able to breach porous borders in the months and years before policy changes in this January of 2025, to what extent is the FBI tracking operatives who remain in the United States today? And what is the FBI doing to track them down?
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate your question and your comments. So the priorities at the FBI since I took over have been violent crime and national security, and this speaks directly to national security. The direction for the FBI is to track down any individuals with any terrorist ties whatsoever, whether it be ISIS or another foreign terrorist organization, and now to include the new designations of the cartels down south and elsewhere. So the FBI is utilizing our Joint Terrorism Task Force, which are situated in all 55 field offices. But the key to success there is our partnership with state and local law enforcement who have the ground level intelligence on some of these operatives. And as you've highlighted, we've already shut down numerous threats, and we've identified publicly where permissible these threats and individuals and where they're coming from. And I think the FBI is doing a very good job right now in collecting this information through our interagency process. And we will continue to thwart every bad actor affiliated with a terrorist organization or otherwise.
Thank you. And Director Hawk, first of all, look, you've talked a little bit already about Salt Typhoon, but what I want to really get into is the things that are moving right now that you haven't had a chance to address, and in particular, Cybercom 2.0 and the need to accelerate that particular plan moving forward. Can you talk just briefly? I've got 40 seconds left. Talk to us a little bit about how critical 2.0 is in terms of countering the cyber activity that's going on through nefarious actors.
Senator, what we were asked to do by Congress was to look at what's the force generation model for the Department of Defense to be able to generate cyber forces. Based off of that request, I produced the recommendation for the Secretary that outlined 3 critical things, which is really how we manage the talent, how we develop the talent in the department, and also how we equip that talent underpinned by compute and AI. We've brought that plan initially back to Secretary Hegseth. He told us to go faster. We've delivered him that plan. And now, based off of his guidance, we will now begin to move forward with the rest of the department.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for holding this hearing, and thank you for being here. Mr. Director Ratcliffe, it sounds to me like your testimony today and the Secretary and the DNI's testimony is that there was nothing wrong at all with the signal thread that you were on, that it didn't include any targeting information or battle sequence. That is your testimony. That's your testimony. And I'm a little staggered that that is your view, Director Ratcliffe. Does the CIA have any rules about handling of classified information? Yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you, Director Ratcliffe. Do you agree, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth said this morning when asked by members of the press what had happened, he said this morning in Hawaii that Atlantic Editor-in-Chief Jeff Goldberg is a, quote, deceitful and highly discredited so-called journalist who's made a profession of providing hoaxes time and time again. Do you share that evaluation, the Secretary of Defense's evaluation of Jeff Goldberg as a journalist?
Senator, I didn't see those comments. I don't know Jeff Goldberg.
So do you share that view of the Secretary of Defense?
Well, I don't have a view on.
Okay. Do you, assuming that he has that view, I'm curious about whether you are the CIA director. Okay, this has happened. We know it's happened. Did Jeff Goldberg somehow, did he create a hoax that allowed him to become part of this signal thread? Please answer the question. You don't insult the intelligence of the American people. Did he invite himself to the signal thread?
I don't know how he was invited, but clearly he was added.
Clearly it was. Finish your sentence, please.
Clearly he was added to the signal group. Your question is,
you don't know that the president's national security advisor invited him to join the signal thread? Everybody in America knows that. Does the CIA director not know that?
I've seen conflicting reports about who added the reporter to the signal messaging group.
That it's perfectly appropriate that there was a reporter added, especially one that the Secretary of Defense says is deceitful, highly discredited, a so-called journalist who's made a profession of peddling hoaxes over and over again. Is your testimony that it was appropriate that he was added to this signal thread?
No, of course not. And
why did you not call?
Hold on, Senator. You're mischaracterizing my testimony.
Good. You answered the question. Let me ask you: when he was added to the thread, you're the CIA director. Why didn't you call out?
Shut up.
That he was present on the signal thread?
I don't know if you use signal messaging app.
I do. Not for classified information, not for targeting.
Well, neither
not
do I,
for
Senator.
Remote.
Neither do I, Senator.
Well, that's what your testimony is today.
It absolutely is not, Senator. Were you not listening at the beginning?
No.
When I said that I was using it as permitted, it is permissible.
I agree that's your testimony.
Yeah.
I agree that's your testimony. You asked me if I use it, and I said not for targeting, not for classified information.
And I said I don't either.
I also know Jeff Goldberg. I don't use it to communicate with him, but you thought it was appropriate. By the way, I think he's one of the more outstanding journalists in America, but I'm shocked to find him on a thread that he's reading in the parking lot of a grocery store in Washington, D.C. And your testimony as the director of the CIA is that it's totally appropriate. No. Is it appropriate?
No,
that the president?
That is not what I.
Okay,
when did I say it was?
Please.
When did I use the word appropriate?
Well, go ahead, please.
Well, I didn't.
That everybody in America.
So clearly,
there's nothing to
Senator,
see here is what your testimony is.
No, I never said that.
This is just a normal day at the CIA where we chat about this kind of stuff over signal. In fact, it's so normal that the last administration left it here for us. That's your testimony today.
That's your testimony.
No, that's not
Senator.
my testimony. That's what you said.
I didn't say any of those things that you just related,
I
Senator.
heard you say it. We'll let the American people decide. Let me
Well, I
ask
think
you one final point. I'm out of
Mischaracterized
time.
it. Well, are you going to give me a chance
Is it
to?
appropriate? Did you know that the president's Middle East advisor was in Moscow on this thread while you were, as director of the CIA, participating in this thread? Were you aware of that? Are you aware of that today?
I'm not aware of that
This
today.
sloppiness, this incompetence, this disrespect for our intelligence agencies and the personnel who work for them is entirely unacceptable. It's an embarrassment.
Senator,
you need to do better. You need to do better. Thank you. I'm being gavelled by the chairman, and I apologize for going over my time.
Senator Young.
Thank you all for being here. I'll be asking some follow-up questions, clarifications about this Signal episode in a closed setting, and try and work with all of you to bring clarity to that situation. It appears to me there's some unanswered questions. It'll take some time, I think, to get there in a more dispassionate setting. Director Gabbard, I'm going to begin today asking you some questions about emerging technology. It's been a real point of emphasis, I know, of our broader national security community for a period of time. We know that PRC is making generational investments in certain emerging tech, AI, biotech, and other areas of technology to reduce their vulnerability against any supply chain disruptions and to lead the world in some areas. As the IC assesses, the PRC is seeking to, quote, become a global S&T superpower, surpass the United States, promote self-reliance, and achieve further economic, political, and military gain. So, Director Gabbard, can you describe the actions China is taking to operationalize that IC assessment in ways that directly target the security and prosperity of everyday Americans?
Senator, what we know is that they are trying to use these capabilities as a means to continue to exploit vulnerabilities within our own critical infrastructure and our cyber technology. The critical infrastructure is a key area of concern given what we know has already been exploited, these asymmetric attacks that have been placed within our critical infrastructure that are of serious concern given how they could be exploited, especially during a time of conflict. We know that they are experiencing a boom in their generative AI capability and are competing very heavily against our own AI capabilities. Obviously, AI can and will be used across a multitude of every sector of our society, both here as we are in our own country, and we expect China to be able to continue to do the same there.
So, two key conceivably susceptibility to cyber attacks and as China's leveraging of AI towards misinformation, increasingly into the physical realm, they can pose threats to us as well. As follow-up, Director Ratcliffe, you know, we've had Huawei, we've had TikTok. What do you believe will be the next point of technological friction and competition between the U.S. and China? What should members of Congress be looking for?
Senator, I think I can answer this question more fully in the classified setting. What I would say is it relates to the issue of emerging technologies and matters of quantum computing and quantum sensing, and our ability to stay ahead of China on the technological curve with respect to those issues. I'd be happy to get into that in further detail in a classified setting.
Excellent. We'll dive into that. Director Haw, General, how do you see biotech playing into this broader competition?
I think it's an area that, from our perspective, has increasingly been a priority as we want to understand the approach that China's taken, and also to ensure that as we think about the president's priorities in terms of both economic and technology security, we are certainly, as a community, following DNI's guidance, that we are increasingly putting our resources to be able to ensure that we understand where China is investing in those resources and how that will impact our economy and overall the overall health of our national security.
Thank you, General. Director Gabbard, not a lot of time left on this end, but I do have a little crypto interest I wanted to communicate to you. Can you share with this committee how we're positioned to disrupt foreign cyber efforts to steal cryptocurrency, such as the North Koreans have successfully done? If others would like to pull this thread and weigh in on this question very briefly, that would be great. Very briefly, that would be great.
Senator, we're obviously aware of North Korea's revenue generating by stealing cryptocurrency has had a significant effect on North Korea's capabilities. I defer to our technical experts on the actions that are being taken.
Senator, I think this would be a great topic when we go to closed session.
It's going to be a busy closed
Agreed.
setting. Yes. Director Patel?
I agree with the general. In closed session, I can provide some details.
It's what you get when you visit with a bunch of spies. All right, Chairman.
Senator Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to come back to the topic of the day here, the signal chain as reported by The Atlantic. Ms. Gabbard and Mr. Ratcliffe, you each testified that there was no information operational in nature, no classified information. So I want to ask each of you just a series of, just respond yes or no. I'll start with Ms. Gabbard. In the signal chain that we have been talking about, was there any mention of a target in Yemen?
I don't remember mention of specific targets.
Any generic target?
I believe there was discussion around targets in general.
Mr. Ratcliffe?
I think that's consistent with my recollection. Again, I don't have access to that.
Was there any mention, Ms. Gabbard, of a weapon or weapons system?
I don't recall specific weapons systems being named.
I'm not talking about specific, any weapon or weapons system.
I don't recall specific names of systems or weapons being used or named within the
Well, I'm not
chapter.
asking whether, I don't want you to tell me what the specific weapon was, but any weapon at all. Mr. Ratcliffe, same question.
I don't recall.
How about anything about timing? Ms. Gabbard?
I don't recall specific timing.
Was there any
I won't
mention?
get into the detail of the conversation, but obviously there was a significant amount of planning and internal discussions that had occurred prior to and outside of this signal chat.
Mr. Ratcliffe, you're nodding your head. Any mention of any military unit whatsoever? Mr. Ratcliffe?
Not that I recall.
Ms. Gabbard?
Not that I recall.
Okay, so I understand that DoD policy prohibits discussion of even what is called controlled unclassified information, or CUI, on unsecured devices. Are both of you aware of that DoD policy?
I haven't read that policy.
Not familiar with the DoD policy, but I would say that the Secretary of Defense is the original classification authority for DoD in deciding what would be classified information.
Ms. Gabbard, does the intelligence community have a policy that prohibits discussion of controlled unclassified information?
Yes.
It does. Okay. Controlled unclassified information, according to DOD, includes information that is information that has not been approved for public release. Would you, of what's been disclosed publicly of the signal chain, would either of you feel that that would be approved for public release? Ms. Gabbard.
The discussion that took place in that Signal chat group was a conversation reflecting national security leaders and the vice president around the president's objectives.
So yes or no, would you approve that for public release?
I don't feel I can answer that question here.
Because of the nature of this hearing?
Because of the nature of a private discussion that took place between individual leaders in our government.
It would make sense that you would not approve it for public release, wouldn't it?
There are other factors that would go into that consideration.
Mr. Ratcliffe, yes or no?
I wouldn't approve the release of classified information. Again, as I've said, my
I'm not talking about
understanding is
classified information, Mr. Ratcliffe. I'm talking about information that has not been approved for public release. That is information that is considered controlled, unclassified information.
The principles that would have been on that would have been individuals capable of approving that for public release.
I got 20 seconds. The deliberation as to whether or not we should launch a strike on another country, would you consider that classified information, Ms. Gabbard?
Well, the information was not classified.
I'm not talking about this. I'm just talking about deliberation from principles as to whether or not we should launch a strike on another country. Would you consider that classified information? I'm not talking about what happened this week.
There are other factors that would go into determining that classification.
Mr. Ratcliffe, the deliberation between principals in our national security apparatus about whether or not to strike another country, would you consider that to be classified information?
Pre-decisional strike deliberation should be conducted through classified channels.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If I may, I just want to return, Mr. Ratcliffe, to your answer there in part, Senator Kelly. It's been raised at several occasions now in this hearing about whether classified information was discussed in this chat. And you mentioned about the Secretary of Defense being what you called, I think, the original classification authority.
Correct.
Correct. I think it's important for the public to understand that although you and Director Gabbard are original classification authorities on many matters, you're not that for all matters that might be classified in the government. Is that right?
That's correct.
So if the Secretary of State has classified sensitive diplomatic details, that's his authority. If the Secretary of Energy has sensitive classified information about our national laboratories, that's his authority. And the two of you can't speak to other departments who have their own original classification authority, and which, of course, as Director Gabbard said, ultimately rests with one person, the President of the United States. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that. It looks like the Vice Chairman wants to weigh in as well.
Just very briefly. I mean, I think it strains the audience and the watching public's credibility if we're talking about timing, packages, that somehow this would be okay to put out, or just frankly, senior American officials trashing Europe. I've been around this for a while. This is not information you generally put out. And the notion there's not even acknowledgement of, hey, gosh, we screwed up is stunning to me. And the idea somehow, well, none of this was classified, but we can't talk about it here. You can't have it both ways.
I think the witness's point is that they can't speak for every official in the government who has original classification authority.
Chairman, I don't, that's not what I'm not trying to litigate that. I'm trying to litigate on the face unless, as Senator Bennett said, this reporter is somehow making this all up. And I think the White House has acknowledged that text chain that he submitted was authentic. It strains my mind to think, again, it strains my mind if the shoe had been on the other foot, what my colleagues would be saying about this. And again, we're going to get to the bottom of it. And I appreciate your comments, but you guys have both testified under law. There's nothing classified in that information. There's nothing, in a sense, I've not heard either one of you say, gosh, we screwed up. So we'll find out. This is too important to our national security. And again, I know we've got more members to close.
They testified, is my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, that there's no intelligence community classified information. Is that correct?
That's
Director
correct.
Ratcliffe, is that correct? Director Gabbard?
Yes, Chairman.
Well, again,
That's not correct. She said repeatedly there was nothing classified.
right, period. You can't have it both. And again, we'll see. I cannot believe this is not going to come out. And if it's not classified, again, we'd ask you to give it to the public today. I'm sure one of your aides back there probably got it on paper. If you got it here, it's not classified, stand by your position. Or is this just one more example of a careless approach to how we keep our secrets in this administration?
With apologies to Senator Moran.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here. I want to explore a little bit about Ukraine, and I'll direct this to Director Ratcliffe or Director Cruz. The ATA assesses that, quote, the grinding war of attrition in Ukraine, quote, will lead to a gradual but steady erosion of Kyiv's positions on the battlefield. Are Ukrainian forces at any significant risk of collapse this year? Go ahead.
Before I turn it over to Director Ratcliffe, I think both sides are working through the equipment that they need, the industrial base they need to support that, and the personnel that are required to man all of that equipment and man the front lines. And as we see the battle space in the various portions, whether it's in Kursk, whether it's in any of the 4 oblasts, we see areas where Kyiv will struggle to prevent the slow attritional grind. We do not see an imminent collapse in any of the line of control battle spaces at this point.
And then vice versa. That answers my question, unless you want to add something, Director. Whatever advantages in manpower and material they have, can Russia maintain its operational tempo without significant changes to how it's conducting the war?
I think our assessment from a military perspective is that Russia has the ability to sustain its campaign longer than Kyiv would. Now, when that timeline hits, we do not have an assessment of, but I believe that if this were to go on for more than the remainder of this year, both sides would have a significant challenge maintaining their defense industrial base as well as their operational ops tempo.
Longer than this year?
That is correct, and they will each have difficulty at various points throughout the spring, summer, and fall as well.
Thank you. Director Ratcliffe, ATA says continuing the Russia-Ukraine war perpetuates strategic risks to the United States of unintended escalation to large-scale war and heightened insecurity among NATO allies. What are the strategic risks to the United States if Russia were to achieve its maximalist objectives via peace agreement?
Achieve via peace agreement?
Yes.
Well, I think that clearly the negotiations that are going on reflect that President Trump is seeking a cessation of the war on terms that will end the war permanently. From an intelligence community standpoint, and specifically with regard to CIA assets, we've taken steps to support that, the president's goal of an enduring peace. To General Cruz's comments, I agree with his assessment and generally the public assessment that Russia has the battlefield advantage, is grinding forward slowly. I want to comment on that, however, to say that with regard to the Ukrainian resistance, the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian military have been underestimated for a period of several years now. And ultimately, I'm convinced from my reflections in observing from an intelligence standpoint that they will fight with their bare hands if they have to, if they don't have terms that are acceptable to an enduring peace. Obviously, to the point of maximalist goals, President Trump has communicated that he is aware of the dangers of that, of Russia getting what they want. And I think that the peace talks that are taking place would reflect, if successful, and they are making progress, that both sides would not get everything that they want and no one's maximalist goals would be achieved.
Thank you both. In the short time I have, I'm going to skip a question and ask that I intended to ask, but ask the director of the FBI. Director, I chair the subcommittee that appropriates money for the Department of Justice, including the FBI. It has been our practice that the FBI director, as well as the Attorney General, appear before our committee each year. And I would want to make certain that you do not foresee any challenges that I will have in your presence when you come to speak when we invite you to come speak about your budget. I think when we visited in the office, you made yourself often available, pleased to talk to Congress. We're getting ready for the appropriations process to begin. The budget that the president intends to submit is seemingly months away, weeks away, long weeks away. And we may ask you to come testify about your priorities now or sooner than that. Is that a challenge for you that I'd be aware of?
From the FBI, no, as long as the Department of Justice and the Attorney General are good with it.
Thank you.
Senator Reid.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Director Ratcliffe, you have repeatedly made the point that there was no classified information contained in any of these discussions that were reported in the Atlantic Monthly. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. So, Senator, what I've related is that any information that was related from my perspective or that I observed from the intelligence perspective was not classified information. With respect to the assertions and the allegations that there was strike packages or targeting information or things that relate to DOD, as I've pointed out, the Secretary of Defense is the original classification authority for determining whether something's classified or not. And as I've understood from media reports, the Secretary of Defense has said the information was not classified.
Are you aware that the Secretary of Defense declassified this information prior to the discussion?
I'm not.
Director Gabbard, same question. You've indicated, at least the impression I got, was there was no classified information discussed. Is that correct?
Senator, my answer is the same as the director of the CIA's.
So the question has to be posed to Secretary Hegseth whether he declassified the information and at what point he did declassify it. Do you agree?
Yes, I defer questions to the Secretary of Defense.
Okay. Director Patel, are you conducting an investigation of these discussions and activities?
Thank you, Senator. As I informed the vice chairman on the same question, I found out about this late last night, early this morning, so I don't have an update for you on that.
Well, thank you. When you get an update, we'd appreciate it very much.
Yes, sir.
Director Gabbard, were you overseas during any parts of these discussions?
Yes, Senator, I was.
Were you using your private phone or a public phone for the signal discussions?
I won't speak to this because it's under review by the National Security Council. Once that review is complete, I'm sure we'll share the results with the committee.
What is under review? It's a very simple question. Your private phone or officially issued phone? What could be under review?
National Security Council is reviewing all aspects of how this came to be, how the journalist was inadvertently added to the group chat, and what occurred within that chat across the board.
But so you were not going to disclose anything about whether you use the phone. Director Ratcliffe, there's been indication that the CIA has warned recently retired personnel about the vulnerabilities of Signal and other encrypted messaging applications. If that's the case, why were you discussing these issues on Signal?
Senator,
Signal use, as I've said repeatedly, is permissible for work purposes. I've never said that end-to-end encryption apps like Signal are a substitute for classified systems. And I was not discussing classified information in this setting.
But as you've indicated previously, perhaps the Secretary of Defense was discussing classified information, and only he can be held accountable in terms of whether it was classified or declassified at the point when he spoke. Is that accurate?
Well, I didn't say it that way. I said the Secretary of Defense is the original classification authority. And my understanding is that his comments are that any information that he shared was not classified.
But you have no way to verify that.
I don't.
Again, this is a very troubling example and a great lapse in our intelligence and our discussion. One further point, if you are not aware of any classified information on the discussions back and forth, would it be appropriate for the author to release the entire text of what he heard or transcribed?
I think the author has released, my understanding, essentially almost all of the information as it's been related to me. I don't know what calculation the author made with regard to what information would be released or not.
Well,
But again, I can again confirm that with respect to the communications that were related, as to me, there was no classified information.
According to the article, quote, the message contained information that might be interpreted as related to actual and current intelligence operations, and the author did not disclose that information. So the question would be, if he disclosed everything he heard, in your view,
That wouldn't be classified information. I know the context of what that is, and I think the author said might be interpreted as related to intelligence information. It was not classified information.
so it goes back to my point. If he released all this information he did not release, he could do so without any liability at the federal level.
I think you're asking for a legal answer that I'm not able to give you, but
Mr. Patel, can you opine? You're a lawyer and you're the director of the FBI. Would he face any legal liability if he released the information?
Because of the questions you and the vice chairman have put to me, I'm not going to prejudge the situation, and that legal call is ultimately for the Department of Justice.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Ossoff. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for joining us and for your service. Just to make sure I understand some of the basics here. So Director Ratcliffe, you were a member of the Houthi PC small group signal chain, correct?
I was.
Yeah, and so were the Vice President, the Secretaries of State and Defense, the National Security Advisor, and Ms. Gabbard, correct?
I believe so. I don't have a list of who was invited to be
And
on.
so was national political reporter Jeffrey Goldberg, correct?
I don't know that.
Yes, you do.
I don't know Jeffrey Goldberg, and I've already testified. I don't know whether or how he was added.
Okay, well, he was a member of the signal chain, and the discussion included the Vice President's private opinion on the wisdom of proposed U.S. strikes in Yemen, correct?
I don't recall.
Vance, quote, I think we are making a mistake. I am not sure the president is aware of how inconsistent this is with his message on Europe right now. There was a strong argument for delaying this a month. You don't recall?
I don't, as you
You don't recall seeing that?
read that, I don't.
It included the private opinions of a Secretary of Defense on the timing of strikes in Yemen, correct?
I don't recall.
Director Ratcliffe, surely you prepared for this hearing today. You were part of a group of principals, senior echelons of the U.S. government in now a widely publicized breach of sensitive information. You don't recall whether the Vice President opined on the wisdom of the strikes? That's your testimony today under oath?
In that setting, I don't recall.
Here's what Secretary Hegseth said, quote, waiting a few weeks or months does not fundamentally change the calculus. Two immediate risks on waiting. One, this leaks and we look indecisive. Two, Israel takes an action first or Gaza ceasefire falls apart and we don't get to start this on our own terms. Your testimony is you don't recall the Secretary of Defense sending that message or reading it?
I recall there being an exchange. I don't recall the specifics as you're reading it.
Well, let's put it this way, Director Ratcliffe, a discussion by senior U.S. officials on the timing and risks of a proposed military campaign and disagreements between the president and the vice president about U.S. plans and intentions would be of obvious interest to foreign intelligence services, would it not?
Yes.
And they were discussing the timing of sending U.S. air crews into enemy airspace where they faced an air defense threat, correct?
I'm going to, Senator, defer to the other principles that you're referring
Director
to
Ratcliffe.
about what the meaning and the context of
They're
what they
talking
were
about the
on.
timing of U.S. airstrikes, correct?
Yes.
Yes, and therefore the timing of sending U.S. air crews into hostile airspace, correct?
Yes.
And therefore the time period during which enemy air defenses could target U.S. air crews flying in enemy airspace, correct?
I don't know that.
You do know that. Let me ask this question, General Hawk. You lead America's signals intelligence collection. Would the private deliberation of foreign senior officials about the wisdom and timing of potential military action be a collection priority for you and the U.S. intelligence community?
Senator, it's our job to do indications and warning for both the plans and intentions of adversary leaders and for military commanders.
And would not information about the timing of airstrikes allow a military to pre-position or cue air defense systems to shoot down enemy aircraft?
I think, Senator, from our perspective, any advance warning is something that we certainly are trying to protect.
Director Ratcliffe, this was a huge mistake, correct?
No.
A national political...
Hold on.
No, you
Let me
hold
answer.
on. No,
The
Director
answer- the
Ratcliffe,
reason
I
I
asked you
say
a yes or
no-
no question, and now you hold on. A national political reporter
You can
was made
characterize it how
privy,
you want.
was made privy
The White
to
House has
sensitive
made
information
clear
about
that there
imminent
was an
military
inadvertent
operations against a
mistake,
foreign terrorist
An inadvertent
organization.
mistake of adding a reporter.
And that wasn't a huge
to a
mistake?
seal.
That wasn't a huge mistake?
Well, I think they characterize
This is
it
an
as a mistake.
embarrassment. This is utterly unprofessional. There's been no apology. There has been no recognition of the gravity of this error. And by the way, we will get the full transcript of this chain, and your testimony will be measured carefully against its content. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the witnesses again for their appearance today. I sense the vice chairman has something to add.
I do.
So I will recognize him briefly.
Well, again, I thank the witnesses. But what you're saying doesn't make sense on the face of it. Everybody knows, at least Director Ratcliffe, you had the courtesy of acknowledging you were on the chain. Director Gabbard wouldn't even touch that, even though we've got our initials. And if you want a comparison, think back to the beginning of the Ukraine war, when the United States, in concert with our then ally, the United Kingdom, declassified a lot of Putin's battle plans that allowed the Ukrainians to push back successfully on the Russian invasion. How was that? That was gone through a real process of declassification. As Senator Ossoff so clearly made the point, this information out, potentially where our adversary could reposition its defenses, in the unwillingness of the individuals on this panel who are on the chat to even apologize or acknowledging what a colossal screw up this is, speaks volumes.
Thank you to our witnesses for your appearance. A few administrative matters. As I mentioned earlier, Senator Collins is under the weather. She regrets that she could not be here for your testimony. Senator Risch likewise had to preside over a hearing of the Foreign Relations Committee to include the nomination of my former governor, Mike Huckabee, a great American and a great friend of Israel, to be the next ambassador to Israel. He also regrets that he could not be here. I anticipate he may have written questions as well. I would urge you all to respond to those promptly. Now, the audience will remain seated while our witnesses and their aides depart the hearing room. The Capitol Police will ensure this occurs. I want to commend the Capitol Police and our committee security staff for running an orderly hearing today. For the benefit of members, the vote on the floor has been called. We will adjourn this open hearing and we will reconvene in closed setting at 12:40 p.m. The hearing is adjourned.
Subcommittee on Economic Development, Public Buildings, and Emergency Management will come to order. Chair asks unanimous consent that the chairman be authorized to declare a recess at any time during today's hearing without objection, so ordered. Chairman also asks unanimous consent that members not on the subcommittee be permitted to sit with the subcommittee at today's hearing and ask questions without objection, so ordered. As a reminder, if members wish to insert a document into the record, please also email it to documentsti@mail.house.gov. The chair now recognizes himself for the purpose of an opening statement for 5 minutes. I want to thank our witnesses for being here today to discuss reforming FEMA and how we can bring common sense back to federal emergency management. After witnessing the federal government's response to Hurricane Helene last year and the recent Los Angeles wildfires, I, like many Americans, were shocked by many of the stories I heard coming from these communities. I know members of this committee have proposed and Congress has enacted reform after reform to make FEMA and the federal emergency management system work better. Despite these efforts, it seems that nothing improves. And this is not meant to be a beatdown of FEMA, but we can't just keep going the way we've been and expect different outcomes. In fact, the bureaucratic labyrinth seems to have only become more complicated, causing unnecessary delays when disaster strikes. Taxpayers fund FEMA grant programs for states and local governments to invest in mitigation, preparedness, and response, yet many of these programs move too slow, preventing timely and effective action when it is most direly needed. I mean, for 46 years, individual regions should have been reducing risk, the impact of emergencies, and the number of emergencies themselves. And unfortunately, the metrics, including the cost and impact, have all gone in the wrong direction. What we saw in the case of Hurricane Helene is demonstrative of that fact. FEMA was ill-prepared to support the response and recovery in the mountains of North Carolina. In California, we saw a lack of preparedness by state and local officials, from a lack of water for firefighting to disorganization on the ground, despite literally billions of taxpayer dollars going to California for mitigation, preparedness, and firefighting. On top of all that, there are still over 1,000 open FEMA disaster declarations dating back to Hurricane Katrina, which is over 20 years ago, and well over 5,000 open projects. This raises serious questions about the federal government being the best institution to respond to localized disasters. Federal disaster assistance was created to support state and local governments when absolutely necessary, when the resources required exceed the ability of local agencies to respond. Unfortunately, the result has been to utilize FEMA as the first responder to every disaster occurring throughout the nation. This almost absolute reliance on the federal government is dangerous and costly. FEMA was not designed to be the first responder in disasters. States and local governments are. They know their communities best. They understand the risks, what their communities need, the terrain, and how to navigate it quickly, responding to emergencies. It is critical, therefore, that state and local governments make disaster preparedness a priority and that they budget for it. Let me say that again, and that they budget for it. Have the right people and training in place and ensure that they have the capacity and capability to respond. The current system creates a perverse incentive for states. States are mostly off the hook for meaningfully investing in their own emergency response and preparedness plans because they know they can rely on FEMA stepping in every time, even if it is inartful at best. Meanwhile, FEMA is stretched thin and is so weighed down by self-imposed bureaucratic requirements that they can't respond effectively when called upon or even close out projects going back 20 years. FEMA's ability to function effectively was further undermined as the previous administration pushed its open border, equity, and climate agenda onto the agency, resulting in disaster funding being diverted to ridiculous projects like planting trees to address urban heat islands. It's no wonder that President Trump created the FEMA Review Council and issued an executive order on state and local preparedness. I am hopeful that this hearing will provide valuable insight as T&I is the lead House committee on FEMA and federal emergency management because meaningful reform is obviously absolutely urgently needed. With that, I look forward to hearing from our witnesses on these topics, and the chair now recognizes the ranking member, Representative Stanton, for 5 minutes for his opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for attending this important hearing titled Reforming FEMA, Bringing Common Sense Back to Emergency Management. I am the new ranking member of this subcommittee, and I take federal disaster assistance delivery very seriously, and I look forward to conducting oversight on FEMA's important work. FEMA is where Americans look for help, critical help after what is likely the worst day of their lives. So it is critical that the agency be postured to respond at all times. For most of its life, FEMA has been an apolitical entity, red state or blue state, it didn't matter. FEMA stayed focused on the mission to help all Americans and kept out of the political fray. Sadly, that is no longer the case today. Following the recent catastrophic disasters in California and South Carolina, President Trump has focused more on spreading misinformation than helping Americans in need. Specifically, after the tragic wildfires in Los Angeles, he threatened to condition disaster relief on policy matters that have nothing to do with emergency management. This is simply wrong and shakes the trust that Americans have in their government to come to their aid after catastrophe. That's what FEMA is all about. We should have a discussion about how to improve FEMA, but we should have a baseline, the need that as a baseline, we should acknowledge the need that we have in a federal emergency management agency specifically there to help states and localities when an emergency goes beyond their ability to immediately deal with it. Yesterday, DHS Secretary Noem added to that uncertainty facing disaster survivors when she said that we're, quote, we're going to eliminate FEMA, unquote, in a presidential cabinet meeting. President Trump responded by saying, quote, great job, unquote. I will never support eliminating FEMA or conditioning aid for emergency disaster assistance. Whether a state is red or blue, they are American and they are entitled to the support of their fellow Americans on their worst day. So I condemn calls to condition emergency disaster assistance in the strongest possible terms and urge elected leaders to never make such comments again. Unfortunately, threats to conditioning life-saving assistance is not the only partisan game happening at FEMA. In February, Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency entered FEMA and has been wreaking havoc ever since. They've accessed secure government systems that include disaster survivors' personal information and slowed the delivery of FEMA assistance. I'm deeply troubled to learn that all FEMA grants are now subject to additional review to ensure that they are complementary to President Trump's political agenda. And federal employees are living in fear that they will be fired if they approve the wrong grant payment. Federal employees should not be concerned about approving grant disbursements approved by this body, Congress, in a bipartisan way. In fact, it is a law that FEMA disperse payments that are mandated by Congress. Plain and simple, I will not stand by quietly if we see illegal action related to the disbursement of FEMA grants. The agency cannot violate the Impoundment Control Act. I'm deeply concerned that the influence of DOJ at FEMA, which contains no emergency management experts at DOJ, and that they're going to steer the agency in the direction of another Katrina. Prior to Hurricane Katrina, FEMA was overhauled and tucked into the Department of Homeland Security without proper consultation from professional emergency managers. FEMA was weakened by being subsumed into DHS without proper consultation with emergency management professionals. The result was unnecessary catastrophic loss of life, the worst in modern disaster history. We cannot afford to repeat the mistakes of the past. That said, reforming FEMA thoughtfully does not mean we should avoid change altogether.
I hope you've thought
in
this through. I
Arizona,
hope
we
you
know
know
that
exactly
FEMA
what
can
you're
do
doing
better.
here.
Last summer, extreme heat caused temperatures in my district and that were nearly unlivable. We lost over 600 of our fellow citizens to extreme heat and extreme heat islands. We experienced unending 100-degree temperatures for over a month in the past. A break from the heat could be enjoyed during the night, but that is a luxury we no longer have. The heat in our state literally caused roads to crack, cars to melt, and hundreds of lives lost. However, FEMA was not to be found in Arizona because the agency has not yet adapted to emergency disasters like extreme heat. Heat is a silent killer. It advances quietly and lingers. The longer it lingers, the more devastating the impact. So we must reform FEMA to address extreme heat. I look forward to working with the agency to ensure that they have the resources and authority they need to respond to disasters all across the country. So I look forward to this important hearing from my colleagues. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. Chair now recognizes the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Representative Larson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Subcommittee Chair Perry and Subcommittee Ranking Member Stanton, for convening today's hearing. Emergency management in the U.S. today stands at a crossroads. As the nation grapples with devastation caused by Hurricanes Helene and Milton, the wildfires in LA, and other disasters across the country, FEMA's role has come under intense scrutiny. The combined damage and economic losses from Hurricane Helene and the LA wildfires alone exceed $200 billion. Successfully managing recovery efforts for such catastrophic events will require robust congressional oversight, supplemental funding, and presidential leadership. Instead of uniting the nation, though, to rebuild what has been lost, the administration has unfortunately exploited and politicized these disasters. The president has spread misinformation in the wake of these tragedies, threatened to condition disaster aid, and doubled down on his suggestion to eliminate FEMA altogether. Just yesterday, Secretary Noem said, quote, "We are going to eliminate FEMA," end quote, during a cabinet meeting. No, we are not. These actions are harmful to disaster survivors and the women and men who work at FEMA and have dedicated their lives to helping fellow Americans respond to and recover from disasters. FEMA's mission is clear: to assist people before, during, and after disasters. States turn to FEMA when they have exceeded their capacity to respond to a disaster. As Pete Gaynor, FEMA administrator during President Trump's first term, aptly stated, emergency management is locally executed, state managed, and federally supported. FEMA provides a critical backstop when all other options and resources are exhausted. Eliminating FEMA would not make communities safer, would not reduce insurance premiums, would not improve outcomes for disaster survivors. Instead, it would shift the burden of disaster response and accountability from the federal government to state and local governments. And Democrats have long championed improvements to the delivery of disaster assistance. It isn't new to us that FEMA needs to be reformed. And last year, many bipartisan FEMA-related bills were discussed in this committee, and we attempted to pass them out of the House. Representative Titus's Disaster Survivor Fairness Act to reform FEMA's individual assistance program. Representative Stanton's Wildfire Response Improvement Act to make FEMA's programs better equipped to address impacts of wildfires. And Representative Negus's Disaster Management Cost Modernization Act to build state and local emergency management capacity. Democrats remain committed to pursuing bipartisan FEMA reforms, and getting reform right, however, requires careful consideration and input from emergency management professionals. For example, the President has suggested that disaster assistance could be fixed by simply providing block grants for recovery to impacted states. FEMA already offers a block grant option through the Public Assistance Alternative Procedures Program authorized by Section 428 of the Stafford Act. However, states rarely use this authority due to the perceived risks involved. The Department of Housing and Urban Development's long-term disaster recovery block grant program has faced challenges in delivering outcomes, and similarly has been the subject of bipartisan scrutiny. If we want these reforms to federal emergency management to succeed, the reforms must be informed by the challenges faced by existing programs and built on recent progress. For instance, in 2019, Congress authorized the creation of a pre-disaster mitigation grant program known as BRIC to enhance community resilience against disasters while reducing recovery costs for individuals as well as state and local governments. This is passed as part of the Disaster Recovery Reform Act, and I want to thank the Trump 1.0 administration for advocating for this and for the President for signing that bill. So any reforms to FEMA should focus on expanding the agency's capability to support resilience projects and not diminishing them. So I look forward to discussing possible solutions to improve FEMA and outcomes for disaster survivors with the panel of qualified experts that we have before us today. I want to thank you all for being here and look forward to your testimony. Yield back.
Chair, thanks to the gentlemen. I'd like to welcome our witnesses and thank them for being there, especially being here, especially the ones who've traveled great distance today. Briefly, I'd like to take a moment to explain the lighting system to our witnesses who may not have been here recently or maybe ever. There are 3 lights in front of you. Green means go, yellow means you're running out of time, and red means to conclude your remarks. Chair asks unanimous consent that the witnesses' full statements be included in the record without objection, so ordered. Chair also asks unanimous consent that the record of today's hearing remain open until such time as our witnesses have provided answers to any questions that may be submitted to them in writing without objection, so ordered. Chair also asks unanimous consent that the record remain open for 15 days for any additional comments and information submitted by members or witnesses to be included in the record of today's hearing without objection, so ordered. As your written testimony has been made part of the record, the subcommittee asks that you limit your oral remarks to 5 minutes. With that, Mr. Curry, you're recognized for 5 minutes for your testimony, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Perry, Ranking Member Stanton, and other members of the subcommittee. It's an honor to be here today to talk about GAO's work on FEMA. I think the hearing and the discussions around reform are a great opportunity to address many longstanding challenges that we and many others have identified for years and years. We have looked at federal response and recoveries for years, going from Guam to Puerto Rico and everywhere in between. And what we have seen is an increasingly complicated, fragmented, inflexible, and lengthy process that seems to get harder and harder by the year. FEMA and the rest of the federal government have spent over $500 billion in the last 10 years on disaster aid. There are currently over 30 federal agencies that are involved in disaster assistance, and many of these programs, which pay for rebuilding the same types of infrastructure, have overlapping or duplicative requirements. Just as an example, the Department of Transportation, FEMA, HUD programs can all be used to build similar infrastructure, but they may require completely different paperwork, different environmental reviews, have different rules, and most difficultly, are on different timelines, which makes it virtually impossible to synchronize those programs for recovery. This is a major reason why recovery takes up to 20 years, as you said, Mr. Chairman. 2 years ago, we actually issued a report outlining this systemic problem and came up with a number of options that Congress could take to reform the system. These were ranged from simple options to better streamlining current programs, registration websites, things like that, all the way to more significant changes like complete reorganizations and overhauls of disaster agencies themselves. On top of this, as you said, FEMA's workforce is overwhelmed. There are over 600 major disasters, and as you said, over 1,000 fire disasters and all types of disasters going back many, many years that require staffing to address each one of those and thousands of projects. Last we looked at it, FEMA was 35% short of its staffing needs based on the expectations on the agency, and there is now a never-ending disaster season. The workforce structure was created at a time when large disasters were very rare, and it needs to be reformed. And it's not just about the numbers, but the whole structure needs to be reformed to be more responsive. Also, I want to talk about individual survivors. We have to shift to programs that are not government-centric, but are survivor-centric. And when I say that, I mean they have to be geared towards helping a person get the assistance they need at the worst time of their life. A big problem at FEMA are antiquated technology and financial management systems. These need to be fixed in order for FEMA to be able to deliver the technology solutions that we already have in the private sector to try to intake people and get them the assistance they need. Last thing I'd like to talk about are just a few cautions to consider for this committee as you look to reform the system and for the administration. First is the National Response Framework. I think we have to be really careful not to break what's not broken. We have to not forget Hurricane Katrina and what we fixed after that. The National Response Framework provides steady funding and coordination mechanisms that all levels of government understand at this point, and I think the structure works well. We also have to remember the capacity differences across the country. Some states and counties and cities have the resources and the capacity to manage disasters. Many others we see just don't, and that's not going to change anytime soon. These are always going to need state and federal support to provide the response that we need to help those citizens. And then last, it's not just about FEMA. If we look to reform FEMA but don't fix the whole disaster response and recovery system, it's not going to fix the problem. And I think that's very important to consider as we move forward. So I look forward to your questions and the discussion.
Chair thanks the gentleman for his testimony. The chair now recognizes Mr. Guthrie for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Perry, Ranking Member Stanton, also Ranking Member Larson, and other distinguished members of the committee for the invitation to testify today. I'm Kevin Guthrie. I'm the Executive Director of the Florida Division of Emergency Management. Throughout my tenure, I've led the division through numerous major events, including hurricanes such as Ian, Michael, Dorian, Isaias, as well as wildfires, floods, tornadoes, and the Surfside building collapse. I've also assisted in national immigration efforts like Operation Vigilant Century in Florida and Operation Lone Star in Texas. In my 30-plus years of experience at the local and state level, I've responded to over 50 major incidents. Under Governor Ron DeSantis' leadership, FDM has become a model for the future of emergency management. This is due to our professionals' dedication and the lessons learned from our experience in a disaster-prone state. Florida looks forward to working with you and President Trump's administration to improve the Federal Emergency Management Agency. We've learned the importance of effective coordination across all levels of government. FDM allows the philosophy that emergencies are federally supported, state managed, and locally executed. We emphasize collaboration with local governments, supporting their response efforts instead of dictating them. This approach has allowed us to build on local best practices and continuously improve Florida's emergency management capabilities. This collaborative model is enhanced by the critical support that the federal government provides. FDM operates year-round, requiring funding even for non-disaster periods. While federal grants help maintain our capabilities, we need to focus federal support on expanding state and local capacities. States must have flexibility to build their systems without relying on federal funding during a non-crisis period. One way to solidify this approach is through federal block grants for emergency management. Block grants will allow states to quickly allocate funding for response and recovery operations, reducing bureaucratic delays and staffing needs at the federal level. As we look to future improvements, one key area, as mentioned, is the integration of modern technology into our response systems. Florida has led the way and has modernized emergency management by digitizing workflows and improving data input processes. This has improved our efficiency, reduced delays, and expedited payment processing, cutting the time it takes to process invoices from 61 days during Hurricane Ian to just 16 days in recent hurricane season. Our use of technology has also reduced administrative costs and helped streamline disaster response. Data sharing among federal, state, and local agencies is essential to improving response times. Leveraging advanced analytics, machine learning, has empowered decision makers in Florida to act faster and be more accurate than ever before. Another critical component of Florida's success has been our ability to collaborate with our other states through the Emergency Management Assistance Compact, known as EMAC. EMAC, which is financially supported by the federal government, has been essential in states receiving aid that they need when they lack the necessary resources to respond and recover independently. Since 2022, Florida has leveraged EMAC in 6 major disasters, receiving crucial support from 39 states. While collaboration has been effective, there are still areas where federal processes could be streamlined to enhance disaster response. There are several ways the federal government can improve disaster response, such as creating a combined federal disaster declaration process. This would eliminate delays caused by separate declarations for separate agencies. Additionally, streamlining disaster case management. And last, grant closeout procedures would accelerate recovery efforts and reduce displacement for survivors. All 3 of these have impacted me directly during my tenure with the state of Florida. As we continue to enhance our capabilities, Florida also emphasizes the importance of operational readiness. FDM maintains a network of strategically located warehouses for rapid resource deployment and implements emergency standby contracts to ensure fast access to critical resources. Routine communication with state, local, and federal partners through the State Emergency Response Team in Florida keeps Florida prepared for disaster. Sir, in conclusion, I would like to express my gratitude for the opportunity to testify before you today. Emergency management is a public safety entity that is essential for protecting lives and property. By improving federal support, we can strengthen our nation's disaster response capabilities and ensure faster recovery for all Americans. I look forward to continued collaboration with you, the committee, and the administration to improve these systems. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman for his testimony. The chair now recognizes Ms. Lauder. You're recognized for 5 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. 9 days. For 9 days, my county's emergency responders and I bore witness to the aftermath of the most devastating natural disaster to hit our community in over 100 years. We witnessed a family's terror when their little boy was injured in a landslide, taking their home off its foundation. We witnessed a very pregnant mother desperately trying to dry out her empty trailer with dehumidifiers so that she would have somewhere to bring her baby home to, all of her possessions in a dumpster nearby. We witnessed the elderly man in his home, too overwhelmed to start the process, with mold creeping up the walls around him within days of the flood. For those 9 long days, our community was trying to grapple with the destruction of Helene, trying to chart a path forward, searching for answers to questions, and without the key partner who was supposed to be at our aid, without FEMA. And it would be 2 weeks after the storm before more than a single worker arrived, despite repeated pleas for help. Locally, we knew housing was going to be one of the greatest challenges. Immediate needs post-storm are the basic necessities we all understand: clean water, food, and shelter. FEMA temporary shelter assistance is ill-fitted to meet the needs of rural America. Our citizens who qualified for TSA found hotel choices to be in Greenville, South Carolina, or Charlotte, North Carolina, both 2 hours outside of our county, leaving untenable options to stay in damaged homes, bunk with family and friends, or leave their jobs, school, and community behind for an unknown time. Appalachians don't leave our home, our land, or the fabric of our community, so the TSA vouchers may as well have been monopoly money. Even after FEMA's arrival, the negative impact of delay in FEMA response was compounded by ongoing communication challenges, changing FEMA staff assignments, and contradicting information and directions that stalled progress for my community. In the written testimony, you will even see where our sheriff and I were repeatedly given opposite updates on door-to-door response by FEMA representatives that could have resulted in conflicting public messages, except for the fact that in my community, the sheriff and I work side by side in emergency response, communicating regularly. At 21 days and with tireless advocacy, we were granted a meeting with FEMA housing mission leaders. We received an overview of the housing options coming along with identifying some obstacles that we would face. For instance, we were able to explain the inadequacy of HUD's fair market rent methodology in our rural community and how that would hamstring any possibility of rentals being an option if the FMR was used to establish allowable rents. We were heard, and a request was elevated immediately to approve an increase in the allowable FEMA rate. Even with the increase, rental assistance could not meet the needs of those whose homes were destroyed, and more options would be needed. Ultimately, we found that housing process requirements under FEMA are too rigid to apply effectively in our mountainous community. For those who could leverage the assistance options, progress was only made after establishing weekly FEMA and state EM calls with us locally to cut through miscommunications and establish accountable discussions. At times, our county would face contradictions from different FEMA silos, as you will also find documented in the written testimony. While putting our county resources to task trying to support the FEMA mission, we would also feel the sting of the deep conflict and contradiction of FEMA being both disaster response and regulator of local floodplain management programs. Threats of losing NFIP status and future disaster funding in our community made it harder to assist families in repairing their homes to meet immediate human needs post-disaster, while at the same time, other FEMA workers were working with us to support housing among limited solutions. Contradicting guidance and unclear processes were also frustrating to vulnerable survivors, and lack of answers led to deteriorating public trust and faith in FEMA, but not because the people deployed were not genuine and service-oriented people. It was because the workers themselves were stuck in a system designed to prioritize process and policy over common sense and responsiveness. We saw these workers hamstrung to help us with the lack of training across functions and a system difficult to navigate even for them. While there were genuine attempts to be responsive to the local needs, like approving private roads and bridges for assistance in Western North Carolina, the decisions on requirements attached were made in bubbles far away from our community that did not engage local leadership, meaning that guidance is still fraught with concerns about the ability to meet the requirements that will be imposed. Transylvania County lost homes, infrastructure, and possessions, but somehow we did not lose lives to lean. What I can't imagine is how our sister counties who lost whole towns are navigating these processes when the recovery is far more complex and the sting of loss so much deeper. Communities facing recovery need assistance, with our counties representing the frontline response needed and needing realistic solutions and meaningful engagement before a disaster. The stated mission of a responsive FEMA can be achieved, but only when the local voice is not just heard, but is also involved in the solution building so that practical, boots on the ground insight can be engaged up front. Only then can we effectively and efficiently support our survivors. My community, all of our communities, our people across the country, and the FEMA workers themselves deserve better. Together, we must do better. Thank you for the opportunity to share about my community's experience.
Chair thanks the gentlelady for her testimony. The chair now recognizes Mr. Garcia for 5 minutes.
Chairman Perry, Ranking Member Stanton, and distinguished members of the subcommittee. Thank you for having me today. My name is Adrian Garcia, and I am a county commissioner in Harris County, Texas, and I'm here on behalf of the National Association of Counties, where I serve as the co-chair of the Intergovernmental Disaster Reform Task Force. Among the many responsibilities entrusted to counties, we are on the front lines of disaster mitigation, response, and recovery. Nearly 900 counties each year receive at least one presidential disaster declaration. This results in major economic losses, serious effects on communities, and immense pressures on local resources. Following a disaster, local elected officials and emergency managers are the first on the scene and play a key role in recovery and rebuilding efforts so our residents can return to their lives as quickly as possible. As major owners and operators of public infrastructure, counties are uniquely positioned to mitigate the impacts of disasters. America's 3,069 counties own parishes and boroughs own 44% of public roads, 38% of the national bridge inventory, over 900 hospitals, and directly support a third of the nation's airports. I'm here today to underscore the county role in strengthening our nation against disasters and to discuss how we can best work together to meet the challenges of today and the demands of the future. First, FEMA is crucial for communities before, during, and after disasters. That said, inefficiencies in the agency do demand urgent reform. Disaster response, recovery, and mitigation starts local and absolutely ends local. However, these efforts would not be possible without the support from critical federal programs. One such program that counties rely on is FEMA's Public Assistance Program. PA is crucial for helping communities rebuild after disasters, but the lengthy process to receive reimbursement can delay recovery efforts and hinder our ability to restore critical services post-disaster. Last year, NACO conducted a survey of its members that concluded that 1 in 5 counties' longest open PA claim had been in processing between 4 and 6 years. Counties urge Congress to take decisive action to expedite funding for this from this PA program, ensuring communities receive the critical resources we need for timely disaster recovery and rebuilding. Second, removing barriers to funding and resources for underserved and disadvantaged communities is absolutely critical. Requiring the completion of complex and burdensome paperwork by communities who are unfamiliar with the process during the most stressful times of their lives can significantly impede progress when it is most needed. Populations that feel the biggest impact are often our underserved and disadvantaged communities who lack the resources and capacity to complete applications and meet critical deadlines. Implementing plain language into applications, reducing bureaucratic red tape, and identifying resources available to assist applicants is paramount to improving the overall resilience of our nation. Counties are supportive of bipartisan legislation like the Disaster Survivors Fairness Act and the Disaster Assistance Simplification Act, which would streamline the application process and reduce redundant paperwork. Finally, counties understand that improving our nation's disaster system relies on a strong federal, state, local partnership. Counties are not merely stakeholders in this conversation. Rather, we are a part of the federal, state, and local partnership of governments that together can work together to share the responsibility of protecting our nation and its residents from disasters. While disasters are inherently local, counties rely on our state and federal partners for critical disaster recovery tools like funding, human capital, and technical assistance. Rebuilding our communities and making them more resilient is only possible with the support of our federal and state partners. Counties stand ready to work side by side with you to improve our nation's disaster response, recovery, and mitigation capabilities to ensure the health, well-being, and safety of our nation and our residents. Chairman Perry, Ranking Member Stanton, thank you again for the invitation to discuss this critical issue on behalf of America's counties. This concludes my testimony, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Chair, thanks to gentlemen, as well as thanking all the members or the witnesses for their testimony. We will now turn to questions for the panel, and the chair recognizes himself for the first round of questions. I'm going to start with you, Ms. Lauder. I read through a bunch of what you submitted. I'll admit I didn't read through every single bit of it. It's voluminous, emails and correspondence. And as the county manager, I'm not sure, maybe you never thought about the mission of FEMA, but it's to coordinate between the federal agencies and of course state and local agencies, but it was never designed to be the command and control and do all the work, right? But that's kind of what's expected of it now. And it seems to me, as the person that's trying to figure that out, you know, in the aftermath of this devastating disaster, like you don't have time to figure that out. You're just trying to deliver, right? I remember the 2 times we were flooded out of our home. One time we stayed in the fire hall before we moved to a neighbor's house that wasn't affected. Somebody we didn't even know just offered to come take us in. And then the other time was at the township building. And I'm thinking about it, but it seems to me as I read through your correspondence here, much of your county didn't even exist, right? There wasn't any, there might not have been a township building, a fire hall, or a neighbor's house to go to. And so I'm just wondering from your experience, I mean, you couldn't get answers even about a federally owned property for which to place temporary housing on. You couldn't get any answers on that, let alone the housing. If you were going to give everybody here, which I think are very interested in trying to figure out how to make this work, what would be the one message, you know, as a person who has lived through it and experienced it and been frustrated by it and seen people like you described, living in trailers filled with mold and having no prospect whatsoever of anything changing anytime soon, what would be the one message regarding what FEMA, how it would be different in your eyes if it were going to work?
At local government, we were looking for resources. We needed assistance, and what we could not find were how to leverage those resources. The resources that we were offered, like TSA, were very clearly not suited for my community. And so I think the message that I would have is that, number one, communication. If there's resources being offered, we need to understand what those terms are up front so that we can even evaluate whether or not they're going to be effective in a community. The second is there has to be some responsiveness. Whenever we identified issues, whenever we identified resources like the federal property, we had to follow up on that ourselves. We were living a disaster in our own lives. We were living a disaster with our community, and yet we were having to follow up repeatedly in order to try to get any progress or any answers, or even find out if our requests were being heard anywhere. I submitted that property no less than 4 times in 4 different ways. And still, when I got on a call in November to ask about housing, they pulled up a database and none of those requests managed to get into the database. So I think the 2 messages are that the communication structures have to be robust. They need to happen before the disaster so that we know who even to call. And we also need to know upfront how to use these resources or make those resources more flexible so that whenever we identify what the needs are and how that's going to play out in our community, we can use them.
Do you have any indication at this point why it took so long for FEMA to even show up? Right? You're like, right after this happened, obviously everybody knows what's happened, but it took days and days. And then I think it's my understanding when they finally did show up, they were headquarters like 90 miles away, which is a fair drive, right? Especially in bad condition. Do you have any indication now what took them so long?
I have never been given a reason. I can hypothesize. I think the fact that we are on the edge of the disaster was part of it. It's hard to get through the mountains. You don't get places very easily. The only other thing I can imagine is that our numbers, like for a TSA, did not look like they were high, which could indicate on a data front point that we didn't need help, but they weren't high because it wasn't an applicable solution for Transylvania County.
Okay, I got a lot of questions and a little bit of time here for each one of you. Mr. Guthrie, you perfected, I think, or at least honed a fraud prevention program in your state. Can you briefly outline how that might be applicable to FEMA? Because there are a huge amount of fraud in the FEMA dollars that are spent, and we'd obviously like that not to be the case.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Perry, for that question. In Florida, we knew that there was the propensity to have fraud, waste, and abuse. And what we did, starting about 2 years ago, is we built a program that we want to get good structured data into our system that helps us get good structured data, and it allows us to utilize large language modeling, machine learning, and to a certain point, some generative AI to predict when we may have a duplicate payment or the payment doesn't actually check the box for the contract. In other words, a vendor has charged us more than what they should have. So again, it focuses from a standpoint of getting the good structured data into the system. And then we use machine learning on the backside to do that. And we're detecting, just in the recent months, we had 3 situations for about $600,000 that we flagged for potential fraud, waste, or abuse. And then we put eyes on that to then investigate it and correct the anomalies that were in the invoices. And it was just that. It was an anomaly in the invoices where we were charged a different rate when we should have been charged a lower rate. But it did end up saving taxpayer dollars just in the last 3 months, $600,000.
I appreciate the response. I'm way over my time, so I'll yield, recognize the gentleman from Arizona, Ranking Member Stanton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My first question is for Mr. Guthrie, Florida's Executive Director for Emergency Management. Florida is arguably one of the states most capable of responding to disasters on its own, but you do rely on federal assistance from FEMA and the Emergency Management Assistance Compact, EMAC system when responding to catastrophic events. At yesterday's cabinet hearing, Secretary Noem did indicate her desire to eliminate FEMA. The president indicated support for that plan to eliminate FEMA. From your perspective, how would post-disaster outcomes for Floridians be impacted if FEMA were eliminated?
Thank you for the question. At the end of the day, we need federal support. I go back to what you mentioned in your opening statement, sir. Federal support, state managed, locally executed. We need to focus on the state managed part. That has been a part of that phrase for since Brock Long was a FEMA administrator. But we haven't focused on the state managed piece. We keep going back to the federal government. We need to focus more on that state managed piece and actually make sure that we're managing disasters at the state level. We're allowing local levels to execute in a common sense approach while we need federal support. Now, if that looks like a FEMA of the future, which I think all emergency managers nationwide would agree, FEMA needs to be reformed. That's a task that takes obviously presidential and congressional action to eliminate FEMA. So we want to work with the federal government. We want to work with the president. We want to work with the legislature on what that looks like in the future. But to the point, we do need federal support. Florida can probably handle 95 to 97% of what we do on a day-to-day basis. But for example, in Hurricane Helene and Milton, we needed 1 million gallons of fuel. We went to FEMA, who went to Department of Defense and the Defense Logistics Agency to meet that need. So again, even a highly capable capacity state like Florida from time to time needs federal support.
I appreciate it. Mr. Curry, the federal law is very clear about the qualification requirements for the FEMA administrator. The president has named Cameron Hamilton the senior official performing the duties of administrator. In your opinion, does he possess the qualifications that are legally required to run the agency?
Well, we've actually been asked to look at this and the legality, him serving in that role under the Federal Vacancies Reform Act, which GAO has a role in that. And so we'll do that and have that result pretty quickly. But I will say that the Post-Katrina Emergency Management Reform Act is pretty clear about the requirements for FEMA administrator. It requires two things. One is the person to have significant emergency management experience. And the other thing is at least 5 years of executive experience. So that's what the law says. But I want to be very clear that the ideal state is have a Senate confirmed administrator. The Senate confirmation process is the process for vetting a candidate's experience and their ability to do that job effectively.
We saw in Katrina just how horrifically wrong can go if you have someone who's the head of FEMA who doesn't have experience in emergency management. It is critical. So we want to get that done as soon as possible. Ms. Curry, in your role at the GAO, you understand the risks of overhauling federal programs without proper consideration. FEMA underwent significant reorganization without proper input from emergency managers before Hurricane Katrina, and that did contribute to those tragic outcomes. What should this administration and this Congress consider to ensure that we don't cripple FEMA's life-saving responsibilities when attempting to reform this critical agency?
Thank you, sir. Yeah, like I said in my opening statement, we can't break what's not broken. And the only people that can tell you that are our first line emergency managers and responders. There are things that work well in the current system. The problem is you don't hear good news often. There are things that work. We want to keep those. We want to fix the things that don't work. The other thing I'll say is we have to fix the root causes. If we just move agencies, rename programs, but don't fix the root causes, none of this is going to change.
We appreciate it. I wanted to go next to our local elected official, Mr. Garcia. Can you also explain how disaster response in your county would be impacted without access to federal resources or support after a disaster?
Ranking member, without access to federal resources or funding, our county's disaster response would absolutely be severely compromised. Local governments simply don't have the financial capacity or staffing to manage large-scale recovery efforts, meaning vital services like debris removal, infrastructure repairs, emergency sheltering would be delayed or inaccessible. Federal support is essential for ensuring a coordinated and effective response, allowing us to restore public safety and meet the needs of our residents as quickly as possible.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back, and I recognized the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Easel, for 5 minutes for questions.
That's easy, and I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here today. Mississippi is no stranger to storms, most notably, as we've talked about, Katrina, where we lost the lives of over 1,300 people and $125 billion in damage. In 2005, Congress enacted the Post-Katrina Emergency Management Reform Act, which reestablished FEMA as a distinct entity within DHS. As we approach the 20-year anniversary of Hurricane Katrina, I'm still waiting for FEMA to respond to claims in my district associated with this devastating storm. It's unacceptable and a perfect example of how the federal government has let our people down. I'm proud to have co-led and passed several bills that seek to improve FEMA, bills like H.R. 2254, the Don't Penalize Victims Act, H.R. 152, the Federal Disaster Assistance Coordination Act, and H.R. 153, the Post-Disaster Assistance Online Accountability Act. I was thrilled when President Trump recently announced the creation of FEMA Review Council to evaluate FEMA bureaucracy and disaster response. FEMA has spent $30 billion in disaster aid each of the past 3 years, yet many disaster survivors and taxpayers still lack the resources they need. I've been working closely with FEMA to address outstanding issues in my district, and I look forward to seeing how we can improve the process for future disasters because we know they're going to happen. Before I get too far, I want to enter a document from St. Charles Parish, Louisiana, reflecting some of the reforms that we've discussed for the agency. I want to ask Mr. Curry.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. Mr. Curry, the GAO has done a great job, has done great reports on the problems with risk rating 2.0. Each community across the nation has invested many resources to manage its membership in the NFIP. The primary issue with risk rating 2.0 is a lack of transparency regarding the algorithm. This results in communities being unable to make decisions to target resiliency projects, plan future growth, formulate effective policies, or simply ensure that they're not wasting resources. Its impact today is felt more than ever. With the rising cost of housing, this policy hides the actual cost of home ownership. Mr. Curry, could you reflect on the damage and concerns attached to the lack of transparency of risk rating 2.0?
Thank you. FEMA has a huge challenge with the National Flood Insurance Program. The idea behind risk rating 2.0 is the right one, which is you want to assess each house's individual risk to a disaster and not just assume that everybody in an area has the same exact risk. The challenge is that if your house is at higher risk, your premiums are going to be higher. So they're trying to get the program to the point of solvency or close to solvency because it's never been solvent. It's $20 billion in debt. And honestly, sir, it's up to the Congress now to decide what they want this program to be. Do they want it to be an insurance program or do they want it to be a federal disaster assistance program? As long as premiums do not cover the cost of the program, a large portion of the flood insurance program is a disaster aid program.
Thank you. What reforms could resolve the possible damage that risk rating 2.0 can have on families and communities in general?
Well, there's a number of different options that have been put out there. For example, state or federal programs to help supplement homeowners of a certain income level or certain income threshold, just like we do with other programs who are basically going to be priced out of a certain market because they can't afford the flood insurance. Well, they barely afford the mortgage and then barely afford the flood insurance on top of that. And there's a number of options like that, but unfortunately, there's no easy options that will drive down the cost. It's going to be very expensive, and somebody has to pay for the cost, either the taxpayer, the state, or the federal government.
Thank you. Should some of the procedures within NFIB be standardized and transparent to ensure that communities can effectively use their resources?
Absolutely. I mean, that's key. And FEMA, through its flood mapping project, should be very transparent about the risk of each individual property. And so, I mean, they have a long way to go in implementing this program and making sure there's transparency.
Thank you. If I may have just another 30 seconds.
No objection.
In my home state of Mississippi and also along the Gulf Coast, after the hurricane, FEMA just came in there and blanketed just about the whole area that was flooded and just moved all the flood maps. Since then, and since I've been in the Congress, I have worked tirelessly trying to get some sort of order back in place so that we could, this is a once in a lifetime storm and it's not happened again. And I just got to say that it's been very frustrating. They have the flood maps, but they don't know how to implement them. And we're waiting for those things to get implemented. And that's very frustrating to people who are trying to buy, build, or have a live future on the Mississippi Gulf Coast. So with that, if you got any way that you could tell them to hurry up and get those things adopted, we sure would appreciate it. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back, and I recognize the gentle lady from Michigan, McDonald Revitt, for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you very much. I want to start just by thanking Chairman Perry and Ranking Member Stanton for holding this hearing on what seems to be a bipartisan level of frustration. I represent a community in Michigan, Midland, Michigan, that 5 years ago saw multiple dams fail after heavy rainfall. In fact, I personally ran one of the evacuation centers. It caused massive flooding and water levels reaching as high as 35 feet above normal levels. Thankfully, no one died in that, which I actually just think is a miracle. But it resulted in over $200 million in damages. And not only did it decimate our infrastructure like our roads and bridges, it destroyed homes that families had lived in for generations and small businesses that families had dedicated their entire lives to. So here we sit 5 years later. Ms. Lauder, I hear your story and it just resonated so deeply with me. It is a continuous struggle, a continuing struggle in order to resolve the pieces that FEMA came in to help. But what we see over and over again, like multiple federal programs, is that the intent of FEMA and the amazing people who work there is dying under a cumbersome bureaucracy that is so frustrating, particularly for local people who don't have the experience of dealing with big federal bureaucracies and are just at the point of giving up. Our local communities are owed hundreds of thousands of dollars, which is nothing in a federal budget, but everything in a local budget. So I do want to just say that I understand the frustration. But what I'm not understanding is the suggested remedy, which is a suggested elimination of FEMA, and also the suggestion that this actually can be solved at a local level if states and locals would just budget more appropriately, which, having been a state senator on the Appropriations Committee, I can tell you states cannot handle this just by budgeting. Handling this on their own. And in particular, when we're simultaneously considering extensive cuts, including $880 billion from our Medicaid program. I mean, it just defies common sense. But I do think we have to do something because we can't tolerate this. In my local community still sits there and waits. And I hope it doesn't take 5 years for you. But I hear you, Mr. Curry, when you were talking about, okay, what can we do? We know that block granting is also a very difficult solution because most federal block grants, again, as a state appropriator, come with burdens, like incredibly complex and burdensome regulations. But you said, let's address the root causes. Everything isn't broken. But I didn't hear you say what those root causes are, and I would love to hear that.
Sure. Let me take the grant issue. And so a lot has been talked about recently about switching FEMA to a block grant. I'm not so much just concerned with the name of the grant. A block grant just means theoretically that you provide all the funding up front and the state manages it instead of the federal government holding the money and doling it out slowly, which is what the FEMA process is. The root cause is that the process is too complicated and there's too many rules and overlapping requirements and inconsistency for the years that go on with recovery. Turnover and staffing plays into this too. and different cultural changes at FEMA. So the problem is that you have an infrastructure project that could take 10 to 15 years to rebuild, and all throughout there's cost changes, and you have to go back and forth to the federal government. It's very, very confusing. I think what we're trying to do is we want to come up with something where the federal government still provides the support that the states will never be able to come up with, like you said. But it does so in a way that they provide it to the state where there's flexibility, but there's still the appropriate oversight and controls. And that's the balance you're trying to strike. With block granting, you give up some of the control at the federal level and the oversight, but you give the states more flexibility.
I'm
But
sorry
if
to
you don't
interrupt you,
design
but
the
I'm aware
block,
of my time.
Yeah.
I just want to say, in your experience, and I know this is a bit of an unfair question, but have you ever seen a federal to state block grant that did not come with its own set of rules and overlapping requirements?
it does, but we have to build it better in this case. So for example, with the community development block grant, disaster recovery, one of the challenges with that is that you try to build the whole program up front and then turn it over to the states, and that takes too long. So the money doesn't get there quick enough. We have to build this system and the rules and requirements up front, get the states up to speed on it, get everyone familiar with the process, build their system so they can manage this amount of money so it can be turned over much quicker. And that's very possible to do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back, and I recognize the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Kennedy, for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Stanton. And today's hearing is more than just about FEMA reform. It's about shifting the center of gravity away from bloated federal bureaucracy and toward capable states that are closest to the people that they serve. In Utah, we know how to do more with less. We invest wisely and build strong partnerships between the state and local governments. That same principle, clear, locally led coordination between state and local governments, should guide how we approach emergency management across the country. Whether it's wildfires in California, hurricanes in the Southeast, or earthquakes and flooding risks in Utah, we must ensure the federal government is a reliable partner, not a bureaucratic bottleneck. FEMA should be empowering states and counties, not burying them under red tape. When agencies grow too large and too distant from the people they serve, they lose the ability to act with urgency, efficiency, or local understanding. Emergency management is just one example, but it's a critical one. I support President Trump's executive order establishing the FEMA Review Council. We need that top to bottom review, and I look forward to working with the committee to play a leading role in it. I had a few questions for, we'll start with Mr. Curie and Mr. Guthrie. We've talked about block grants, and both of you have mentioned that in your testimonies. Can you give me some more specifics about if we were to do something like that, how would you do that without fraud, waste, and abuse, but also cut the red tape and allow that money to be used immediately? Let's start with you, Mr. Curie.
Yeah, sure. Well, I think there's a misconception that with a block grant that there's no oversight, that you appropriate the money, Congress appropriates the money and they write a check to the state and it's done. That's not how it works. There is most block grants, the state and the federal government work together to develop very specific rules and requirements and controls and audit processes. It's just more of the money is delivered up front. So it's going to take some time if you develop this into a block grant to train and build the state's capacities. Some states like Florida probably is going to be very quick. Other states, it's not. Other communities, it's not. And so it's possible to do this. But I also think this needs to be very different than other block grants that we've created before.
Thank you. Mr. Guthrie?
Thank you for the question. And it somewhat goes to the previous Congresswoman's question as well. I'll give you two examples of where we can really speed this up. Number one, environmental historical preservation. In the emergency management community, I have several state directors sitting behind me. That is where projects go to die. It could take 4 to 6 years to get that done. Every state has an environmental and historical preservation officer. Why are we duplicating effort on that? Let the state do their job. Let us document the file and put that as a part of the file. We can speed that process up by at least 90% savings in time. I'll give you another example, the Consolidated Resource Center. I would move to abolish the Consolidated Resource Center. Again, that is where people send us RFIs, numerous RFIs, hundreds of RFIs, requests for information. Again, the state is responsible for managing its grant, whether it's a block grant or if it's a traditional grant. We do that. But the number of RFIs that come out, and one of our individuals from Alabama talked about, he literally had to give some type of minute piece of information in a debris removal claim. That's insane. So those are two examples of where that's already happening at the state level to document those state actions. It should be a part of the file and we move on.
Thank you for those suggestions. And Mr. Garcia, if I could ask you a question about the counties, and I agree with the potency of counties, and I think that was a big part of your statement. The question that I had is the hierarchy that you would consider associated with counties, because the governor is generally in charge of the state. The idea of the federal government, for example, giving grants to a county directly and subverting the role of the governor. I'm curious how you would, if you were to see federal funds flowing, would you have those funds go directly to counties, or would you have them go to the governor and subsequently to the counties? What is your thought about that?
Well, some counties have capacity like Harris County. We're very fortunate in that regard, but not everybody does. And so we absolutely need to find ways to work with both entities where you work through the states in some regards. But for example, in places like Oregon. Oregon is a state that has experienced some delays in reimbursements for their recovery process, but places like Hamilton County has had to suspend current bids because they're just struggling with some of that process. But I think you find ways to work both with the counties and the states who have capacity and some who struggle with it.
Thank you very much for that answer. Mr. Chair, I'm committed to helping bring common sense and efficiency to this program. It's an essential program, but I think there's better ways that we can do it. Thank you to the witnesses for their willingness to come and educate us about this. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back, and I recognize the gentlewoman from Nevada, Ms. Titus, for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you very much. Earlier, the ranking member of the full committee mentioned, and I appreciated it, the Disaster Survivor Fairness Act that I had introduced with my colleague from North Carolina, Representative Edwards, Republican. This would streamline federal assistance for disaster victims and expand FEMA's authority to help make homes more resilient for future disasters. I'm pleased that NACO endorsed this legislation. It was a pleasure speaking to you, Commissioner Garcia, and other members of NACO about this topic earlier. In your testimony, you urged federal policymakers to remove barriers to funding and resources for underserved and disadvantaged communities. How would creating a universal application for individual disaster assistance help in that effort that you mentioned?
Thank you for the question. The reality is that the making sure that the barriers are removed, as I mentioned in my testimony, is very, very important. It is critical that we make it plain language, as is suggested in the two pieces of legislation that I mentioned, the Survivors and Simplification Act. Those speak to the challenges that many of our underserved and disadvantaged communities struggle with.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I appreciate the support. I was looking for a little more detail of how to be helpful, but that's good enough. I represent Las Vegas, so we don't have a lot of hurricanes in Las Vegas, except, we could probably make one if we decided that would be a tourist attraction. But anyway, one of the weather hazards that we do have is extreme heat. And this past year, we had the hottest day ever in Las Vegas, 120 degrees. And statistics from the National Weather Service show that heat kills more people than hurricanes, floods, and tornadoes combined in any given year. There were over 520 heat-related fatalities in Clark County last year alone. So I have an Extreme Weather and Heat Response Modernization Act, so FEMA can more aggressively include extreme temperatures, especially heat, in its disaster planning and have the resources to deal with it. I wonder if all four of you would take a minute just to talk about how extreme heat is impacting the communities you serve and how this would be helpful. Maybe we start, Mr. Curry.
Sure. Yeah, I'm familiar with the statistic you mentioned too, that they do heat kills more people than all the other disasters combined. The challenge right now for FEMA is the whole system relies on quantifying damage to figure out if they provide help. And heat is a very difficult thing to quantify in their current system. I agree with you that there's no better thing to quantify in terms of an impact than loss of life. But right now, their declaration process relies on damage to infrastructure. And it's very hard to show acute damage to infrastructure from heat. And so that's one of the reasons that you don't see more disaster declarations. So I think we're going to have to look at that if we're going to change it.
Kind of hard to say when it starts and when it stops, like a storm or something.
Yeah, and it does damage infrastructure.
Yeah.
I mean, it damages roads, bridges. I mean, it's just harder to quantify it acutely because it happens, like you said, over a long period of time.
Railroads. Anybody else?
We do have extreme heat situations inside of Southeast Florida, specifically Miami, but this is a great example of the federally supported state managed locally executed. In Southeast Florida, they plan for is that a part of their hazards they respond to on a local level, and they do that on a day-to-day basis when we have those issues. If they need assistance from the state, they ask for assistance from the state. So the system does work in Florida.
With cooling stations and things like that.
Yes.
I think the chairman mentioned it wasn't a good idea to plant trees to offset heat islands. I couldn't disagree more with that. But anyway, so locally you're doing some things.
So locally, Southeast Florida, Southwest Florida, those counties approach it differently, but they are locally executing on that situation.
Anybody else real quick?
I do want to suggest or offer that in my precinct, just as an example, I have a public works department. We absolutely, and my staff told me that the heat damage can be identified in various pieces of infrastructure. But as it was stated, it's very difficult to quantify. But we do know that extreme heat is an issue for many of our NACO members, and we do have data that we can pass along to you to help craft some thoughts around that issue.
That'd be great. I know our ranking member represents Phoenix area, and we share some of these common problems, so that'd be very helpful. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back, and I recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, for 5 minutes for questions.
Good morning, Mr. Guthrie. I commend the work you've done in Florida to strengthen your state's capacity to respond to disasters quickly and effectively, and to thereby mitigate and minimize the threat to life and property. Unfortunately, my own state, California, has not been quite so forward-looking in terms of its disaster response capabilities, and this was put on shocking display for the whole world with the recent tragic, catastrophic fires in Los Angeles, as we bore witness to an empty reservoir, to fire hydrants that wouldn't release water, and other basic failures of preparedness for which the residents of Los Angeles are now paying such a high price. So do you have, number one, some best practices that you might share with our state for how it can do better in the future? And number two, thoughts on how the ongoing effort to reform FEMA might actually itself help to spread those sort of practices?
Thank you, Congressman, for the question. First and foremost, in Florida, we do not respond based on whether or not we're going to get federally reimbursed. The governor of the state of Florida, the legislature support emergency management holistically, and they expect us to respond not worrying about if we're going to get reimbursed or not. Unfortunately, not every state, every city or county has that option. They have to wait to respond to see if they're going to meet a threshold or so on to seek FEMA reimbursement. I think another thing that was very, very obvious to me in that particular disaster is you had the local officials such as the fire chief, sheriff, and things of that nature, but nowhere on that dais or that podium did you see the emergency manager. They were treating it as, in my opinion, sir, they were treating it as still a fire. They were treating it still as a traffic issue. They had a much more complex issue, and I know that Nancy, the California State Director, was involved, but again, emergency management was not there on the day. The Los Angeles County Emergency Management Director was buried in the back. I never saw the City of Los Angeles Emergency Management Director. And this is more of a systemic problem across the country in that what is emergency management? That's something our own National Emergency Managers Association is grappling with, and we're going to try to help define for Congress and others in the future is what is emergency management? We could all agree that this is what emergency management does. But I think those are some of the issues. As far as FEMA goes, I know that the regional administrator, Bob Fenton, was there, and he was heavily involved during that time frame in the Hearst fire that you speak of. FEMA was present. However, again, state managed, getting it to the point where you can get that state involvement very early on, working with your local emergency managers to push funding down, start doing the things. For example, in Hearst fire, they got paralyzed. The attorneys paralyzed that response, worried about the environmental hazard that was going on to clean up the debris. We deal with that every single day across this country. We know what to do. Let us separate it. Let us put it in the appropriate landfill, tier 1, 2, or 3, based on the hazardous material, and let us move forward. Do not stop the operation because there's hazardous material. We deal with that every single day.
Thank you. That's a great insight. And I should mention the individuals you mentioned, Mr. Fenton, and his ward, would work well with my office. It's clearly a systemic issue here that we need to reform. Mr. Curry, a question I had for you is that the grants, some of the grants that FEMA makes available for sort of pre-disaster efforts, like the BRIC grants, the PDM grants, they don't allow for pre-disaster water infrastructure for fire suppression to be an eligible use. So, fire hydrants, upgrading lines, tanks, that would actually sort of be critical in some cases for immediate response. And this is important for several communities I represent that are at high fire risk, such as the Tahoe Basin. So, and in fact, the Calder fire, which is 2021, one of the factors that was cited for why it didn't ultimately engulf communities in South Tahoe was the availability of water infrastructure for fire suppression. So why is it that that's not an eligible use? And is that something you think we ought to change?
Yeah, what I found over the years is that a lot of times when people say it's not eligible under FEMA, it's just because it was not approved. There's not a law or a requirement that says they can't do it. All these mitigation programs rely on the state or the local government to provide a justification or a benefit cost analysis to FEMA, and then FEMA decides based on all the other project requests it's getting if it meets their threshold. And then in that case, they didn't. It's not that it's not allowed. It's just that, and this is a very common problem with these mitigation issues. These are very complicated projects, and FEMA oftentimes the paperwork required to get the approvals and is just extremely difficult. And if you're a large county or a large state with the capacity to do that, then you might have the resources to put that together. If you're a smaller county or a tribe or something like that, you don't have the resources to put a good justification together, so you don't get the funding.
I know we're a little over time here, but just to clarify, are you saying that for PDM and grants that isn't eligible use, it's just a matter of where the threshold is set, or is,
Well,
is there an
I'll go back and
implementation law needed?
I'll go back and check on the requirement. I'm just saying that what I found is a lot of times when it's deemed ineligible, or it's not approved, it's because FEMA, it doesn't meet some sort of cost benefit threshold, as opposed to that specific kind of project not being able to be approved. It's just they haven't demonstrated that the benefits are going to exceed the cost.
Okay, thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back, and I recognize the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Friedman, for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank the witnesses for their testimony being here. You know, I have to say that it's hard as a Los Angeles Congress member sometimes to hear Los Angeles at the time when it's reeling from disasters and when victims are still living in hotels, somehow seeming to be blamed for their own disaster. I really appreciate Mr. Guthrie's response to Mr. Kiley's question about what California could do better, because it is important that we do evaluate our response to disaster, do audits to make sure that we improve. And so your very good suggestions about disaster management are something that I'm very interested in, and I appreciate your saying them. I do feel that I have to respond a bit about the idea that somehow these fires were caused because of not having pressure in hydrants or reservoirs being empty. Yes, a reservoir was down for repair, and we should always look at what our timetables are. And fire hydrants were not designed to put out 1,000 fires in a residential neighborhood simultaneously. There's not a fire system in this country that would be able to function adequately under those kinds of conditions. But due to what's happening with climate change and changing conditions, we are going to have to look at our infrastructure and make investments to counter conditions that this country has never seen. I grew up in Florida. And my entire childhood, I believe there were 2 hurricanes, my whole childhood. And now we see multiple hurricanes every single year. So we have extreme weather events happening around this country, and we've got to make investments in our infrastructure and our emergency response to counter that. And we can't pretend that it's not because of climate change as well. And so efforts that we can make in this body to slow that change down are also going to help save lives. So I've been working on fire issues for many, many years in the California legislature. California has invested hundreds of millions of dollars over the past several years, year after year, to beef up our response, to add more resources for fighting fires, for fire resiliency. And we saw those resources deployed in these fires with hundreds and hundreds of firefighters on the line, more air response than we've ever seen in this nation's history. We're really hurricane winds, driving embers at a time of year that normally is wet and with record dryness instead. And we're going to unfortunately have to keep putting those resources on the ground. Now, I've introduced my first 2 bills around supporting wildfire victims with the Don't Penalize Victims Act, which would ensure that charitable donations are not used to unfairly penalize victims of natural disasters. I appreciate the members of this committee to making that a bipartisan bill. We also have introduced the Stop Disaster Price Gouging Act to stop price gouging around this country after natural disasters. I also believe in holding FEMA accountable. We have had a lot of concerns in Los Angeles around air quality, soil and water pollution because of these disasters. And I would love to see FEMA doing more monitoring on a regular basis so that the people in Los Angeles know whether or not they need to take precautions if they send their kids to school in Pasadena, or if their water has been contaminated, or whether or not they can plant things in their garden if they're worried that their soils become contaminated. We haven't seen FEMA take that seriously, and I would like to see that happen. I do have a quick question about disaster aid, and we've heard a little talk about that. But unfortunately, this administration has said that they want to hold Californians accountable, and that they, I think, want to punish the people of California, and not for anything about their response, but just because this administration doesn't like their policies around things like voting rights or around our commitment to diversity. So I have a simple yes or no question for Ms. Lauder. When Hurricane Helene hit North Carolina last year, did President Biden condition disaster aid against major policy changes in that state? It was a yes or no question.
No.
Thank you. Mr. Guthrie, when Hurricane Milton hit Florida last year, did President Biden condition disaster aid on the people of Florida?
No.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I would hope that this administration does not play games with people's lives. Last, I want to ask about staffing. FEMA's been on the ground in Los Angeles helping people, and they're very grateful that there are FEMA officials there. I'm very worried about the mass layoffs that we are seeing to public employees, and I've had people in Los Angeles say, when I show up to that office, there are going to be enough people there to help me. I want to know whether you think workplace cuts are going to make it easier or harder for people after disaster to get a live person on the phone or someone to sit in front of them and help them out with whatever issue they have. I'll start with Mr. Garcia, I think.
Absolutely. Workforce depletions do bring challenges. Local communities and NACO County members need, in many regards, that human capital that brings that technical assistance, that helps to get the funding necessary to help those communities recover and rebuild. So we do need the people behind all the other federal guidelines and framework.
Thank you. Mr. Curry, would you like to respond?
It's not going to help. That's my easy answer. FEMA will always marshal the resources towards response and the disasters that have just happened. What the cuts do is it affects the disasters that happened 6 months ago, a year ago, 6 years ago. So it's a cumulative effect because of how many disasters they're dealing with.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back, and I recognize myself for 5 minutes for questions. Some of my professional background lends a voice to this topic. In my previous life, I worked in the heavy highway construction, and my family company partnered with states and local communities on all efforts like rebuilding Interstate I-95 after the tragic collapse. We also worked in Fort Myers after Hurricane Ian, rebuilding power distribution systems, where I saw firsthand the devastation and how locally executed state-managed and federally supported programs could be exceptionally beneficial. I've also seen how bureaucratic red tape can impede disaster reliefs. During COVID, FEMA offered grants to hospitals to address challenges like finding adequate PPE and medical supplies, as well as address workforce shortages. Even though the public health emergency ended nearly 2 years ago, Pennsylvania hospitals are still waiting on $690 million in grant applications. In September of 2023, Lackawanna and Luzerne counties in my district experienced historic flooding. Our state emergency agency estimated the damage to be $25 million, including the loss of lives. In April of 2024, FEMA denied the state's request for major disaster declaration. As GAO points out, there are more than 30 federal entities involved in disaster recovery. This was a clear sign to Pennsylvania that we can't always count on the support of FEMA for disaster relief. Which brings me to my questions on how states can best prepare for deliver relief before, during, and after disasters. So my first question for Mr. Guthrie. In your written testimony, you discussed Florida's Department of Emergency Management implementing emergency standby contracts as part of your proactive disaster management strategy. How can states replicate this practice to have dedicated vendors on standby ready to deploy for various types of natural disasters that states can experience?
Thank you for the question, sir. It's very easy to do. These are $0 contingency contracts put in place where we already know who the bidders are. One of the issues with FEMA is when you need, for instance, a direct housing program, they have to then go to contracting right then and there. We know we're going to need direct housing all over this country. We should have that already done so that speeds that process up by months. We've done that in Florida. I'll make available, as I've already told my partners from other states, I'll make all of our contracts available as a starting point to take the scope of work, copy and paste it, put it into their terms and conditions, and fast forward that methodology for any state, any city, or any county that wants to do that, sir.
So not all disasters can be predicted. What are some best practices Florida uses to have flexibility with these contracts to ensure adequate response from vendors while protecting taxpayer money?
So I have some of the best attorneys in the world. They always get to a yes. And what they allow us to do is they advise me of risk where we may be getting outside the four corners of a document, or they'll get me to a yes where I can stay within the four corners of the document so that I don't have to do another emergency procurement to get into the four corners of the document. And for those that are attorneys, understand what I'm saying there. But that is one way, having a good attorney that knows their job, which is to advise the principal on risk versus reward. Sometimes we have to take the risk, and knowing the consequences of that ahead of time, it's always good to have a good attorney for that.
Mr. Guthrie, Ms. Lauter, and Mr. Garcia, when communities suffer from disasters, it can also be an opportunity to build back stronger, more resilient infrastructure. But oftentimes we see 21st century communities being rebuilt with 20th century infrastructure. How have your respective states and counties engaged in long-term planning to ensure rebuilt infrastructure is more resilient, more secure, and incorporates the latest in digital technologies and digital infrastructure? Mr. Garcia, Honorable Garcia.
Thank you. In Harris County, we're absolutely putting the federal resources that we've been fortunate to receive into resilient initiatives. For example, in Harris County, we received $51 million to help with the buyout program to take people out of flood-prone areas. And we're doing a whole lot more to make sure that resilience is at the top of our work process.
We're interested in any way that we can improve for the future. I think one of the things that has to be taken into account, though, is that whenever we receive grants or we receive support from federal or state agencies, if there are restrictions around that make it harder for us to make decisions and make those investments, then it becomes counterproductive.
Sir, we've done a comprehensive reform on this. We have come out with Florida legislation that preempts cities and counties from doing bureaucratic things when it comes to permitting. That's one thing that we've done. We've worked with the Florida Alliance for Safe Homes and the National Build Strong Coalition for ensuring we have good building codes. We have the best building code in the United States, and strong building codes do work. You can see that all up and down our coastline. Those are just a couple of examples that we have done where we have been able to do this much faster.
Thank you for the testimony and your time, and I yield back. And I recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi, for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for the issues that you're raising. I'd like to just pick up on what Ms. Friedman was referring to earlier and make sure that we fully understand where we are with requirements in order to receive FEMA assistance. Mr. Curry, Is there any example in the past where a FEMA assistance program, disaster assistance, was conditioned on in any way? Are you familiar with any of that?
I'm not familiar. The only thing I would be familiar with is if it's conditioned on using that for resilience purposes, for building back better than it was before.
I do want to come to that. Mr. Guthrie, you answered no to the question that Ms. Friedman raised about conditions. Is it your view that there should be conditions for the emergency assistance being available to a disaster area? Should there be preconditions?
There should not be preconditions. However, again, to the mitigation piece, benefit cost analysis, should we be applying a BCA to a situation where we want a house out of the floodplain, we want to build a house stronger, just because we meet a number, does that make sense? I don't think so. So I think there should be some preconditions to some programs that say we should waive this or we should make this stronger.
Fair enough. And I would appreciate your coming back with the specifics that you're referring to. Certainly flood, we've been in and out of that for the 15 years I've been here. And yes, we're making some progress. The other area that I want to go to deals with the GAO report. You had 60 recommendations in the GAO report. It would seem to me that this committee its time would be very usefully spent going through those. Mr. Curry, in your testimony, you highlighted, I think, 4 specific areas. I'd like you to revisit those in the next minute or so, the 4 priorities that are on your mind for the legislative policy changes that this committee should spend time on, that you believe we should spend time on.
Yeah. Those 60 recs cut across 4 areas, as you said. First is streamlining the federal disaster recovery process because it's fragmented.
Mhm.
The next is
Fragmented among multiple agencies.
exactly 30 agencies to be sure. Better delivering disaster aid to survivors, making that easier for individual survivors. Reforming the FEMA workforce is number 3. And then number 4 is using our resilience dollars and making resilience programs easier to navigate for state and local governments.
All right. And in each of those areas, you had specific ways in which the improvements could be accomplished, that is legislative.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, actually 2 years ago, before the reform discussions even started, we recommended that Congress set up its own commission to look at disaster recovery because we were so frustrated that the agencies for years, we were making recommendations, they weren't implementing them. And also this issue cuts across so many committees of jurisdiction. So it is rare that we would recommend something like that, but we thought the problem was large enough that it was warranted.
Well, you've given me direction on how I should spend my time, and hopefully the committee would similarly spend time on the details of each of these, streamlining multiple federal agencies, maybe eliminate or at least change the way in which they presumably should work together, individual assistance programs. Could you be a little more specific about that?
Well, changing our aid programs to the individual survivor from being government-centric to customer-centric. And what I mean by that is right now, the survivor has to extract the money out of the federal government through a lengthy, frustrating process. And because of that, they don't get everything they could possibly get.
Thank you. Mr. Guthrie, you're nodding your head, and the rest of you would think this is something we ought to deal with?
Yes, sir. I mean, the mere fact that a homeowner may have to wait 4, 5, or 6 years to get back to where they need to be, what we want, all of us want, is that homeowner back on their property in their home.
I'm almost out of time. For the 4 of you, if you could present to the committee and certainly to me and my colleagues, the specific kinds of reform that you think are most necessary on the individual assistance. On the workforce, we've already talked about the current reductions in workforce, and there's been a discussion on that. With regard to resiliency, FEMA does have a bit of a problem in that Build Back Better is not in their lexicon, or at least in the regulations that they administer. So we need to be aware that we need to change and encourage FEMA to look to resiliency that is really do Build Back Better. More details, I'm out of time. Thank you very much, gentlemen and lady.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back, and I recognize the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Onder, for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses for being here today. Mr. Curry, the GAO has conducted numerous audits of FEMA's disaster relief spending. Has your office identified instances where FEMA funds have been used to provide aid to illegal immigrants, whether it be housing assistance or otherwise? And could you provide examples?
Yes, we did a report a year or 2 ago. I have to get back to you on the specifics on the Emergency Food and Shelter Program, which, as you know, Congress authorized that program for FEMA to provide assistance to cities to help support the influx of migrants.
Okay, and that was, do you recall when Congress authorized that program?
It was in the last Congress, but I have to get back to you on the details.
It was 118, okay. given FEMA's mission to assist American citizens and legal residents, are there oversight mechanisms currently in place to ensure that funds are used appropriately for disaster recovery as opposed to being diverted to other uses?
Yes, sir. I mean, the Disaster Relief Fund is closely monitored, and there are many controls over the payments that come out of that and go to the states. And it's not just at the federal level. FEMA has its own controls, but then it goes to the states, like Mr. Guthrie's state. They have their own controls before it goes down to the local level too. So it's a very highly overseen pot of money.
Thank you. And Ms. Laughter, as a county official, have you encountered concerns about residents about FEMA's aid distribution being inconsistent, influenced by non-disaster factors, perhaps political factors?
We have not seen that. We have seen frustration from our survivors of being able to access the funds that they should be able to access, and difficulty in getting any answers. The 800 number that a lot of our survivors were referred to for a long time could not be connected. So they really expressed a lot of the frustration around those components.
Got it. So in your testimony, you also stated that when a widespread disaster occurs, there must be a system in place to support response and recovery because local governments do not have the capacity to maintain the ability to handle a response at that scale during non-response times. Based on your experience with Hurricane Helene, what role do you think the federal government should play versus the state governments and perhaps the local governments?
I think they both need to play a role. And at the end of the day, at the local government level, we just need a system that works.
What do you think can be done to improve communication between FEMA employees and the state and local officials involved in disaster recovery?
What we experienced was a lot of silos where we could ask a single question to one worker. They did not even know themselves how to get an answer to a question that was outside of their training or outside of their silo. So communication is a huge component in training.
Okay, thank you. I yield that.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back, and I recognize the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Figures, for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Ranking for hosting this hearing and for all of the witnesses being here. I want to start by recognizing Alabama's Director of Emergency Management, Jeff Smitherman, who was in the audience with us, and also thank you for your near 30 years of service to this nation's military. So thank you, and thank you for being here, and thank you for what you do in the state. Our state was just hit by a round of thunderstorms, and your office kept us abreast of what was going on and kept us well prepared. Fortunately, well, I guess both fortunately and unfortunately, the damage did not rise to a level of a federal, or at least that's my understanding as of this morning, that it will not likely rise to the level of a federal emergency, but yet some rural areas did take hits and there were some losses, some lives lost in that storm. Ms. Laughter, I'm going to do something that I don't think you've probably gotten in this process, and that is, I believe it was Maya Angelou who once said that people, they don't remember everything about you, but they will certainly remember how you made them feel. It sounds like FEMA didn't make you and your community feel very good. And so on behalf of all of us, I was not in Congress at the time, but on behalf of everybody on this committee and everybody that serves in federal government, I want to say that I am sorry because our government should be there for our people. And I know you guys experienced that in Florida as well. So I want to apologize on behalf of all of us and commit to doing better and using my position here to make sure that we're not making other communities feel the way that you felt. And I mean that as a kid that was born in Hurricane Alley, where names like Aaron and Opal and Danny and Georges and Katrina and Ivan, they mean a little bit something different to me. Hell, I was literally born during a hurricane in September 1985, Hurricane Elena. So I know a little bit about FEMA. I know a little bit about communities that need their recovery, need their help, but we needed to be efficient and we needed to be quick and we needed to be effective. And so I want to start, at least my first question is, look, it seems that this problem is bigger than just FEMA. You've mentioned 30 agencies being involved in this process. So how by fixing FEMA are we resolving the entire problem? Or is there a broader scope of inquiry that we need to be addressing these efforts on? We can just go down the road, Mr. Curry.
Yes. Unfortunately, FEMA is the face of response and recovery for the federal government. But when you look at the funding, it's spread all over the federal government. And each of those agencies has their own rules, programs, requirements, and timeframes. And so when those all come together, it creates a very confusing system and process if you're a state or local emergency manager.
Scott.
Thank you, Congressman. I would say, yes, we need a comprehensive review of the scope, mission, and structure of FEMA. But I would even say, take that to the macro. We need a comprehensive review of the scope, mission, and structure of every agency that is a part of the federal family that responds to disasters. Because again, FEMA is a coordinating element. They're not the command and control element. They're the coordinating element. But when you have If you're a fisheries, aquaculture, you got to go through, I believe it's the Department of Commerce. If you're in agriculture, you go through the U.S. Department of Agriculture. If you got something that's on a FHWA roadway, you're going through DOT. That's at the public level. Imagine if you're an individual that's, dependent on Section 8 housing, you're going through HUD. If you're with DCF, you're going through maybe another HHS agency. We have got to figure out, again, comprehensive review of the scope, mission, and structure of the federal family to streamline that into one single application, whether it's for public sector or individual assistance sector. We've got to get to that
I don't
level.
want to cut you off. I want to give Ms. Laff because I want to get one more question in for Ms. Garcia.
I agree. I think it is more complicated than just FEMA. We have an example right now of private property debris removal. We have a farmer that has 300 bales of spoiled hay from the flood, and he cannot access the private property debris removal because he falls under USDA. And he also cannot get direction from the same agency of how to access USDA in order to get relief. He just needs help.
All right, Ms. Garcia.
With so many agencies involved, it does cause confusion, or would cause confusion. So, and at all levels for the local community as well as the residents at heart. So comprehensive review absolutely is necessary.
All right, and then Ms. Garcia, just for you, you mentioned in your opening testimony, you mentioned about underserved and disadvantaged communities, and that particularly resonates with me. I'm in a very poor district. For the most part, individual median income is just around $30,000. So these are people that can't afford to rebuild on their own. So my question for you is, in those communities that have been hit by storms, particularly hurricanes, tornadoes, where we see those blue tarps go on those roofs, we go back too often, and those blue tarps are still there years later. In fact, sometimes decades later. How can we better streamline resources to get into those communities?
Thank you. And I will tell you that streamlining the process is absolutely critical. As I mentioned, both the legislation that is being proposed, Disaster Survivors and the Simplification Act, all those things are going to help us remove the barriers that the communities could face. And so we need the support by FEMA. So staff shortages at FEMA do not help us move forward. All of this is important for us to address. So, simplification, plain language, universal portals, those things are absolutely helpful to get the resources where they're needed.
Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the overage.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Are there further questions from any members of the subcommittee who have not been recognized? Seeing none, that concludes our hearing for today. I would like to thank each of the witnesses for your testimony. The subcommittee stands adjourned.
Mr. Homan, you have time for a few?
How you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm on way to meet.
Since you came back into the White House, do you use Signal or any other encrypted apps to communicate with administration officials?
I got no comment on that.
Sir, are you concerned that the English language social media posts pushing immigrants to use the CBP Home app aren't reaching a predominantly Spanish language speaking population?
Working on that right now.
What do you mean you're working on it?
You're going to see more Spanish language notices going out.
At the rate you're going, what do you think your deportation target number is going to be for the year?
I have no idea. It depends what kind of money we have. We need Congress to fund this mandate for the American people because with more money, we can do more. We need to buy more beds. We need more airplane flights. We need more officers on the ground. We need more contracts with companies who can do a lot of work that doesn't require a badge and gun. So the more money we have from Congress, the more successful we'll be on the ground.
What's your estimate on how many people have been self-deported so far?
Actually, I hope we'll have that number by Friday. We asked for that number yesterday. I'm waiting on it. I entirely looked at the numbers this morning. As far as interior arrests, we're at about 44,000, just shy of 44,000 arrests in the interior, which are by far more than the Biden administration did in the interior. Let me address one thing. I keep reading this. We're deporting less people than Joe Biden. Let's remember, Joe Biden was counting Border Patrol removals on the border where millions of people are coming across. You can't compare our removal numbers to them. First of all, he was fudging numbers, adding border removals to ICE removals. And second of all, you got millions of people crossing the border, and Border Patrol were bouncing some of them back. We secured the border. We're down border crossing 96%, so we don't have millions of people coming across the border. Just compare our removal numbers to his is just ridiculous. We could remove 100% of our people, and he can remove 10% of his people. The number's still going to be higher because we're talking about millions of people coming across. The question that people should be asking, how many did the Trump administration release compared to Biden administration? We're at about 0, and they're at millions. So that's the difference. And so I'm reading the story about deportation numbers are lower than Biden. It's fake news. It's not comparing apples to apples. Compare the interior enforcement arrests, interior enforcement removals to the last administration. There we see the real difference.
Do you expect IRS to begin sharing data
on potential, undocumented migrants in this country?
Well, I'll tell you
with
this,
ICE?
illegal aliens use American social security numbers. Together with identity theft, we're looking to protect social security. We're looking out to protect United States citizens' identity and their benefits from social security. I've done this for a long time. Illegal aliens many times use social security numbers, U.S. citizens. It causes a lot of problems. Just identity theft. Even my own family. One of my closest relatives had his ID stolen, his social security number stolen. So we're going to look out for American people. We're going to protect social security.
But do you expect them to share? Do you expect
I hope
IRS
so.
to share?
I hope so. I think again, to protect American citizens, their social security benefits, protect their identity from being stolen. That's one way we can do it.
What would you say to families of some of the individuals deported who say that they do not have affiliations to gangs, to TDA? Are you going to provide more details about?
Look, I'm not aware. I didn't drill into every one on that plane. We left it up to ICE. The highest officials at ICE have said that they are confident that every one of the Venezuelans on those planes remember TDA. And everybody's, how do you know? Look, a lot of this stuff is law enforcement sensitive. I'm not going to share a lot of this stuff with you because we certainly don't want to show how we do our inside work, because that's going to just help the criminals out there once they read it. But I can tell you hundreds and hundreds of hours were spent on investigations, whether it's looking at their criminal history, whether it's looking at immigration history, whether looking at undercover videos, whether it's talking to informants, whether it's talking to other members of the gang who gave sworn statements. There's a lot of ways that this was done. A lot of time was spent doing this. Again, and I got assurances from the highest levels of ICE that this was done right, and everybody in that plane, Venezuelans were TDAs. And I got to remember, first of all, let's remember one thing. First of all, everyone on that plane was illegal alien in the country illegally. Number two, many in that plane were removed with Title 8. They already had it removed from an immigration judge. And again, we're talking about terrorists. TDA and MS-13 was on the plane. They've been designated terrorist organizations. These are not good people. So I trust the men and women at ICE that they did the right thing, and I stand by it.
How much focus right now is the administration putting on those who have committed crimes versus those who have not committed crimes, who are immigrants in the country?
I didn't hear that question.
How much focus is the administration putting on those who have committed crimes versus those who have not committed crimes?
Well, the prioritization is those who are public safety threats and national security threats. Let me share it with you, because we just did an operation in Boston, 370 apprehensions. Most of them were criminals, but many were collaterals. Majority of criminals. How come the collaterals? I've said this 1,000 times. Sanctuary cities are going to get exactly what they don't want: more agents in the community and more collateral arrests. Why? Because we can't get access to the bad guy in the county jail. If they're going to choose to release him in the public, which is just releasing a public safety threat in the public, it's just dumb to begin with, because it puts the public safety at risk, right? But when you release that public safety threat back in the public, that means we got to go find him. When we find him, most likely he's with others. And if they're in the country illegally, they're coming too, because we're not going to tell ICE to ignore the oath that you took to enforce immigration law and walk away from the illegal alien like the last administration does. So if you want to force us in the communities, fine, we'll go. But collateral arrests will increase because we're going to run into illegal aliens while we're in the course of looking at those targets. So again, you want to decrease the collateral arrests, you want to decrease the non-criminals, and let us in the damn jail.
You said many are collateral. Can you put a number to that, a percentage?
I don't have the number. I can tell you the majority were criminals, like criminal histories. And we got to remember, we arrested, I think it was 4 people, convictions for murder, homicide. We arrested child sex predators. We arrested drug traffickers and gun traffickers. We seized guns. We seized drugs. That's a great thing about President Trump, this all the government approach. It's a game changer, because when we do these operations, we find an illegal alien with narcotics. DEA's right there to prosecute the case. We find the guns, ATF's right there to prosecute the gun cases. And of course, ICE will continue to prosecute re-entries after removal. So we get a lot of prosecutions out of these operations. Again, the reason why we focus on sanctuary cities, because they're the most dangerous places, because they release public safety threats back into the public. We're a cooperating jurisdiction. We don't have that much of a concern or that big a target of criminal aliens walking the streets. President Trump has made a commitment to American people. We're going to decrease illegal alien crime in the city. We're going to concentrate on public safety threats and national security threats. The data proves what we're doing. We're going to keep President Trump's promise to American people. He was given the mandate to do this. Number one issue: secure the border and deal with illegal alien crime in this country, and that's exactly what we're doing.
What's your reaction?
I really got to run. I'll be on in a little bit with this.
Now's the perfect time to secure your home and your loved ones. Get a free ADT Smart Home Security System valued at $1,200 from ADT authorized provider Safe Streets. Plus, get a Google Nest doorbell camera at no cost and a $200 Visa gift card from Safe Streets, the most trusted name in home security with more than 106,000 4.9-star Trustpilot reviews. Visit getsafestreets.com/Badlands or call 925-529-6541. That's 925-529-6541 to speak to a representative today. $99 customer installation charge and purchase of new monitoring service required for the termination fee apply.
All right. Well, hello.
What's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Check my mic. Okay, I've got sound coming in. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I couldn't figure out where that sound was coming from. Too many tabs open. What's up, everybody? Welcome to Badlands Live. What a day.
Yeah.
I know you were on Badlands Daily this morning. Did you happen to catch the any of the questioning of Gabbard and Patel and Ratcliffe?
I caught the tail end of it, and what I saw was hilarious.
You growing a beard?
I'm not trying to, but I just haven't shaved in a couple of days.
I think you should.
Yeah, maybe I will.
If you think should grow a beard, drop a 1. If you think he should shave immediately, drop a 2.
We'll see what they
Drop
say.
a deuce. So the thing I was watching, I texted you when I tuned in and was listening, and it was like these guys asked dumber questions than the journalists in the White House briefing room. The senators. It was all about the signal chat. It was all about, these Democrat senators trying to act super tough on President Trump's cabinet members, and some of the questions. Angus King asking, oh, it's very mixed. 1.5. Bravest, what the hell is 1.5?
1.5.
Like, what does that even mean?
Love that.
I think there's more ones. I think you should grow the beard. At least give it a shot. Give it till Plymouth.
All right, for now I will.
Yeah.
We'll go ahead and grow the beard.
Yeah. So Angus King was asking very, very serious and pointed questions at Tulsi Gabbard as to why her intelligence assessment of the greatest threats to American security didn't include global climate change. And that was crazy to me. The declaration of global climate change as one of the greatest threats to the United States of America, well, that drives a lot of policy decisions and a lot of funding priorities and a lot of climate NGOs and businesses that take a piece from the American people. So I'm super happy that global climate change is no longer listed as the gravest threat to national security. I also think they've forfeited that argument, since they're totally supportive of destroying Tesla, the company that has done more for the cause of global climate change than any other private company. What say you? I don't know if you missed the first part of that, but the first part of that.
I caught some of it. Okay. If you're talking about the thing we were just watching, like with the FEMA thing.
No, I'm talking about during that hearing we were just talking about before you, I imagine, answered the door. The Angus King, the independent senator from Maine, questioned Tulsi Gabbard, very concerned because her intelligence assessment of the greatest threats to U.S. national security did not include global climate change. For the first time, and I've been on this, I think he said, this is my 13th year on this committee, and which, like the immediate response to that is, well, you should go. But 13th, on the Senate Intelligence Committee for 13 years, overseeing kind of the worst period of U.S. foreign policy in modern history. And he was very, very concerned.
Not something to be proud of. What I caught on the tail end of that hearing after Badlands Daily was hilarious. They were when I jumped in, they were grilling them over the signal chat thing. And it was just so funny watching Dan Ratcliffe like respond to the questions, because it became very obvious. Brian and I had just finished talking about it on Badlands Daily. And, you know, I mean, my assessment is basically that it was intentional. I don't see how that wasn't intentional. And I think one of the first questions I caught early on when I jumped in, they asked Radcliffe, do you think this was a mistake? Like, it was a total communist struggle session, but he says, was it a mistake? And Radcliffe just says, no.
No.
And he just
Yeah.
and he just stares at him. And the guy was
It was Warner, if I'm not mistaken, Senator Warner.
Completely shocked that he just said that. And he tried to like double back and say, okay, well, don't you regret it? Like, it was so funny that Ratcliffe just said no and just stared right at him like it was not a mistake. And I don't know. I mean, to me, I understand that Ratcliffe didn't mean it probably the way that I'm taking it, but I also kind of think he meant it the way that I'm taking it, which is no, we 100% meant to add Jeffrey Goldberg to that.
So let's lean into that, because I think I was watching, I missed the last part of the FEMA thing and the first part of Tom Homan, because I was watching John over on Daily Herald. And he was talking about that. Chris Paul posted on his socials this morning how lucky it is that there was this hearing right after this Atlantic thing happened, right? Just a stroke of luck that there was a hearing to bring all these people together and ask them questions about the Signal chat at the time, right after this story broke. The reason I brought up the Herald is that people in the Herald chat, multiple people in the Daily Herald chat, we're asking, what does Ghost think about all this? I know you had a little bit of it in the Badlands News Brief this morning, a little bit of your take. So folks, if you're not reading the Badlands News Brief, you should be, badlands.substack.com, and you can have it read to you. Just hit the play button at the top of the document and it can be read to you if you don't like to read. But what say you, Ghost, about this Atlantic thing? Let's talk about that.
I feel like I think at this point it's been, especially after that hearing, it's been proven that the Signal chat is real, that it's not fake, that it was 100% real.
The White House
we
confirmed
had
it.
the White
Caroline
House,
Leavitt confirmed it.
of course, some White House liaison confirmed it. Caroline Leavitt put out a post this morning that said that, there was no classified intelligence like in the chat, anything like that. And then that's exactly what Ratcliffe and Tulsi Gabbard and Kash Patel communicated during the hearing, the parts that I heard. So they were very clear about that. And that's what Brian and I were talking about as well, is that there was nothing in the chat that was that Goldberg posted that was classified intelligence. It was all high level, just like generalities, speaking in a more like broad stroke sense. So again, like
So let me pause you there, because that came up in the hearing, and I think you were still on Daily when these questions were happening. But they actually broke down the Democrats. This was, aside from global climate change, this is pretty much the only thing Democrats asked questions about, is the Signal chat. The Republicans asked other questions about the intelligence report and threats to national security, but really it was for Democrats, it was all about the Signal chat. So senators like Michael Bennet and Mark Kelly broke down what was reported to actually be in there. There were targets in there. There were timing in there. Now, Gabbard and Ratcliffe's responses were largely, I don't recall there being specific targets in there. I don't recall specific timing. I don't recall specific weapons being discussed. And the senators kept pressing on that. It came to a head, and I forget which senator it was that asked the question. Ossoff, maybe. Chat will know.
It might have been Ossoff. He was the one who was kind of grilling them the hardest.
Well, yeah, I mean, all the Democrats went there with them, but the where it came to a head was they kept deferring to SecDef and saying, if you want the specifics on this, I don't believe it was classified information. If you want specifics, you need to reach out to the Department of Defense. The questions came down to, when did Secretary Hegseth declassify this kind of information, because this is definitely classified information from all traditional measures of classified information. If it wasn't classified, then it had to have been declassified. When did that happen? And of course, they deferred to the Secretary of Defense. So I wonder if we're going to see them drag him before this committee.
Could be, but the other thing to keep in mind, and we talked about this on Daily, was that none of that was actually reported by Goldberg. What was reported by Goldberg was he said, I'm not reporting this stuff because I suspect that this is classified information and I don't want to I don't want to get in trouble or compromise anything. So I'm not going to report this stuff. But I know from the chat, timing, weapon systems, like all that stuff, all those details. So he says that he has that information, but he didn't demonstrate that. And this is a person who is a proven liar who has demonstrated on multiple occasions that he will literally just fabricate entire stories about President Trump to make him look bad. So
Suckers and losers.
Yes. So one must wonder, is it like if this guy got invited into the Signal chat, got all this great, was thoroughly convinced that, okay, this is real. Then the attack happens. He's like, okay, this is 100% real. I'm going to embellish this story further to make these people look bad by saying that they were sharing classified intelligence in this Signal chat. My guess is that none of that stuff was actually shared. He also was like, there was a CIA agent in there who I'm not going to name, out of party of false decorum allegiance to the CIA. It's like, yeah. So he was trying to basically make himself look like the white knight for, the classified intelligence community. But there's no proof. There's no proof that Goldberg had any of that stuff. All he said is, I claim to have this information, but didn't actually post any of it. And I think that's what Ratcliffe kind of pointed to without actually getting that specific. He was just like, yeah, I don't think any of that stuff actually was. I have to go double check, but I don't think any of that stuff actually was printed in the article. So, which is funny because that is kind of a catch-22. If Goldberg releases it now, does he get in trouble for sharing classified intelligence? It's a total catch-22 for Goldberg, and something that I would imagine that they had the conversation on the Atlantic side. Like, let's just say for the sake of argument that stuff was in the chat, and they decided not to post it because they're like, we will get arrested if we post this stuff. And so it's a total catch-22 and they can't prove it.
To your point about, Goldberg, his reasons for not reporting this before the attack, WikiLeaks came out with this last night, kind of pointing the spotlight at Jeff Goldberg and saying, you care about life. Why didn't you report on this beforehand? That was interesting. Just one of those kind of notable things.
Yep.
Because he's proved himself repeatedly to be a political animal. And apparently he's a political animal to, even at the expense of
it wasn't an
mass
ethics
death.
decision. It wasn't an ethics
Right.
decision that for him not to post it yet. He was doing it for a reason. And yeah, I agree. I feel like this whole thing ultimately is going to make Jeff Goldberg look bad. Like it doesn't reflect well necessarily on him depending on what your perspective is, your politics. If your politics are that you're anti-Israel and you're sympathetic to the people who are against Israel, then you're going to look at him as a monster for not posting this last week where these Yemeni lives could have been saved, right? As WikiLeaks points out. Or you're going to look at him as someone who is fabricating this whole cloth. You don't believe any of it, and this is all completely made up. You're going to disregard some of the rhetoric out of the White House. I mean, there's so many different perspectives from that aspect of it. But if we just get into the meat of it, where we accept the fact that this is a real Signal chat, you and I agree that this has basically been proven by the White House. This is real.
Yeah, Caroline Levitt came out on
think-
X and confirmed that she said there was no classified information. There were no, specifics about targets and weapons and timing and all of that, which was the, a lot of the substance of Democrat questions today. But she did, but that in so doing confirmed that it was legitimate.
That it was legitimate. Yeah.
But again, is it an accident? I know on Daily Herald today, Gabrielle, the Pentagon reporter from OANN, she joined. She was fantastic. Really highly recommend folks go back and watch that interview that John did. But she took the position that, it was an accident. It was a mistake. It's embarrassing. I'm an America First person, so I wouldn't want this on anyone, right? Like I wouldn't want this on any administration because it hurts America and it's embarrassing to us. But she, took that position. Now she's in the walls of the Pentagon, so there's something to be said about that. But, there's also this question of, is it a sort of canary type of trap?
What what evidence other than the fact that this was a quote unquote private conversation among cabinet officials, what evidence is there that this was an accident? Because the analysts that I shared on Daily today, who, you know, are pretty large accounts on X, they aren't like Q people. They aren't like trust the plan kind of people. They aren't like ones to rationalize this as something intentional if it isn't. And their analysis of it was the same. There was that Walz and Hegseth and Trump played Goldberg and actually used this as a narrative vehicle to get something out that they wanted out, which was this thing was a shot across the bow against Europe, because it was a total bailout of Europe, as Hegseth and JD Vance explained in the conversation. They said that I think the word that Hegseth used was pathetic. They said that European freeloaders, talking about the entire European Union, are pathetic, and that they can't fend for themselves, and they could never go down to the Red Sea and take out the Houthis on their own. They need Big Brother to come do it for them. The fact that so like, let's back up. I mean, I'm somebody who was a little skeptical of the whole Houthi strike to begin with, because I don't trust the Republican Party. I don't trust the neocon faction. I don't trust the Zionist faction. I don't trust all of the old guard political factions that have surrounded the new administration. I don't trust any of them. And
who do you trust?
I don't trust anybody. I don't trust anybody in Washington, D.C. But they would be the type of people to lead Trump by the hand, you know, if you are of the belief that Donald Trump doesn't really know what he's doing. And he has this magic superpower. He can wipe everyone's memory every morning, and everyone wakes up every morning believing that Donald Trump has no idea what he's doing, and he stumbled ass backwards into the presidency twice. You know, people seem to think that these contingents that have surrounded Trump want to lead us back into forever wars. So when something like last week happens, where you get this strike on the Houthis, there's definitely real concern that we're going to get sucked into another forever war. We're going to get sucked into boots on the ground. You heard, what's his name? You heard that the guys over at the Pentagon not take that off the table, like the boots on the ground was not off the table. Now they clarified that's a negotiating tactic, that they're doing that as a pure negotiating tactic, and they're going to leave it up to Trump to decide. But they're like, yeah, of course we're not going to take boots on the ground off the table. You know, so that's concerning. You also wonder, like, what was the motive? The motive behind this? Was this something being done on behalf of Israel? Like is the AIPAC lobby putting their thumb on the scale to do this? All of that was debunked through this conversation, because both Hegseth and JD Vance explained that this was not being done. This was not being done in coordination with Israel resuming the war in Gaza. And I speculated on that last week when this happened. I said that, you know, it's interesting that this Houthi strike happens, and then immediately the IDF goes back into Gaza and starts the war with Hamas again. They made it very clear that they wanted to do this Houthi strike before the ceasefire broke, before like something happened where they weren't going to be able to do it on their own terms. They also made clear that they were worried that Israel might do something hasty before them, like attack the Yemeni in Yemen and take matters into their own hands, in which case they don't have control. And then they also made clear that this was being done to open up the trade route for Europe. And really, more importantly, in my opinion, and the fact they didn't say this, to me, speaks to the fact that they understood that there was a journalist in the chat. China, way more important. That trade route is way more important to China than it is to Europe. The fact that, I mean, China, if they want to trade with the West, outside of going to LA, outside of going to Long Beach, if they want to trade with like Europe, they're going through the Red Sea. So that's a major trade route for China. The fact that, I think Trump doing this he's actually doing China a huge favor, because China can't go in there and take out the Houthis because of their alliance with Iran. Same thing with Russia. So I don't know. I mean,
right,
the way that this is all the way this is all being strategized, though, is like it's been perfectly deployed so that Trump hasn't contradicted himself when it comes to China, Russia, Europe, or any of those things. He's reinforced everything that he said publicly through these private conversations.
Okay, so can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, pause there because I want that was an excellent summary. Your brief take is a little more TLDR and really hones in on the net effects of this leak. And I just want to read a little bit of that, then see
Sure.
if there's anything that you would add to it. All right, so this is from the Badlands News Brief this morning. Assuming that Jeffrey Goldberg isn't completely lying about all of this, and that is a major assumption given his personal history of publishing fan fiction as fact, and giving the benefit of the doubt that Jeff wasn't being catfished by a bunch of anons, I actually think this leak was a strategic win for the Trump administration. Assuming it is real, it's likely a script that was written for Goldberg to publish, so I will analyze it as such. Here's the takeaways. It debunked the notion that the Houthi strike was in service to Israel, the most popular theory among Trump detractors, made clear that Trump was bailing out Europe, and also demonstrated that there was earnest debate among the cabinet. JD Vance comes out looking like the guy with his finger on the pulse of the movement, acknowledging that the strike might be a mistake and that supporters may not understand why it was necessary. Hegseth explicitly states that they wanted to act before Israel, but also asserts that messaging will be difficult no matter what. On that point, you'd add, I think, China, right? Your points about China, but the part about JD Vance reinforces what we were saying a couple weeks ago in the wake of the Zelensky meeting. You and I here on this live stream talking about how JD Vance is Trump brings him with him most places, right? He's got he gives tease him up in the forums to look presidential and to, as you said in the take, appear as you have as he has his finger on the pulse. He's being trained in the art of the deal by the master of the art of the deal before our eyes, and that kind of stuck out to me when I published your take.
Yeah, and I mean, I would like to think that the dialogue that was happening that Jeff Goldberg reported on was earnest. Like, these are earnest opinions that are being shared. They're just being kind of watered down to to something that's allowable to be given to the Atlantic, so that they aren't violating any sort of security clearance or anything. But there are a lot of people in the daily chat who were upset because JD Vance, they thought he was undermining President Trump because he was disagreeing with them, and he was almost going behind President Trump's back because Trump wasn't part of that chat, but he was saying, I disagree with the president, here's why. I'm not sure if Trump understands the implications here. I thought everything JD Vance said was very, very spot on, especially in hindsight, looking at the way that X responded to the Houthi strike. We're looking at the way that people are a little anxious, post strike about what's happening. Does this mean we're starting? Does this mean we're sending more troops over to the Middle East? Does this mean we're gearing up for, adventures in the Middle East 2.0? And so I think everything he said was spot on. And I like that we're getting this kind of debate. I think this is the kind of debate that you want to see leaders have amongst themselves. These aren't debates that are supposed to be public. Remember, this is being presented as a private conversation that Goldberg accidentally was clued in on, and therefore this is pulling back the veil, pulling back the curtain. So JD Vance is not subverting Trump publicly. This is a private conversation leaked to the public. You want to see this. You want to see people push back on one another and challenge them. If you get a room full of yes men, that's the worst possible form of leadership you could have. So I think that's really, really important, that we want that moving forward. We want the friction. We want the friction in all aspects of society moving forward, because without the friction, that's how you get to COVID 2020. That's how you get to 6 feet to 2 weeks to slow the spread, 6 feet, whatever, all that crap is because there's no friction in society and people are afraid to question the official narrative and they're afraid to push back on one another. And so it's really important that we condition ourselves to accept that as just a natural part of life.
Yeah. Remember when Biden was running and Kamala was running, and they kept trying to convince us that it was a good thing that you had a team. You were electing a team, right? I remember when the that landslide that happened in California, they fixed it, and Pete Buttigieg came out at that time I said, this is the power of the team. You're electing a team of people to run the country. Well, that's how you end up with what we've had. And having a decisive leader as the chief executive of the United States of America has always been a critical requirement to our form of government. This came out in one of the SCOTUS opinions this week, but he is the only person inside of our government, the only person who himself comprises a branch of government. And that's it constitutionally.
Yep.
So it's speaking of the boss, I was just going over to check his Truth Social to see if he posted anything. This came out 28 minutes ago. He posted this on Truth Social. So while we were live coverage, but JD Vance is right there in the middle. So I thought since we were just talking about him, we should play it.
Yep.
But I appreciate you being here. We'll do it again. I like to do it. I feel good. I feel brave among you people. You have more bravery than anybody. Look how young some of these guys are. You can go down
That was nice. So greeting Medal of Honor recipients. Here's another one. It was my great honor to welcome Medal of Honor recipients this morning at the White House. Heroes. Oh, wait, what happened? It's not going to let me maximize it. It seems to be the same audio, though.
And Chris has specific concerns and criticisms of JD Vance and the world he comes from, like the technocratic world he comes from, which I think are very, very important to weigh and measure as we move forward. We can't just accept any person who wanders onto the stage as like the next Trump, because Trump, I feel like, has uniquely earned his place in like the pantheon of this movement, right? And to your point, I think that JD Vance is being given opportunities to kind of cut his own teeth and kind of blaze his own trail, and not just be Trump's shadow, but kind of deviate from Trump when he. Yeah, it's like, but like sometimes that requires deviating from him and disagreeing with him publicly, and forming consensus through deliberation and debate. I think that's important to get to. With all that said, I think that I just go back to the I'm sorry, where I was going with that originally was Hegseth saying that there's a 24-hour window. Once we finalize the plan, there's a 24-hour window where POTUS has the opportunity to say yes or no, right? And it seems like that would be when all of these individual cabinet members, if they have strong feelings one way or the other, would go meet face to face and lobby like their case with Trump. And that would be when JD Vance would go and say, here are the reasons why I think this is a mistake. It's just my opinion. Take it or leave it. You and I both know from reading Art of the Deal, that's exactly how Trump operates. He takes in all the information from all of his trusted, advisors, so to speak, and then he makes the decision. That's what an executive does.
And he keeps his options open, which is a feature of Trump. I stand by my prediction after the Zelensky meeting. And again, there could be some massive scandal that makes this, totally, I have no ability to see the future, but my prediction is that by the end of the Trump administration, when we are voting for a president in 2028, the American people are going to want the Trump administration to continue. And it's going to be very clear and decisive that JD Vance is the only one that can keep it going as it pertains to the collective mind of the American people. I think that's the story they're building. And starting it early, starting it now is very Trump. If you haven't read Art of the Deal, I highly encourage it. Brian and I covered it on Based Book Club. It was the first book that we did. We've now moved that show to Badlands. So it's today at 6 p.m. Eastern time. We're on Kash Patel's Government Gangsters, chapters 2 and 3. And if you haven't read the book, it's okay, because we read the book as part of the show. We pause as we go through it and talk about it. But you don't have to have read it beforehand to enjoy the show. But in reading Art of the Deal, President Trump plans in decades. He has a unique ability to see the future and the incredible restraint and patience to wait for the right moments. And I think that we see evidence of that in his first term. Certainly, if you go back to the escalator of 2015 and watch what's happened, there are a lot of things that there's a lot of coincidences, let's say, that point to timing, aligning, and things that make it seem like there's a plan. There's a plan that's being executed. And I'm not talking about some metaphysical, I'm not even really talking about, the military plan or the devolution plan. I'm talking about President Trump as the chief executive and the way that he runs things when he is the chief executive. He doesn't do it without a plan. And we see the evidence of that plan. I think that the continuation of the golden age when he is no longer president is definitely a part of his planning. And I think we see that JD Vance has a role to play in that.
Yeah. So like in summary, I would say that this whole deployment, it actually put my mind at ease because I was definitely someone who was a little anxious about the whole Houthi strike thing. Not because I think the Houthis aren't shouldn't be held accountable. And, that it actually bothered me back during the Biden administration that they were firing on U.S. ships and really nothing was happening to them. Right. I mean, that was kind of outrageous because that establishes a really, really dangerous precedent. But just that, given the types of people that appear to be surrounding Trump, a lot of them would like to see us back in a war with somebody, whether that's Russia or the Middle East or whatever, China. We have to be very cognizant of that. And to your point, this vision that I think Trump is laying, I think is going to require extracting that neocon, neoliberal contingent from DC. And that's going to require exposing him. I think ultimately, in hindsight, this story is going to be really bad for Goldberg because I think his own people in his segment of the political landscape are going to end up blaming him for not posting this prior to the Yemen strike. And they're going to say, why didn't you post it sooner? You could have thwarted this whole thing. And it's going to become like a circling firing squad kind of ordeal because I don't think this is going to end up being that big of a deal. Because like you said, like they said, there was no classified information shared. There were emojis. I mean, Brian was laughing so hard on the Daily this morning when we were talking about the emojis that were being shared. And that reminds me, by the way, of MBS and Jared Kushner when they first started texting, and then they found out the State Department was like monitoring their texts. They started just communicating in like emojis, and the State Department CIA guys were freaking out because they didn't know what the emojis meant. And it's like the same thing.
I love
super serious, guys. It's super serious.
Decode emojis. I love it.
Yeah.
So I texted you earlier today, and we were kind of talking in the back channels around what if this is a canary, right? There's a purpose of that, but certainly they knew that it was going to consume all of the oxygen in the media, and it has, right? The Signal thing has been the story, and it's even consuming the oxygen in the congressional committee. That was pre-planned before this this story broke. Just another coincidence. So that begs the question: is what else is going on that the administration doesn't want us, or the people broadly, or the media to be really digging into, or just that they're running cover for? The most obvious answer, I think, is the talks in Riyadh. And I know earlier when we were talking, you said that you were waiting for more information. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yes, RT just posted. Let me share my screen. It's so funny how RT is like so much more reliable than the American media. And it's funny because they are actually posting the White House.
For folks that haven't been following this, set up what this meeting was before you do the readout.
Yeah, so this was the U.S. and Russia met in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia to do, it was 12-hour talks yesterday, bilateral technical talks related to the situation in the Black Sea, right? So there was an initial meeting before between U.S. and Russia. Then there was a meeting like in Riyadh. Then there was a meeting between the U.S. and Kiev last week. And now they're
also known as Kyiv.
Yeah. And so now they're having basically the second round of discussions between the U.S. and Russia back in Riyadh. And it's amazing that I've noticed this coincidence happening now where it's not just Saudi Arabia, it's Qatar as well. Qatar is positioning itself as kind of like the mediator, the world's mediator. Saudi Arabia is kind of positioning itself as like the world's conference room, like the crossroads where the world comes together to meet. And after that interview between Steve Witkoff and Tucker that aired this past weekend, Witkoff said the exact same thing. He said that that's exactly what the Qataris are trying to do. They're trying to brand themselves as the world's negotiators, like the world's mediators. And they're doing that all over the place. We don't need to get into all the different conflicts they're covering, but everywhere from Africa to South America to Asia, the Middle East, Russia, and Ukraine.
But isn't Qatar also an intelligence, like Five Eyes widespread intelligence stronghold, or no?
It's like a major military industrial complex,
Yeah.
intelligence stronghold, and they kind of got into that a little bit in the
We shouldn't let them be the negotiators of the world, right?
Well, what Witkoff kind of clarified is he's like a few things that I didn't know. Number one, we don't like the CENTCOM base is in Qatar. We don't fund any of that. Like the Qataris pay for all of that. So they actually, they provide according to Witkoff, they provide all the money and they pay for all the infrastructure and everything that would be related to the base, to like housing the base there.
For CENTCOM?
Yeah. Like
U.S. CENTCOM?
They pay for, like, I'm not saying the base itself. I'm saying for all the infrastructure that would be related to the base being there, right? Normally, if we were to go do that anywhere else, the host country would expect us to be giving them money to,
Like a lease type of thing, right?
Yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
Usage costs.
The Qataris, I guess, view it as like a privilege to have the base there. It's obviously going to keep Qatar like a very safe place, so they're happy to provide all the money to facilitate, the base being there. I didn't realize that. As far as the intelligence community is concerned, that is extremely concerning. It's a very, very popular thing for, as I understand it, for people to get out of working for the CIA and go start an NGO that's based in Qatar. And then you get like all access to all kinds of money. It sounds like they're trying to get rid of the evil twin there and the good twins trying to step up. And this guy, Tamim, who's been friends with Trump for a long time, he's definitely been friends with not only Witkoff, but Tom Barack and a few other people from the Trump administration. So it seems like there's a good twin, evil twin thing happening in Qatar. The evil twin is definitely the military industrial complex / CIA / MI6 / Mossad / Muslim Brotherhood. But yeah, so it still remains an enigma, but it's done more good than bad as far as I can tell over the past couple years. The first one being the Doha Agreement back in like whenever that was, 2019, with the Taliban. So we'll have to see what happens, but I think that Qatar, there's some positive developments happening there. And I'm of the opinion now, having like dug into it, that when MBS came in as Crown Prince in 2017, he launched like a full-on embargo of Qatar, with Saudi Arabia, UAE, Jordan, Egypt, the United States. He talked about, he took like RFPs, requests for proposals, to actually dig a canal between Qatar and Saudi Arabia to turn Qatar into an island. And he went as far as to like issuing drafts of contracts and then didn't do it. That forced Qatar away from the Gulf states and back into the arms of Iran, because they were enemies with Iran, but because they had been ostracized by the entire Arab community, they were forced to become friends with Iran again. I wonder if that was strategically done, and Tamim, Qatar, became the back channel for Trump to Iran. I have no evidence, like hard evidence, to support that. Pure speculation. But that would make the most sense to me. Like, how does Trump seem to have a back channel to Tehran now? Because he does seem to have that back channel. If it's not through Putin, which seems like that would be a little too long-winded, it would be through Qatar, I think. So
What about Xi?
Could be through Xi. I mean, potentially could be through Xi. But again, it seems like there would be a lot more opportunities for sabotage if you're going through Russia or through China. It just seems like there would be, to me, I don't know. It just seems like there would be a lot more like that's almost how the CIA would be expecting you to do it. Would they be expecting you to go through Qatar, a place that's already deeply embedded with CIA, MI6, Mossad, Muslim Brotherhood, military industrial complex apparatus. I don't know. It certainly seems to be the way that Saudi Arabia normalized relations with Iran the month after the October 7th attack. It seems like that happened through Qatar. So I don't know, but
I do feel compelled to mention that it's the hardest country to pronounce for English speakers, according to Arabs. And I don't know that I can say it correctly, but isn't it like Qatar or like more guttural, like Qatar?
That's what everyone says, but
Qatar.
here's what I've decided on that. Number one, Steve Witkoff, who like has been doing business with them for a very long time, he says Qatar and he says Qataris.
Right.
Number two, like when Arabs, I mean, listen to an Arab say Virginia. Can an Arab say Virginia like the way that I say it? No. Like, do I hold that against them? No. So, you know, because of dialects.
Brian pronounces Nevada wrong, and
I mean, like I say Nevada like the correct way you're supposed to say it.
It's not the correct way.
I don't
that
hold
you're
it against
supposed to
anyone
say
else
it.
who has to pronounce it the other way. But
Yeah,
you know,
the way that the way that the people that run that state and live in that state.
well, we should probably pass legislation to correct that. But
we should mandate correct pronunciation. Badlands would be fucked if we did that. We should not pursue that legislation. So this afternoon on Badlands Live, we're going to do these Supreme Court cases. Yeah.
Yep. But before we get to that, let's the whole thing that took us on the Qatar detour was the White House, the USA Russia talk in Riyadh. So they met, and it looks like, I mean, this story just broke, so let's just read through it real quick. It says, the bilateral technical level talks focus on the situation in the Black Sea, as well as the agreement to halt strikes on energy facilities of Russia and Ukraine, proposed by U.S. President Donald Trump. The White House said on Tuesday, the United States and Russia have agreed to ensure safe navigation and eliminate the use of force and prevent the use of commercial vessels for military purposes in the Black Sea. The statement reads, the U.S. has also pledged to help restore Russia's access to the world market for agricultural and fertilizer exports, lower maritime insurance costs, and enhance access to ports and payment systems for such transactions, according to the White House. Both Moscow and Washington remain committed to working toward achieving a durable and lasting peace to end the Ukraine conflict. It added, earlier in the day, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov confirmed that the negotiations explored the possibility of reviving the defunct Black Sea Grain Initiative, originally brokered in July 2022 by UN and Turkey. The deal envisioned the safe passage of Ukrainian agricultural exports in exchange for the West lifting restrictions on Russian grain and fertilizer trade. Moscow declined to renew the deal in 2023, citing the West's failure to meet its obligations. That's about it. It kind of just goes on to talk about taking things at face value. But that brings up another good point about insurance. Is the other really important thing that Witkoff brought up with Tucker was the biggest issue with the Middle East. The biggest issue right now, and I've kind of alluded to this, but obviously I'm not like on the ground there, and I've never worked over there, so I can't confirm it. But I just speculated that probably one of the hardest things about doing what MBS wants to do there and what others now want to do there with, building multiple Trump towers and this future vision is that you can't get the banks to finance anything there because it's too high risk. So, and the biggest reason is that the banks can't get insurance on their investment. So, which means that everything that's built there is built with cash, which means oil money. And if you're spending all of your, you understand it, like if you're spending all of your cash on construction projects, you don't have cash then to invest in other stuff. You don't have cash to, cash flow is essential. Like you want to leverage all that stuff, take out loans for it, and then use your cash for other things. That really ties their hands. So having a wartime situation, having like a state of war in the Middle East is completely detrimental to developing those places into first world countries, not just because of the obvious chaos of war, but also because you can't build out the construction infrastructure without the insurance and banking, the financial sector behind you.
Yeah, I would say another feature of President Trump as just on display in The Art of the Deal. And he wrote The Art of the Deal in 1987. So it addresses the West Side Yards, the building of the Grand Hyatt at Penn Station. It addresses his builds in Atlantic City and U.S. Football League drama, where he won his case, but symbolic damages of $1. But one of the features is of reading that book and all the various deals that are in it is his ability to limit his own cash outlay and leverage the situation and the parties. In the book, when he approaches it, when he believes in a project enough or is in a position enough to be required to put in his own money into the project, it's a really big deal. Because most of the time he's managing the situation, and the various parties in the situation so effectively that he's able to get to, significantly through the construction process before he has to, put any of his own investment in. President Trump is the only person that can do this. In my opinion, there has never been a businessman like President Trump that has such a love of country and a understanding of the threats, the actual true threats facing American sovereignty and the, our way of life and our rights and our Constitution. I think it's Prussia. Right. I think that the invisible enemy, the enemy that we're fighting, is this globalist cartel that's existed for centuries and hides and is an army that controls nations despite not being a nation any longer since 1947. But President Trump has the unique perspective of knowing all of that. I think he's a history buff, right? He knows way more than we do. Mainly, if for no other reason than the fact that he has access to a lot more information than we have access to. But and like I said earlier, he thinks in decades. I really don't believe that there is anyone else that can do what needs to be done to transform the situation that we're in. And it's not just, we have to get the corruption out of government. That's part of it. But the corruption is not an isolated thing. The corruption is in service to the subversion of our way of life and the subjugation, which I have said on every single show. I'm using this word way too much, but it's just so damn appropriate. The subjugation of free Americans with all of our rights intact to globalism, to the global world order, to, giving away our freedoms because of this global imperative to save the planet or, make all people equal through equity. It's a global plan, and in my opinion, President Trump is the only person that not just has the knowledge, the historical knowledge, the hands-on experience of building, and in all of that experience of building, it's working with what is the word that I'm looking for? The local government licensing boards and the people that do getting certain tax breaks from city councils, going to war with Ed Koch when he was the mayor of New York City. All of these things these are firsthand experiences that President Trump had in his pursuit of changing the New York skyline, which he did, changing the landscape of Atlantic City and the boardwalk, bringing the boardwalk back to life, which he did. And all of that requires being very intimately involved with the systems that we so desperately want to not be corrupted any longer. He has the skill and experience and knowledge, but then he also has, I believe, the patriotism and the stomach and backbone to see it through. I do think succession planning is a key part of his calculus right now, because I don't think that President Trump has gone through all of this for it to fall down again in 4 years if, say, a Democrat gets in office.
For sure. And clout and celebrity, I think, plays into it a little bit because at a certain point, the incentive structure kind of flips, and some of these more neutral parties may look at Trump and understand the historic thing that's happening and want to be on the winning side, right? Like they're going to see like Trump is doing this and I want to be on the winning side, and they're going to feed into that a little more. And here's a perfect example of everything we were just talking about. Like this is like I can see this art of the deal now coming together. So right here over in the margin on RT, Angola abandons a mediator role in the DR Congo conflict. So here's a perfect opportunity for Trump to deliver for multiple people that are part of this whole situation, because the Angolan president is stepping down as the mediator in this DRC Rwanda conflict over the rare earth minerals. The DRC president, you'll remember, like last month came out and offered some of the rare earth minerals to President Trump if he could come help mediate the situation and do a diplomatic solution. Well, this last week, these guys were hosted by Tamim in Qatar. So last week, the Rwanda president, right here. So last week, this is March 19th. There's Tamim. That's Trump's friend, Trump's good longtime friend. There's the president of the DRC. There's the president of Rwanda. And so they met in Doha to kind of like try to work it out. And then as a result of that, Rwanda like got up and left the table, like walked away from this like peace summit table that Angola was in charge of. So now that's kind of collapsed. So Africa was trying to resolve this internally. It hasn't worked out. Qatar is trying to mediate the situation. The table is now set for Trump to step in to kind of like boost Doha's standing in all of this, bring all sides together, figure it out, and kind of give Qatar that layup to be the mediator that resolves the situation, where Angola and, I think the powers that kind of are behind Angola would be the globalist system. They failed to resolve this. If Qatar steps in and does this with Trump's backing, that just boosts the multipolar world order, in my opinion.
Fascinating stuff.
And that's a carrot. That's a carrot, by the way, for Qatar to like help Trump with other stuff, right?
Yeah, well, to me, so what's kind of going through my head as you're talking about this is, if you think about USAID, I've repeatedly referred to it as the money and secrets apparatus, right? And it's not all of the money and secrets apparatus, but it's a big part of it. And one of the things that I think is the most badass move of any president of all time is that they walked in there and took it. They walked in there and they took the money and secrets apparatus. So if Qatar, I'm going to start using your pronunciation, yours and Witkoff's.
Yeah.
If Qatar, also because the same people who complain about such things are the people that want to control all of our speech. So I'm gonna call it Qatar with extra emphasis. If it really is a stronghold of the intelligence community and the intelligence community in all of its forms that has been very, very active in the past several decades and, centuries, but decades, certainly. Did they go in there and take this one too? Is what I'm getting at. So you're saying, it provides a carrot for Qatar to work with Trump more. Do they have a choice, Ghost?
Well, I mean, maybe they do, maybe they don't. I like to think that, because like that famous video that somebody made that made the rounds like a year ago was the capitulation tour, where like Trump was going around all the places and everyone's like kneeling to Trump. And I actually don't really like that framing, because I feel like that is
imperialist AF.
It's very imperialist, and it's kind of like the essence of globalism. The essence of globalism is that like every country in the world has to kneel before this centralized power. And while I understand like what the spirit of the video was, is that Trump is like the conquering hero, it's not how I see things. I see things as Trump going around and identifying trustworthy partners, people around the world that he can build a personal relationship, interpersonal relationship. Because I actually think that diplomacy is way more about like interpersonal relationships between leaders rather than international relationships between cultures. Because if the leaders can get along, then the people like will figure out ways to interact. Like they'll figure out ways to trade and exchange ideas if the leaders are getting along. If the leaders aren't getting along, you're probably going to have war. And so if Trump can get along with these leaders, then the people will figure out ways to work together, or they won't. And, they'll just be whatever, like coexisting in the geopolitical space. But I kind of think that that's way more what the multipolar world is more of like an alliance, like a friendship, like a partnership, which is why I think the Sovereign Alliance is a really, really great framing that Burning Bright came up with, more so than like every country in the world bowing before the king of the world, Donald Trump, as Chris Paul calls him, which I think is also an excellent framing.
Yeah, I think that your concerns there are spot freaking on. I don't want to be the world's policeman. I don't want to own the world. I'd be all right with liberating Canada, but aside from that, like I don't, I'm not. I want America first, and I want for us to prioritize our national resources in service of the American people. I kind of looked at that video, and you're right. It does say bend the knee, and it's very Game of Thronesy, right? Single monarch type of thing. And I don't love that. But if you think of it as pick a side, so you can stay on the side of the worldwide deception that has led to the global world order. It is a deception. I heard you guys last night on Book of Trump talking about the Great Migration and how this migration of the peoples of the impoverished parts of the world seems a little more orchestrated than, it's the climate that's forcing refugees. My reaction to that is, of course it is. I mean, there's a whole body of published research and position papers that the majority of people have no idea exist, but they're very, very important and effective at driving change. And that is the think tanks at the World Economic Forum, people like McKinsey or PwC or these, massive, the UN is a big one. The World Economic Forum itself is a think tank. And the Great Migration was a stated position due to climate and international unrest. The Western world needs to be prepared to take in refugees, whether they're climate refugees or war refugees. But the world order has dissolved to such an extent that the Great Migration is inevitable. Now, are they just really good at predicting stuff? No, it's a plan. And they tell us what they're doing all the time. They told us about the rise of AI and machine learning and the need for universal basic income because all of the jobs were going to be automated away. And they told us that because they were planning on doing it, not because they were predicting the way that the free world in a free market capitalist society is going to go, because we don't have that. We have a completely manipulated global situation. So it's the deception that has been in place since, the end of World War II, at least, the grand deception, or the truth. That video to me was all of these nations that were bending the knee have been, controlled in some sense. And
they already bent the knee. They already bent the knee years ago to the powers that be. And the video kind of almost frames them as the enemy. Like they're the bad guy that are now surrendering to Trump, where it's like, no. They are the other slave in the house that is now joining the coalition to overthrow the masters. Like that's how I see it.
Yeah, agreed. And that I think is I agree with you. I don't like the bent the knee because I don't want it to be the, American world.
Yeah.
I think we do have different cultures and ways of life. We have different religions. We have different interests that drive, our way of life. I remember, I think it was on your show last night talking about how I think it was Afghanis responded to seeing regular Western television, Western. That was your show, right? Yeah.
Yep.
And how it's, incompatible, and it's okay for people groups to be incompatible with living with each other.
Yeah.
It is the global world order that tells you that there's one single way it has to be done, and we all have to fall in line with that. That's been conditioning and brainwashing, propaganda, school curriculum for it's really been in earnest in the school curriculum since 2015, when the World Economic Forum ended or transitioned good use of word, transitioned the millennium development goals into the sustainable development goals. And then we really started to see that be implemented. It's where we started to see all the racial intersectionality type of stuff, the big rise of the trans movement in the wake of that, and an effort to make the world all look one way. And and it's really it's Western propaganda, because that shit would never fly in some parts of the world. But I think that at the end of the day, if liberating those, if bending the knee can credibly be asserted to mean liberating them from the grip that the global world order has on them, then that's a win.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, like every story, movie, book that you've ever read, it's like when there are, it's always the hardships of people in disagreement, characters in disagreement who don't get along, and it's through the crucible of hardship, going to battle together, so to speak, to take down a common enemy that brings them together. And so in the post-conflict world, they're able to see eye to eye, right? So if all of us come together, like the different sections of the world, the different good twins, so to speak, in the different countries, all work together to take down this octopus that is controlling the whole thing, then ostensibly we should all be able to find common ground in the post-globalist world that doesn't require cultures to capitulate to one another. Like, we can just respect the fact that we're different. We're going to have our differences. If you don't like it, go live somewhere else. And yeah, we can still trade and get along and, be friends and allies. So.
Agreed. All right. So this afternoon we're covering
It looks like Trump is taking questions right now. If we want to switch over to that.
Yeah, let's do that. We're not going to come back. So I want to tee up the SCOTUS stuff for people so they know kind of the way that we're thinking about this. So there's 3 EPA cases before SCOTUS in 2 separate oral arguments. So 2 of the cases have been combined. One of them stands on its own. And the stated questions of these cases, all 3 of them, have to do with the power and authorities of the DC Circuit Court. Now, I find this very interesting because we hear from a lot of Trump surrogates and others in the, kind of, I don't want to say maybe anti-federalist camp, that we hear from these folks that the DC District Court needs to go away. And I was chatting in back channels with Chris Paul about this today, and he sent me something from Perplexity that I want to read. So he asked Perplexity, what were the anti-federalist arguments against a foreign occupied national capital that was not part of any state? The answer: anti-federalists oppose the idea of a national capital that was not part of any state and potentially occupied by foreign influences for several reasons. 1, fear of centralized power. They believe that the national capital outside state jurisdiction would concentrate excessive power in the federal government, making it less accountable to the states and the people. That's exactly what happened. Tyranny concerns. The anti-federalists worried that such a capital could become a hub for corruption, intrigue, and tyranny, as it would be insulated from state oversight and democratic checks. Again, what actually happened. 3, foreign influence. They were apprehensive that a central location independent of state control could be more vulnerable to foreign manipulation or occupation, undermining national sovereignty. And 4, erosion of state sovereignty by creating a federal district outside of state borders. They feared it would diminish the role and influence of states in governance, further consolidating power at the national level. These concerns reflected their broader mistrust of centralized authority and preference for decentralized government. So that's always been a concern, right? Having the kind of centralized capital with its own courts has always been a concern for people who believe in states, for the people who believe in states' rights and state sovereignty and, the rights of the individual. We're now hearing surrogates openly calling to dissolve the DC District Court and strip it of its power. That could be done with Congress. The the circuit courts were established by Congress, they can be eliminated by Congress. All of this is happening. And oh, what do you know? We just so happen to have 3 SCOTUS cases addressing this very issue. At the moment, it's kind of reaching, a focus point in the collective mind of the American people. Really, a lot of people are thinking about this for the first time. Should we even have a DC district court? And we have 3 SCOTUS cases that are exploring that very question. I'm sure it's a coincidence. It's a damn good one though. So we have 2 of those hearings, those 2 hearings today. Again, there's one of them, it's about 48 minutes. The other one is about an hour and 44 minutes. So it'll probably, after we do President Trump, it'll probably take us to the end of today's coverage. But interesting to think about in terms of the powers and authorities of the DC court. I imagine we will hear Justices Kagan and Sotomayor, Jackson defending the Capitol and defending Washington, D.C. Should be some interesting stuff. We'll cover all of that when, and then I'll be, I think I'm going to join John tomorrow to talk about what we learned from the SCOTUS orals this week. SCOTUS does oral arguments once a month, and that's this week. So we covered them yesterday with the 2 cases that we did yesterday morning. We are covering them this afternoon, and then tomorrow we'll have the last of the oral arguments of this month from SCOTUS. So I just wanted to tee that up for folks, because after President Trump, we will go to those SCOTUS orals.
Sweet.
Yeah. Awesome. Everybody, please hit the thumbs up, hit the heart if you're watching us on X, hit the thumbs up if you're watching us on YouTube or Rumble. If you're watching us on Pilled, please smash the red pill. And we appreciate you, and we'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
You have the Trump thing.
Oh no. Sorry, I thought you were pulling it up. Hold on.
He's also going to, so I think he was just doing a press conference, and he's also going to executive orders. So we might only actually get through one of the SCOTUS hearings today, but we'll do the other one tomorrow if we don't get through both of them. And the link to the EO stream is in the chat. It's scheduled to start.
For some reason, it's not wanting to load, but here it is.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
We are looking into and reviewing how the heck he got into this room. But I'll tell you what, the world owes President Trump a favor. Under Biden, global shipping was shut down. Pinprick attacks, months between them, our destroyers being fired upon, dozens of
And they're going to each introduce themselves and talk about the country that they're going to. We're going to have a little session today on the ambassadors. It's a group of people that were selected. They're doing very well. They're very far along in the process. And they're going to each introduce themselves and talk about the country that they're going to. They might say a little bit about themselves also, because people are very interested in that. We're also going to sign right now some executive orders. And Will, if you would come forward, yes, sir. I'll start thinking about signing them, right?
A few things for you today, sir. First, we have a pardon for Devin Archer. Devin Archer was a former business partner of the Biden family. He's was prosecuted relating to a fraud investigation, but notably, the tone and tenor of that prosecution changed dramatically after he began to cooperate with congressional investigators and serve as a witness against Hunter Biden and the Biden family. We believe that was an injustice, and therefore we're asking you to pardon him.
And many people have asked me to do this. I think he was treated very unfairly. And I looked at the records, studied the records, and he was a victim of a crime as far as I'm concerned. So we're going to undo that. All right. That's Devin Archie. Congratulations, Devin.
Next, sir, we have a presidential memorandum for your attention. This memorandum requires the immediate declassification of all FBI files relating to the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. This was obviously one of the instances of the weaponization of law enforcement powers of prosecution against you and others. We believe that it's long past time for the American people to have a full and complete understanding of what exactly is in those files.
Which gives the media the right to go in and check it. You probably won't bother because you're not going to like what you see. But this was total weaponization. It's a disgrace. Should never happen in this country. But now you'll be able to see for yourselves, all declassified. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All declassified?
Yes, sir.
Everything?
The FBI file with there's a classified annex, but other than that, this will put everything in the public eye.
Is anybody going to look? What about you? You going to look? And frankly, the FBI should be ashamed of themselves, and so should the Department of Justice, and so should Biden. Okay.
Next, sir, we have an executive order for your attention. We've taken action against a number of law firms that have participated either in the weaponization of government, the weaponization of the legal system for political ends, or have otherwise engaged in illegal or inappropriate activities. The law firm of Jenner and Block is one of these law firms. This is a law firm that, as you know, employed Andrew Weissman after he came off of the Mueller investigation. It's a law firm that's engaged in invidious racially and sexually discriminatory practices. It's also a law firm that has participated in the weaponization of the legal system against American principles and values. And we believe that the measures in this executive order will help correct that.
And Andrew Weissman is the main culprit.
He's certainly
with respect to this firm.
He is one of a number of reasons that we believe this executive order is warranted.
He's a bad guy. Okay.
Next, sir, we have an executive order for your attention relating actually to government payments. Historically, checks issued by the Treasury are, I believe, 14 times more likely to become the subject of fraud than electronic transfer payments. This is an executive order that's going to push the Treasury Department to modernize its payment system to ensure that where possible, they're using electronic methods of payment as opposed to paper checks in order to reduce waste, fraud, and abuse in the government, which is obviously an endeavor that we've been pursuing in numerous aspects of government under your leadership.
It's basically modernization of equipment and methods, and it's something that really I think he's going to be a great Secretary of the Treasury wanted, Scott, and so we're doing this, and we have other modernization programs going on. We could let somebody else, whoever's next, whoever that may be, do it, but it's something that should have been done 25, 30 years ago. Okay.
Along similar lines, sir, this is an executive order. We're calling it Protecting America's Bank Account. The basic idea here is that instead of having lots of different departments and agencies and offices issuing payment, often without justification, often without any provided rationale, we're going to be centraling payment processes where possible in the Department of the Treasury and ensuring that measures are taken in Treasury against waste, fraud, and abuse to ensure that money that's leaving the public treasury is as protected as it possibly can be.
All right, good. Many of these things should have taken place decades ago. or longer.
Lastly, sir, we have an executive order for your attention on the very important subject of election integrity. We believe that this executive order is the farthest reaching executive action taken in the history of the Republic to secure our elections. Among numerous other aspects of this executive order, this is going to cut down on illegal immigrants on the voter rolls, ensure that the Department of Homeland Security and the data that they have available is being fully weaponized to ensure that illegal immigrants aren't voting. This will include a citizenship question on the federal voting form for the first time. This executive order instructs the EAC to cut federal funding to states that don't take reasonable steps to secure their election. This calls on the Department of Justice to vigorously prosecute election crimes, particularly in states that we don't believe are in compliance with federal law around election integrity. I could go on and on for a while, sir, but the compliance with National Election Day rules, cracking down and investigating and prosecuting foreign interference in our elections, revoking President Biden's Executive Order 14019, which essentially weaponized government to corrupt and pollute our election process. There's a lot in here, but we believe that these are very important steps that we need to be taking as an administration at your direction to ensure that our elections are as secure as they possibly can be.
Okay, you all understand that? Yes. Election fraud, you've heard the term. We'll end it, hopefully. At least this will go a long way toward ending it. There are other steps that we will be taking in the coming weeks. And we think we'll be able to end up getting fair elections. Perhaps some people think I shouldn't be complaining because we won in a landslide, but we got to straighten out our election. This country is so sick because of the election, the fake elections and the bad elections, and we're going to straighten it out one way or the other. And it's an honor to sign this one. To sign all of them, but to sign this one is a great honor. So we're going to go around the room a little bit quickly, and we're going to introduce these very outstanding people. They've had, in all cases, outstanding careers. They're very incredible people that going along as rapidly as the system can go along. We're ahead of, I guess, anybody else thus far. So I want to thank John Thune. He's done a very good job, and the whole Senate. We're being delayed as much as possible by Democrats, but that's standard. It gets to be just standard. But the process is moving along very quickly. So, Sergio, just say hello, and then we'll introduce everybody.
Absolutely. Sergio Gorham, Director of Presidential Personnel. It's been an absolute pleasure again to know every one of you every step this way. As the President said, we're at a record pace. We have more nominees today from the Senate than at any previous point, over 70. And that's a record in 2 months. And we're proud of that. And we're determined to ensure the world has America First patriots in all of our posts.
Charles Kushner. I'm going to France and Monaco, and I'm proud to serve under the greatest president of our country. Very proud to serve.
Thank you. Thank you, Joe.
James Blair, honored to work here in the White House as Deputy Chief of Staff. And Mr. President, I think that all of these successful people would want to go serve the United States under your leadership as a testament to your vision and leadership.
Thank you, James.
I'm David Perdue. I'm going to the People's Republic of China. It's my honor to represent President Trump, people of America, represent our interests and values in China.
I'm Leah Campos. I'm going to represent the President in the Dominican Republic. Mr. President, thank you for the honor to serve you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Waltz, National Security Advisor. I look forward to working with every one of you on behalf of the President, his leadership, and the American people.
John Arrigo. I am going to the Republic of Portugal, and I'm very excited to do so and serve what I consider one of my closest friends and one of the best presidents this country has ever had. Thank you.
Kevin Cabrera, nominated to be Ambassador to Panama. It truly is an honor, President, to be part of your administration.
Thank you.
Tom Barrack, nominee to the Republic of Turkey. Delighted and honored to be with you, Mr. President, in the host country, which is one of the most ancient in civilization, is in search for your peace, prosperity, and security program. Thank
Good
you.
place.
Mr. President,
Good leader, too.
Yeah, Mr. President, thank you. It's an honor. I'm Pete Hookster, you know that, but I am going to Canada. I look forward to serving you in Canada and your agenda.
You do a great job. Thanks, Pete.
Bon Johnson, sir, thank you for the nomination to represent you and the United States to the United Mexican States. And I'm really encouraged by some of the conversations you've had with President Sheinbaum recently and to the increase in support that we've seen of her government along our border on the important issues. So thank you, sir.
They have stepped it up a lot, Mexico and Canada, so see how it works, right?
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Matt Whitaker from Des Moines, Iowa. I'm proud to, as soon as I'm confirmed, go represent you at the North Atlantic Treaty Organization.
Thank you.
George Glass on my way to Japan. Previous administration, I served for you in Portugal. It is a great honor to be able to do this a second time. Thank you
very
for
much.
the opportunity.
Thank you,
President Trump, my name is Ken Howery. I'm your nominee to be ambassador to the Kingdom of Denmark, a very close partner and ally. I served for you last time for the Kingdom of Sweden. I want to thank you for the faith you place in me as your nominee to Denmark.
Thank you very much.
President Trump, thank you for the honor of a lifetime. My name is Stacy Feinberg, and hopefully I'll have the honor of serving in Luxembourg. And I think this is the greatest presidency and the greatest time in history, and it's all because of you.
Thank you very much.
Nicole McGraw, nominated to serve in Croatia, and it's such an honor to be here with you today and to serve you and the American people.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
President Trump, thank you very much for your nomination to the Republic of Chile. And let me tell you, Border Patrol agents are so thankful for everything that you've done for them. But
That man knows more about the border than anybody. I'm going to tell you. Thank you.
President's a great honor. Thank you.
Thanks. Good
Good
luck.
afternoon, Mr. President. Brian Birch. If I'm confirmed, I'll be representing you at the Holy See. The Catholics are very proud of your work. Your team is doing an excellent job, so thank you. Very honored to serve.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, thank you again for the honor, the greatest privilege. My name is Summer Sparkus. I will serve this great man at the Republic of Malta. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Joe Popolo from Dallas, Texas. Very proud to serve you at the Kingdom of the Netherlands, the very first country to recognize the United States 250 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, if I'm confirmed, I will be representing you in the state of Israel. It will be an extraordinary honor, and you've done more for Israel than any president in any time of its history, and we are grateful. And I'm hoping I'll get to be there by Passover.
Thank you, Mike. And Mike is an outstanding guy. They all are. Mike, I think he's going to do wonders for Israel. He actually probably gets along with both sides, and that'll be interesting to see. But the world is watching you, Mike. So good luck.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Good luck. You're going to do well. Thank you.
Thank you for this great honor to serve the Republic of Italy and San Marino. I'm so looking forward to going over there and working with that great ally, and for the pleasure to serve you. Your staff has been great working with us and have done a great job, and we really appreciate them. Thank you, sir,
Thank
for pushing this along.
Have a good time. A really good time.
I'm Warren Stevens from Little Rock, Arkansas, and I have the honor to represent the President in the United States in Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and to be chosen to go to such an important ally of ours is looking forward to it, but thank you for the honor.
You're going to do fantastically. These are tremendously successful people, and you two guys, and then you add on Mike. I think they have a little more money than Mike, but he's got some other advantages. He's got some other, like upstairs, he's got some big advantages.
Yeah, he does.
It's very exciting. It's really exciting to have all of you. Would you have any questions, media, for the people that you just saw? So outstanding, and I thought it would be nice to bring them before you. And so if you have any questions, please.
I wanted to ask about the talks in Saudi Arabia. It sounds like you made some progress on the Black Sea ceasefire.
Yeah.
Could you update us on that? What happens now?
So we've made a lot of progress on two fronts, on both sections that we call them sections, but they're much more than that. Russia, Ukraine, and also the Middle East. And we'll see what happens. We're in deep discussions with Russia and Ukraine. And I would say it's going well, but it's a situation we should have never had to even think about. Should have never happened. And on the Middle East, that's been going on for a lot of years, centuries and centuries. It just keeps going. And we are making a lot of progress. So that's all I can report. But some very, very big talks are going and detailed talks are going on right now on both fronts.
Mr. President, you said that your national security advisor learned a lesson after a reporter.
Excuse me, I didn't pick you. Go ahead.
Mr. President, the ceasefire agreement that was brokered today allows for third-party countries to help implement the agreement. What does that look like, and who's going to be involved?
The ceasefire agreement?
Yes, the maritime ceasefire agreement between Russia and Ukraine.
Well, they're going to get together. Look, they agreed to something and it got broken. There's tremendous animosity. There's a lot of hatred, as you can probably tell. And it allows for people to get together, mediated, arbitrated, and see if we can get it stopped. And I think it will. It'll get stopped.
What countries are you looking to work with, sir, to help implement and monitor that ceasefire?
We have other countries involved, and they're involved very strongly in the process. And that'll be resolved. That's actually, as bad as it is, that's the least of the problems. So we'll get that resolved. And we are being aided by other countries too. Yes, please.
Yes.
Right.
Tomorrow, the subcommittee on DOGE is going to review funding for NPR and PBS. Now, every Republican president has always promised to take away this money that's going to these two public news outlets. If they're successful, I know Senator Kennedy has backed it, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Congress has backed it. Would you be interested in defunding and taking away taxpayer dollars to NPR and PBS?
Well, I would love to do that. I think it's very unfair. It's been very biased, the whole group. I mean, a whole group of them. And frankly, there's plenty look at all the media you have right now. There's plenty of coverage. I was from a different age. And they spend more money than any other network of its type ever conceived. So the kind of money that's being wasted, and it's a very biased view, you know that better than anybody. And I'd be honored to see it end. We're well covered. Look at all the people that we have here today. We're well covered and we don't need it. And it's a waste of money, especially, I don't even know what DOJ's recommendation is. I assume their recommendation is to close them up.
Well, after they hear all the testimony, I think they're going to make a decision relatively sooner than later.
Yeah.
But we'll see what that turns
Yeah,
out.
I can't imagine that they wouldn't, because they have found so much waste, fraud, and abuse, hundreds of billions of dollars, and just waste, fraud, abuse. You heard yesterday some of the new things that were found. 22 billion just in environment, billion. You know, if you had 22 million, Warren, it would be nice, but 22 billion put into environmental accounts. One was 2 billion into one account, Stacey Abrams, where they had $100 in the account. And just before I came in, they put $2 billion. And you guys are looking, so you mean 2 million or maybe 200,000? No, $2 billion were put in the account. What do you think of that, Mike? You think that's a straight deal? 2 billion?
Just write me the check, Mr. President.
It's a horrible thing, and we have so many of those things. So they've done an incredible job, and the country wants to hear it. I think Doge is actually very popular because of what's happening. They're hearing about all of these scams and for big money, tremendous amount. And when you add it up, just hundreds of billions of dollars being wasted, and much of it's fraud. You know, we talk about waste. And it is waste and abuse, but a lot of it's fraud.
Can I follow up on something?
Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
I just want to follow up on that. If Planned Parenthood is defunded, would you look into the harvesting of baby organs that they've done throughout the years and maybe go after some criminal prosecution on that?
Well, I think you're talking about a subject that is a heated subject, and we'll look into it. We're going to look into everything, but that's certainly a subject that's been debated for a long time, and we will look into it. Yeah.
Mr. President,
some senators have expressed hope that the White House will support a rescission package to codify some of the DOGE cuts into law. Where does the White House stand on that? And are you making progress?
The which package?
A rescission package to codify some of the DOGE cuts into law.
You know what? It would be great. I think we're going to do that. I think they're going to do it. I think we're also going to be codifying a lot of the executive orders that we've done, which have been very popular. And we're looking at one, I will tell you right now, that I think perhaps will be controversial, but not with the people, and that's sanctuary cities. We're going to end sanctuary cities for some of these jurisdictions that aren't cooperating with law enforcement. They're guarding criminals. They're taking the rights away from the citizens of their state and their city. And we're going to be ending sanctuary cities if we find it necessary to do in certain major areas. And we may just end the entire thing altogether because it's just a way of protecting criminals. And nobody else is benefited by that. And for some reason, Democrats want to keep and they want to shield criminals from being sent back to their countries or being sent to prison. And in the meantime, the crime rate has gone through the roof. Under Biden, it was through the roof. It's starting to come down, but we're taking a lot of people out of here. So we may be presenting you very shortly with a executive order ending sanctuary cities.
Mr. President, are you going to change any of the practices that your national security officials used after a reporter was inadvertently added to a group chat about attacks on Yemen?
Well, I think it's a question I've been asked now, and I've given a few answers, and they've all been the same. We have an amazing group. Our national security now is stronger than it's ever been. We have had a very, very successful, numerous attacks on that area. These are people that shoot down ships, not only our ships, ships all over the world. They're shooting down right out of the water and damaging them badly, or they're going down. They're also shooting anything that happens to be flying in the area. We hit them very, very hard. There was no classified information, as I understand it. They used a app, if you want to call it an app, that a lot of people use, a lot of people in government use, a lot of people in the media use. And I think I'll ask Mike. Mike is here. Do you want to respond to that, please?
Yes, Mr. President, you asked about lessons. I think there's a lot of journalists in this city who have made big names for themselves, making up lies about this president, whether it's the Russia hoax or making up lies about Gold Star families. And this one in particular, I've never met, don't know, never communicated with. And we are looking into and reviewing how the heck he got into this room. But I'll tell you what, the world owes President Trump a favor. Under Biden, global shipping was shut down. Pinprick attacks, months between them, our destroyers being fired upon dozens of times. President Trump took decisive action with his national security team, took out the head missileer, knocked out missiles, knocked out headquarters, knocked out communication sites. And for once, as we hear, as you all hear from every one of our allies, thank God for American leadership again. Thank God for American strength. You're welcome, world. And look, we had a national security team that was coordinating these efforts. As Director Ratcliffe testified today, his first day on the job, he was introduced to this app on his government systems at the CIA and at the State Department and otherwise. So look, this journalist, Mr. President, wants the world talking about more hoaxes and this kind of nonsense rather than the freedom that you're enabling. And a key part of our sovereignty is open sea lanes and knocking the crap out of terrorists, which is exactly what your team and Pete Hegseth, a good friend and fellow veteran, is leading the charge on. And it's an honor.
We had a very, very successful, we had a very, very successful evening. And we've had numerous successful evenings and days in that area. The Houthis are absolutely on the run. The worst of them have been killed. This should have been done a long time ago by Biden, but Biden was an incompetent president. He couldn't do anything. He didn't know where he was going. He had no clue. This guy had no clue. This should have been done a long time ago, as they shoot missiles at ships, randomly shoot missiles at ships. And they make their own missiles. You know, this is not an incompetent group of people. They make their own missiles. They get the missiles also from Iran. It's an offshoot of Iran, another offshoot. You have Hamas, you have Hezbollah, you have the Houthis. You got a lot of stuff going on with Iran. And we sent a letter to Iran. You're going to have to be speaking to us one way or the other pretty soon because we can't let this happen. But that's an app that a lot of people use. And somebody got on. I mean, I happen to know the guy's a total sleazebag. The Atlantic is a failed magazine. does very, very poorly. Nobody gives a damn about it. This gives it a little bit of a shot. And I will tell you this, that they've made up more stories, and they're just a failing magazine. The public understands that. He's a very good man. That man is a very good man right there that you criticize so strongly. He's a very good man, and he will continue to do a good job. In addition to him, we had very good people in that meeting, and those people have done a very, very effective job, and you're going to see it. And it goes on, by the way. It's going to go on. And I think the Houthis wish that it didn't happen, but that's what it's all about. We have to create a safe country, a safe world, and that's what we're doing.
Do you think national security was put at risk, Mr. President?
Of senior officials using signal.
Do I plan to ban who?
The use of signal to communicate from senior officials.
Well, I don't know I don't know anything about Signal. I wasn't involved in this, but I just heard about it. And I hear it's used by a lot of groups. It's used by the media a lot. It's used by a lot of the military, and I think successfully. But sometimes somebody can get onto those things. That's one of the prices you pay when you're not sitting in the situation room with no phones on, which is always the best, frankly. But the best is to be there. In fact, oftentimes I've been in fact, just last week, I was in the situation room with something very important. And we had a couple of people hooked up by line. And I said, cancel the line. Sorry, fellas, what you do is we'll tell you all about the meeting, because I know people do get on those lines, whether it's Signal or anything else. Yeah.
Are you going to change any procedures as a result of this?
Well, I mean, look, we look at everything, and they've made a big deal out of this because we've had 2 perfect months. We are bringing in business. We have another one announced tomorrow, a big one, very big. Like in the history of our country, nobody's ever seen anything like it. And I think probably a lot of people are saying they started by saying it was the greatest first month that a president has ever had, and I think that's true. And now they say it's the best second month, and they had to find something. And this certainly will look at this, but the main thing was nothing happened. The attack was totally successful. It was, I guess, from what I understand, took place during, and it wasn't classified information. So this was not classified. Now, if it's classified information, it's probably a little bit different. But I always say you have to learn from every experience. I think it was very unfair the way they attacked Michael. He's a good person. The person that was on just happens to be a sleazebag, so maybe that's just coincidence. I don't know.
But you are going to conduct
would
an
it be a
investigation,
problem if
Mr.
the Atlantic released all the text messages if they're not classified?
Well, I don't know. I'd have to ask the military about that, because maybe you wouldn't want that. I don't know. I will say this: that from what I heard, the man that we're talking about, who's not somebody that I don't think most people have ever heard of, he left. He found it very boring, and he left early. He got off the line very early. So I can't speak to it other than that. So he's made up a lot of stories, and I think he's basically bad for the country. But it's a failing venture, very failing venture. They're very upset. And a thing like this is publicity for them. But I don't think we should allow people that are very good, like that man sitting right at the end of the table who's done a great job. We shouldn't allow them to be hurt by it.
Can I follow up on that? Can I follow up on that? Are you saying you're okay with the continued use of Signal by administration officials
No,
for
that's not what I
sensitive?
said. I said we'll look into it, but everybody else seems to be using it. It seems to be the #1 used device or app, whatever you want to call it. And we will certainly look. If it was up to me, everybody would be sitting in a room together. The room would have solid lead walls and a lead ceiling and a lead floor. But, life doesn't always let you do that. In the meantime, the attack itself that we were talking about and discussing has been an unbelievable success.
But you will conduct an investigation, is what you're saying into this.
We'll look into it, sure.
Who's going to lead that investigation?
I want to look
Is that
into
the FBI? Or
anything like that. I would ask them. It's not really an FBI thing. It's really something having to do with security. Security, like, will somebody be able to break in? Are people able to break into conversations? And if that's true, we're going to have to find some other form of device. And I think that's something that we may have to do. Some people like Signal very much. Other people probably don't. but we'll look into it. I think, Michael, I've asked you to immediately study that and find out. If people are able to break into a system, now in this case, it wasn't that this attack was going on and nobody found out anything. And again, the person that was on, as I understand it, he left very early because he didn't find it very exciting. But I think it's something you should look into.
Yes, sir, we are. We have our technical experts looking at it. We have our legal teams looking at it. And of course, we're going to keep everything as secure as possible. No one in your national security team would ever put anyone in danger. And as you said, and we've repeatedly said, the attack was phenomenal and it's ongoing. But the media wants to talk about everything else except for the hostages you're getting out of the Middle East, Iran on its back foot, sea lanes getting reopened, peace in Europe. As we just saw today with a Black Sea ceasefire, we were just on with Steve Witkoff, myself, our team in Saudi Arabia. They want to talk about all this other stuff except for your amazing successes and the successes of your team.
One of the other things, and sometimes you have to move very quickly, and there are other devices that are very good, but they are very, very cumbersome, and you're not able to use them from a practical standpoint. So all we can do is find out the best we have with modern technology. They'll probably get better over the years. Yeah, go ahead.
Sir, on the Black Sea, so the Kremlin has said that there were several conditions that would need to be met for this agreement to happen. This includes sanction relief for banks and some companies. Did the U.S. agree to all of those conditions that they laid out?
They will be looking at them, and we're thinking about all of them right now. There are about 5 or 6 conditions. We're looking at all of them.
Why does the president that it's looking into how journalists got added to that signal chat? Is it possible that there could be a firing of even a lower mid-level official once that person is identified?
About what?
About the signal chat that we've been discussing.
We've pretty much looked into it. It's pretty simple, to be honest. It's not, it's just something that can happen. It can happen. You can even prepare for it. It can happen. Sometimes people are hooked in and you don't know they're hooked in. They're hooked into your line and they don't even mean bad by it. But it's not a perfect technology. There is no perfect technology. The really good ones are very cumbersome, very hard to access. And I think we're going to look at, we always want to use the best technology. This was the best technology for the moment. But again, it wasn't classified, so they probably viewed it as being something that wasn't that important. And it obviously, with the attack being, I mean, I don't know if it's been read out to you yet, but that attack was a tremendous success for the U.S., a tremendous success.
Who said the information was not classified?
Do you think that Mike Waltz made a mistake, and does he need to apologize?
No, I don't think he should apologize. I think he's doing his best. It's equipment and technology that's not perfect, and probably he won't be using it again, at least not in the very near future. What do you think?
Yes, sir. I agree with you. Let's get everybody in the room whenever possible.
A lot of times you find out defects by exactly things like that, but I don't think it's something we're looking forward to using again. We may be forced to use it. You may be in a situation where you need speed as opposed to gross safety, and you may be forced to use it, but generally speaking, I think we probably won't be using it very much.
The Secretary of Defense on that train, the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, and J.D. Vance, the Vice President, said that the Europeans were freeloading. Do you agree with that assessment?
Do you really want me to answer that? Yeah, I think they've been freeloading. The European Union's been absolutely terrible to us on trade, terrible. And as you know, NATO, I got them to pay hundreds of billions of dollars. They were way behind. And if you look if you look at Ukraine, so we're in for $350 billion because of Biden. Should have never happened, this war. All these dead people should not be dead. All these broken cities that are demolished down to the ground, those gorgeous towers, the most beautiful in the world, the most beautiful spires in the world. The spires in Ukraine were said to be the most beautiful of all. Just about every one of them is lying on its side in a million pieces. It's so sad to see what's happened to a heritage. No, I think that when they say the European Union and you could say NATO also. Look, NATO, and I don't blame NATO for this. I don't blame Europe for this. I blame Biden for the fact that he didn't make them equalize. And to this day, I said to him, you got to catch up, you got to equalize. But why are they in for 100 billion and we're in for possibly $350 billion? It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. And you could say more important for that because we have an ocean in between. So, you know, it's one of those things. You'll be seeing Liberation Day. I call it Liberation Day in America. You're going to be seeing it on April 2nd. Didn't want to do it on April 1st for the obvious reason, April 2nd. You'll be seeing tariffs. And I think I've been very fair. I have them set, but I think I've been very fair to countries that have really abused us economically for many, many decades.
Mr. President, who told you that information was not classified? Which of your national security advisors
Just
told you
following
that?
up on your comments on the economy, there is reporting that consumer confidence fell for the fourth straight month. What is your message to Americans who are concerned
Well,
about
I know
terrorism?
this, that for the first time in like 50 years, right track, wrong track, we were on the right track. And I think people see that. And if you look at prices, prices are way down. You know, when I first came here, the first time I met with you people officially, they were screaming at me about eggs. I said, I've been here for a week and I'm being yelled at about eggs. Egg prices have come down 45, 50% in the last week and a half. And our Secretary of Agriculture has done a great job. As you know, Brooke, she's done a fantastic job, and others working with her have done a great job. But we brought eggs down at a level that nobody thought we could get at. I inherited that situation, and I inherited a grocery situation. The groceries went way up, an old-fashioned word, but it's a very descriptive word. Groceries have gone through the roof. And I used to campaign on it. I used to say, we're going to get groceries down, and we have got it down. I watched a certain newscast over the weekend, and a congressman, Democrat congressman, said, well, Trump's done a lot. I agree. He's been great on the border. He's been great on the military, but, you know, he hasn't brought prices down. That's false. Gasoline's way down. Eggs are way down. Groceries are down very substantially, but down. Almost everything's down. Now, I'd like to see interest rates come down a little bit. And you're going to see billions of dollars, even trillions of dollars coming into our country very soon in the form of tariffs, because we were abused by presidents. And frankly, in all fairness, it wasn't their expertise, but they had no idea what they were doing.
Mr. President, you say tariffs will create more jobs here in America.
Oh,
So
yeah, sure.
which
So I
states?
agree.
which states-
It'll create a lot of money and more jobs. But if you look, so in the last, these gentlemen would know about it, and ladies, because some of the ladies are great businessmen in this room that are becoming ambassadors. Great, really great, top of the line. When you look at the number of companies that have said, like we're close to, I would say close to $4 trillion. We never had numbers like that. The number one chip maker in the world from Taiwan coming in with $200 billion. We have Apple. Look at Apple. $500 billion. $500 billion. They're going to build plants all over the United States. They were all being built in China. You have many, many companies, and maybe above all, you have the car companies coming in at levels that nobody's ever seen before. We have Honda is opening up one of the biggest plants in the world in Indiana, and many car companies are coming in. We have AI. We're leading China by a lot in AI, and we're going to keep it that way because we've made it very good for them, and we're going to protect them. Once a year, we'll protect them through taxes, through incentives, and also through tariffs. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Boom, baby. I'll show you the ropes, kid. Show you the ropes.
Get it.
All the parts you need at prices you love. Guaranteed to fit every time. Love.
Seated. Mr. Stewart?
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court, this case provides a paradigmatic example of the result that the Clean Air Act's venue provision was intended to avoid. The April and June 2022 denial actions at issue here resolved a total of 105 exemption petitions filed by refineries in 18 different states within 8 judicial circuits. The agency based those denials on a new statutory interpretation and economic analysis it had not previously applied. Under the approach to venue adopted by the Court of Appeals, however, several different regional circuits would have been required to consider substantially similar challenges to the agency's approach, wasting judicial resources and creating a heightened risk of inconsistent outcomes. Congress amended the venue provision in 1977 to prevent those results. The judgment of the Court of Appeals should be reversed. I welcome the court's questions.
Mr. Stewart, are there any limits to aggregating different claims and thereby determining venue in D.C.?
I don't know that there are limits to the agency's authority to publish different decisions in the same Federal Register notice. We do think that there is some room for judicial scrutiny of whether what the agency describes as a single action should be regarded in that way. And so, for example, if the agency in one Federal Register notice disapproved a SIP proposed by the state of Ohio and simultaneously denied an exemption request for a small refinery in Louisiana, you couldn't cogently regard that as a single action, even if it was published in the same Federal Register notice.
Well, let's just take this case with the refineries. What would be a limiting principle if you could just simply aggregate decisions about refineries?
I think you could. I think in this case that the agency had particularly good reasons for publishing them together because it had issued proposed denials based on a proposal to change its methodology, and it didn't want to issue the denials until it was ready to finalize the methodology, and that's why we wound up with something of a backlog.
Does it have to be a change? What about an application of an existing rule or determination?
I think the agency's typical practice has been to do those one at a time or in small groups when the agency is simply applying a principle of federal law or a rule of federal law that has previously been established and isn't likely to be contested on judicial review.
But that's discretionary, isn't it? And that's not a real limit.
I think you're right that it is up to the agency's discretion whether to aggregate in those circumstances.
And Mr. Stewart, historically, they've taken these one by one, and SIPs and hardship determinations have been dealt with at the regional circuit level. This is kind of a new development.
Well, I think with respect to ozone transport rules in particular, that is review of SIP provisions that purport to carry out states' good neighbor obligations to prevent downwind pollution. I think the norm in that area has been aggregation.
Well, I dealt with a bunch of SIP approvals on the circuit court, and now you bundled them and done it differently. But up until now, these things with refineries and with SIPs have been done historically.
Oh, I think you're right. I think you're right with respect to the refineries that they have been done seriatim in the past, but
so this is kind of new, and I guess I'm asking what's changed other than EPA's decision to bundle them together.
I think what changed was that the agency was changing its methodology, and the Court of Appeals, the Fifth Circuit, noted that EPA in these denial actions had abandoned or rejected an adjudicative methodology that it had been applying for more than a decade.
So it came up with this pass-through theory. That's the new development?
It's partly the pass-through theory, and it's partly the statutory interpretation.
Okay, so yeah, on those, I guess I struggle because statutory interpretation by gosh, I should hope EPA applies a consistent statutory interpretation across the country. And when it comes to economic theories, same goes. Otherwise, it'd be arbitrary and capricious. So how can it be that that's what we should look at?
Well, I think with turning for a second to the third prong of the statute, the based on a determination of nationwide scope or effect. And in our view, the word determination has the implication of resolving a question that was previously unsettled.
Sure, and every statutory interpretation and economic theory is going to do that, right?
At some time, but I think, for instance, if this court in 2025 struck down an act of Congress as unconstitutional, you wouldn't say that the court determined in that decision that it had the authority to review acts of Congress for constitutionality.
Well, I guess I'm just struggling with, you're trying to a complete sea change in how these things have been reviewed in the past. And when I look at a determination, it's an action and a determination. And I look at, 7545, right? And the action is, of course, here, you're rejecting a hardship application. And the determination is, it's right there in the statute. The secretary has to determine whether there's disproportionate economic harm to this particular refinery. And so when I'm looking for a determination, why wouldn't I look to the statute where it uses the very word?
That's certainly one determination, but the agency in this context and others may be making different subsidiary determinations.
I accept that that determination of undue hardships going to rest upon a statutory interpretation and an economic theory. But how far back does somebody have to go in the chain of reasoning behind the determination that there's no undue hardship to determine where to bring their suit? This court has traditionally said that venues should be easy and to figure out at the outset of a case and shouldn't involve undue litigation. Now you're asking parties to not just look at the action, the rejection of the application, not just the determination that there is no undue hardship, but the analysis behind that, right? And I think you use the word core analysis behind it, and figure out what's the core behind a determination and an action.
I guess I'd say two things. The first is that EPA, in a case like this one, and typically at the time it takes the action, will express its own view about where any challenges should be brought.
Oh, sure, EPA has its view, but we got a statute here, friend.
It's certainly true.
They've got their view too.
My point is simply that with respect to that point, is simply that the litigant is not kind of starting from square one. The litigant knows what EPA's view about proper venue is. It knows whether...
Yeah, it knows the government would like to always win. Sure, okay. But when it's supposed to be determining where to bring its suit, it has to now look not just at the action and the determination that went into the action, but the reasoning behind it and figure out what part of its core. How is that consistent with this court's repeated admonitions that venue is supposed to be easy to determine at the outset of the case?
Well, clearly Congress wanted there to be a meaningful role for the DC Circuit, not just in reviewing the actions that are enumerated as nationally applicable.
Sure, and it also wanted, regional circuits. It's a cooperative federalism system, the Clean Air Act. It wanted room for both, and we're now trying to figure out where the line is. And you're asking us to change historical practice pretty radically, and I'm just curious how that fits with our presumption that venue should be easy to determine at the outset of the case.
Well, I think that was part of the debate that went on in the 1970s after the NRDC cases that we've discussed in our brief. That is, in 1972 and 1973, there were numerous challenges to an EPA action that had simultaneously granted extensions to a number of different states for filing, for meeting a particular type of attainment deadline, and had simultaneously approved SIPs submitted by the states. And there was controversy over where those cases should be heard, because although they pertain to a number of different states, the legal challenges were all the same. And both the First Circuit and the DC Circuit concluded that venue in that circumstance was proper in the DC Circuit. But the real significance of those cases is not about whether they were correct or incorrect in interpreting the statute as it then existed. The real significance was after that happened, there was a debate in the mid-1970s, and ACUS, the Administrative Conference of the United States, recommended that the statute be amended to provide that a challenge to any EPA action with respect to a state SIP would be heard in the regional circuit for that contained the state whose plan was involved. And part of the justification for that approach was, as you say, ease of administration, that you would know right off what the right forum was. But the General Counsel of EPA said, in most cases, challenges to SIP decisions will rest on state-specific circumstances, but sometimes EPA's SIP decisions will rest on what he referred to as generic determinations of nationwide scope or effect.
And so, Mr. Stewart, I think the answer to Justice Gorsuch's question is that the statute is focusing people's attention on what the EPA's reasons are, at least in that third prong.
Yes.
Where is that? I see they have to focus on the action and the determination. I don't see that they have to focus on the reasons behind the determination.
Well, when we talk about an action based on determinations, we are talking about the determinations are the reasons.
The action is denying the application, correct?
Yes.
And to determine whether to deny or grant the application, you have to decide whether there's undue hardship. That's the statute's language, right?
That's the statute's language.
So that's the determination. You've determined that there's no undue hardship here, right?
But there can also be determinations about what does the term undue hardship mean when the question is.
Oh, sure. You've got lots of reasons for reaching your determination.
But I think what Congress was trying to drive at and what the EPA General Counsel had in mind was you are correct that in every case, the EPA is going to be applying some kind of general federal rule or policy or framework to local facts, or at least for any locally or regionally applicable action, you'll have some of both. And the venue provision will work best if cases are routed to the DC Circuit when the general methodology is likely to be the subject of the judicial challenge, because those are the cases where you have the greatest risk of duplicative judicial resources and inconsistent outcomes.
Can I say it in another way, that the venue provision appears to be designed to direct challenges that will turn on local facts and issues to the local circuits, and challenges that turn on national facts and issues to the DC Circuit. Now, I know that's very generalized, but to the extent that the challenge in this case and other cases are, for example, to the EPA's economic analysis, which it drew in this case from national market evaluation, and it applied to all of the different refineries this national economic analysis. One might think that that's the kind of determination of national scope or effect that the third prong at least wanted directed to the DC Circuit.
I think that's right, but the additional point I would make is it matters a lot whether EPA's statutory interpretation and economic analysis are new or whether this is the way that the agency has been doing it for 10 years.
Why is that?
It's that way because if the agency has been doing it that way for 10 years, then it's very likely that any potential challenges to the methodology will have been resolved. They will have been sorted out. And at that point, if EPA is applying a 10-year-old regulation that was challenged in the DC Circuit but upheld, it's very unlikely that the new action is going to be attacked based on the asserted invalidity of the rule.
How is a litigant supposed to figure that out?
Well,
so you're saying, okay, when they're new theories of statutory interpretation or new economic theories of nationwide impact, it goes to the DC Circuit. But if they're old, then I can bring it in my own circuit where I actually live and operate and work. What is it? A 10-year cutoff? Is that what I mean, venue is supposed to be simple, and I guess I'm trying to figure out what simple rule would you have us apply here?
Well, one of the things you can look at is Is there some metric by which you conclude the validity of the rule has been established? Was it challenged before and upheld? Has the time for challenging it passed? Another is you can look at the comments that EPA received on the proposed action, because not everything, but a lot of what EPA does, it issues a proposed action and then it takes comments and it responds to the comments. And here it was clear from the comments that EPA received that any judicial challenges were likely to be attacks on the methodology predominantly.
I think what would help me, Mr. Stewart, is if you talked in a bit more concrete terms about this case. And again, focusing on the third sentence, the action based on a determination of nationwide scope or effect. What was the determination of nationwide scope or effect that you are saying drove all of these decisions?
The two determinations of nationwide scope or effect that we've emphasized are, first, the statutory interpretation, the requirement that the economic hardship come from the blending requirement itself and not from other economic circumstances. And the second was the pass-through theory, the presumption that generally small refineries can pass their costs of compliance along to their customers. And those.
And how responsible were those two findings taken together for the actual determinations made?
They were, I mean, all of the petitions were denied. Now, it's true that EPA, with respect to the pass-through theory in particular, gave each refinery an opportunity to rebut the presumption and show that its own circumstances were different, that it couldn't pass through the costs. But certainly the challenges in the various litigated proceedings have focused predominantly on the validity of the nationwide determinations. They haven't primarily been.
What would you have to do to rebut the presumption? I mean, is that a very high bar? Is that why it wasn't met in any case?
I would think it's a pretty high bar.
So your essential argument here is like, look, there's the statutory interpretation, plus there's this, what did you call the other one?
The economic analysis.
The economic analysis that together was basically determining what decision was going to be made in all these cases. There was, a way for you to come back and say it shouldn't happen here, but not really. And, given that, like everybody would want this to be done in one court because one thing was driving all of these decisions across the country.
Yes, exactly.
But Mr. Stewart, sorry, finish.
Go ahead.
Picking up on that, what if one of the refineries wanted to challenge both the EPA's denial of the presumption in their favor, like, the non-zero chance, as the Fifth Circuit caused it, to say, you know what, you should have given me an exception because I can show that I uniquely experienced hardship, as well as the economic theory and the statutory interpretation. So does it depend on how the refinery styles the challenge?
It doesn't depend on how the refinery styles the court challenge, because the determination was, the EPA's decision that the third prong applies has to be made at the time it takes the action, and has to publish that finding in taking the action. And so it may depend in part on what sort of comments EPA received during the rulemaking, because that may alert it that it is resolving something that is contested. But the right forum thereafter doesn't depend on what particular mix of challenges a particular refinery wants to make.
Thank you, counsel. Justice Thomas? Justice Alito?
Well, there are a couple of points about your argument that I would appreciate some clarification. Some of them have been touched on, but just to make them, present them in simple terms, when do you think an issue is sufficiently settled so that decisions based on that no longer involve a determination?
Well, we've referred to the fact that the denials here were issued roughly contemporaneously with the announcement of the determination itself, and we've also referred to the fact that the comments indicated that the nationwide determinations were likely to be the subject of challenge. I don't think, frankly, that there is a time limit, but I think what the court should be trying to get at is kind of what is the likelihood? Are these determinations sufficiently new? Are they sufficiently unestablished that they can be expected to be the focus of judicial challenge? Because
that doesn't seem to be a very clear rule. Maybe the application of it here would be clear, but going forward in other cases, that certainly doesn't seem to be clear whether it was sufficiently established so that anything that happens later is not a new determination?
I mean, I think one thing we would offer is, with respect to the standard of review here, we certainly think the question of what is the test, what is the basic standard for applying the third prong, that's a question of statutory determination that the court decides de novo. And so we disagree with respondents' interpretation, but the question whether they're right or wrong, their interpretation, but the question whether they're right or wrong is for the court to decide. If the court accepts our basic framework that the test should be, were these determinations sufficiently new that they are likely to be the subject of judicial challenge, then I think it would be appropriate to give some deference to EPA's determination in that regard, because EPA would know the record, it would understand to what extent was it departing from its past methodology, what had the comments been, and...
Okay, thank you. Why should it matter in making this determination whether EPA decides what makes takes one action by itself or bundles a bunch together?
I don't think it particularly matters for purposes of the third prong. That is, for purposes of the first prong, the question is whether the action is nationally applicable, and that depends on whether the action that EPA announces is the not denial of a lot of petitions or the denial of one. I think for purposes of the third prong, the analysis would be the same regardless of whether there's bundling.
So EPA can't just say, look, this is we're deciding cases from 5 different circuits and or a number of different states, and they fall into 5 different circuits. That shouldn't matter at all.
It doesn't matter for purposes of the third prong, that the question is, even if you think of the action as being the denial of a particular refinery's petition, if that action is based on a determination of federal law that's likely to be challenged in court, that's an appropriate case for the DC Circuit to exercise review.
What do you think based on means? And it wasn't exactly clear from your brief. At some points you seem to say it's but-for causation, and then at another point you say it must lie at the core of the agency action. Which one is it?
We would say but-for causation. That's typically the meaning that the court ascribes to the term based on. But if the court wanted to have a slightly more stringent test, it's really the principle that we care most about rather than kind of the exact formulation of the standard.
I know the validity of the pass-through theory is not before us, but just out of curiosity, is that being challenged? If so, what is the status of the challenge?
Well, it was challenged in both the DC Circuit and the Fifth Circuit, because a lot of these cases wound up in the Fifth Circuit. Both of those courts ruled against EPA on that issue, and in our motion to hold the briefing schedule in abeyance in this case, we noted that EPA is reconsidering the methodology it's using. I don't have any updates on that, but that's what we've represented to the court previously.
Thank you.
Justice Sotomayor.
I am having almost an impossible time understanding how you answered Justice Thomas's question to say that there is a limit that's subject to some form of judicial review on your decision to bundle that's not tied directly to the third prong, meaning I don't see how you can bundle unless you meet the third prong, because the first prong requires an action, and the action, whether it's a national action or a individual action, and if it has to be an individual action, I don't see how you can make it national without the third prong.
Well, I think even if EPA was simply applying to new circumstances a previously established general methodology, EPA would have the authority, if it wished, to bundle in the sense of announcing in a single Federal Register notice the results of its
I just don't see how that can be unless that action is based on a determination of nationwide scope or effect. I can't see how you can bundle a New York, and you said you can't, bundle a New York and Pennsylvania denial of a SIP and call it nationwide,
I think
absent a determination of nationwide scope or effect?
I think the answer to your question turns on our limiting construction of the word determination. That is, if EPA granted or denied, let's say, 4 different refinery proposals in a single action, if it were simply applying its pre-existing methodology, a methodology that no one was likely to challenge, but it was applying that to disparate circumstances around the country, nothing would prevent it from announcing those dispositions in a single Federal Register notice. The reason we would say those don't turn on a determination of nationwide scope or effect is that the legal principles would be pre-existing and established. They wouldn't be kind of new determinations, resolution of an issue.
You're digging yourself into a hole, because I would then say there are individual actions that you have to take to the local courts.
And frankly, EPA rarely does that kind of bundling in circumstances where it isn't announcing new rules or new frameworks. We think it has the authority to, but I'd say we wouldn't lose much if the court said.
Assume, my assumption, that I don't take any meaning from your bundling. And that I think it's always a issue of what's a determination of nationwide scope and effect. What's the standard of review? I wasn't sure in the answer you gave. You talked first about de novo, and then you talked about deference. So I would assume it's on only the third prong.
Right.
All right. What's the standard of review?
I would say when you are determining what the basic test should be, the standard of review is de novo. For instance, respondents have argued that determination here is used as a term of art, and it refers only to circumstances where some other CAA provision instructs EPA to make a determination or to determine something on a nationwide basis. Now, we think that interpretation of the statute is wrong, but the question whether it is right or wrong is a pure issue of statutory construction. That's something the court decides de novo. If the court concludes that we're right about the basic test, that what we are looking for is, did EPA in this action announce a new principle of federal law or policy that is likely to be the subject of judicial challenge? If that basic test is correct, then we think EPA should get deference when it announces that it thinks the test is satisfied with respect to a particular action.
Thank you.
Justice Kagan?
I don't know, Mr. Stewart, you're making this much more complicated than I came in here thinking it was. The way I thought about it was if you have a set of individual actions, but they're all based on a common denominator such that you know how all the individual actions are going to come out, or almost all, or generally all, such that state circumstances are just not playing much of a role, then it should be in one court, because that's really all that is going to be up for judicial review. So whether it's old, whether it's new, I mean, you just look and you say, did one nationwide decision or 2 nationwide decisions in this case drive all of these individual decisions, or almost all or most of them? And if it did, like, you don't want 11 circuits dealing with the same question. And if it didn't, it's because there are lots of individual circumstances coming into play and relating to, it's like both all mixed together, so that the individual circumstances really are going to count and different decisions are going to go different ways, then you do want them done by different courts. So, I mean, that might be just a intuitive way of dealing with it, but it seems like a lot simpler to me than what you're pitching.
Well, I think part of the reason that we focused on determination as we have is the strongest argument on the other side is that whenever EPA makes a site-specific determination, it is always applying some nationally applicable rule or framework or policy. If it didn't do that, the other side appropriately points out, we wouldn't have any assurance that.
Yeah, sure, there's always some nationwide determination in the mix, but if it's the kind of thing where that nationwide determination as applied is going to come out differently on different decisions, depending on local conditions, then you don't want it in the DC circuit. I mean, I have a pretty strong intuition, I won't tell you what it is, about both of these cases. And one goes one way and one goes the other way, because one, everything is being decided by the nationwide determination, and the other, pretty much nothing is being decided by the nationwide determination.
Well, I think the nationwide determination, the new principle of law, can be very important and can arouse great controversy, even if it doesn't by itself preordain what the outcome of any particular proceeding is going to be. I mean, I'd look at this court's practice, for instance, in cases where this court determines that the Court of Appeals has erred in its analysis. It's not uncommon for the court to announce the right analytic framework and then send it back to the lower courts to figure out how that framework applies to particular circumstances. It leaves the last, it recognizes that its announcement of the framework doesn't necessarily foreordain the outcome. It leaves the last stage for the lower courts. But what this court is still doing is still terribly important. And it's the kind of, the task this court is performing is the type of task for which it's important that there be centralized review, that you not have a lot of courts making the same determination of federal law without some means of bringing harmony to them, even if that determination doesn't dictate the outcome in a particular case.
Thank you.
Justice Gorsuch?
Well, harmony can also be achieved through appeal, right? I mean,
yes.
I mean, the government's not afraid of litigating in appropriate forums across the country, right?
That's correct.
And if there are circuit splits over the meaning of the law, you know how to bring them here.
Yes.
All right. And so I just want to explore the two tests you've offered us, the but-for test and the core test. Those are the two. And you're happy with either one?
Yes.
Yeah. So the but-for test, I would think, would capture pretty much any time you have a standard statutory interpretation or economic theory. Because but-for, you wouldn't have reached the result. Right?
Well, no, I mean, with respect to a particular outcome, you could have EPA issuing rulings in the alternative saying under our preferred approach, the small refineries petition should be denied, but even under our old approach, this particular refinery wouldn't be entitled to an exemption.
But either of those statutory interpretations would be a but-for cause of the ultimate. One or the other would have to be at least a but-for cause.
Well, no, I think if you said under either approach.
Let's make it easier. I have one standard statutory interpretation I'm going to apply to all of these cases. That's a but-for cause.
It would only be a but-for cause if there would be a different outcome under some alternative interpretation.
Right. Okay. Yeah, exactly. But there was a but-for cause of the denial in every case.
Again, only if there would be a grant of the exemption under some
Sure, some court's going to have to decide whether that is a correct interpretation and whether there's an alternative that's preferable. But the interpretation on which EPA is relying to deny the application will be the but-for cause in every case. So it captures everything. So that's one. And then core, what does core mean? Where does it come from?
I mean, I think we were trying to get at circumstances where we were trying to weed out circumstances where EPA in the course of an action may announce some principle of federal law, but it is so peripheral to the decision it's actually making that it doesn't appear likely to affect the outcome, and consequently, it doesn't appear likely to be the focus of judicial challenge.
No, I get the impulse. I'm just not sure where it is in the statute.
I think the word, again,
core, it doesn't appear anywhere.
I think if EPA announced, we think this is the right statutory interpretation and economic analysis, this particular small refinery disagrees and it thinks we should use an alternative interpretation and analysis, we note that under either approach, we think this small refinery would not be entitled to an exemption. I think if EPA said that, then you couldn't conclude that EPA's preferred interpretation and analysis were a but-for cause.
Are we going to have a jurisprudence on core? How core is core?
Again,
is that what you're inviting us to do?
No, I think if the court adopted our basic test, then it would be appropriate to give some deference to EPA's judgment about how integral to its overall analysis was a particular principle of law. And
Thank you.
Justice Kavanaugh?
On the reason for all of this in the first place, Congress's reasons for all of this in the first place, obviously it wasn't just harmony. I thought it was also, but correct me if I'm wrong, speed. Yes. And therefore, American businesses, which have to make multi-million-dollar decisions on all of this, have some certainty more quickly about what the rules are, because they will say, you know, we don't care whether the rule's A or B. I mean, they do care, but tell us what the rule is so we can make our investment decisions and our business decisions.
Yes, and that's reflected not just in the provision for centralization in the DC Circuit, but in the 60-day time limit for seeking review. It's reflected to an extent in the fact that you go straight to the Court of Appeals in the first place. Part of the reason for kind of skipping a potential layer of judicial review was to get these things quickly. And so if EPA is told that it's wrong, it can go back to the drawing board. If EPA's methodology is upheld, then it can decide what's the next incremental step from that.
The fact that we're having this argument, though, suggests that Congress might have missed the mark on that. But anyway, that was the idea, right? Then on ease of application, which Justice Gorsuch rightly raises, I just want to zero in on the deference point. Your point there is when, I think, when EPA makes and publishes and says it's making something based on a determination of nationwide scope or effect, that itself will receive deference.
Again, if you think that EPA is applying basically the right standard.
Assume that, yes. Then it gets deference in how it applies it in a particular case, which helps with respect to ease of application.
Yes.
Okay, and then if it does go to the DC Circuit and the DC Circuit rules for EPA, I just want to make sure you agree with this. Obviously, there won't be a circuit split on anything, so when it comes to this court on cert, we need to be more attentive to cases like that than we might be in certain other cases.
I agree, and it's kind of like the Federal Circuit and patent cases that with respect to categories of litigation that can't produce a circuit split, then obviously the court is going to take cases even when some of the usual metrics for what's a cert-worthy case are absent.
Good, thank you.
Justice Barrett?
Just to crystallize your position, Mr. Stewart, can you point me to the best textual and contextual evidence that a determination is this issue of unsettled issue of statutory interpretation rather than the decision that the underlying hardship exception doesn't apply?
I mean, I think that the basic reason that the two shouldn't be equated is that the statute refers, and this is at the kind of the carryover sentence from 31A and 32A of the appendix to the government's brief. It says, notwithstanding the preceding sentence, a petition for review of any action referred to in such sentence, namely an action that is locally or regionally applicable, may be filed only in the United States Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia if such action is based on a determination of nationwide scope.
So the distinction, the use of the words action and determination, you would say is your best evidence?
Yes, and the linkage based on indicates that the two are not the same thing.
Okay, and then relatedly, when you've been talking about length of time and how we decide whether something is settled or not, I mean, these were denied in two batches, one April and one June, on the same basis of the same, say, determination of the economic theory and the statutory interpretation. Why were the ones in June then, in the government's view, not based on something that was already settled, or were they?
I think they weren't. I mean, for one thing, the other metric that were criterion that we've identified for identifying things that are determinations, things that are the resolution of a controversy is, did EPA receive comments on the proposed action that indicated disagreement with the determination? And that was true for the refineries whose petitions were denied in June as it was for those that were denied in April. In both instances, EPA was told by the petitioning refineries that we're not just disagreeing with the application of your methodology to our circumstances, we're disagreeing with the methodology itself.
Okay.
Justice Jackson?
So I guess I'm just trying to understand your statutory interpretation. Are you saying that the action that was taken here was a nationally applicable one at prong one, such that that's why it goes to the DC Circuit?
Yes, we're making two arguments. Our first argument is because this was the denial of 21 small refinery exemptions rather than only one, it was nationally, and the refineries were spread out all over the country. It was a nationally applicable action and it goes to the DC Circuit under prong one. But then we're also arguing in the alternative, if instead you view the action as a matter of law as separate denials of 21 different petitions, we would say each of those denials falls under prong three because each denial was based on a determination of nationwide scope or effect.
All right, so going back to the prong one issue, help me to understand your argument. I mean, if the EPA had issued each of these denials on a separate piece of paper, would you still say that they belonged on the DC Circuit?
No, I mean, I think our argument does depend on the proposition that you attach a lot of weight to the way that EPA frames its action. And so if on the same day we had issued 21 separate Federal Register notices saying we're applying the same methodology, but we're engaging in 21 separate denial actions, we would say
Well,
those
what about the statute or Congress's reasons for enacting it or the way that it works makes you think that Congress intended for this to turn on the formality of the EPA's determination in that way?
Well, it refers to the action that EPA takes, and I think to a degree that the application of prong one will necessarily depend, at least in part, on formalities. That is, if EPA had first promulgated a regulation that said, here is our new statutory interpretation, here's our new economic analysis. In subsequent decisions, we will apply this interpretation and analysis to different refineries. The regulation itself would clearly have been nationally applicable. It would have been a nationwide rule, and it would have been challengeable only in the DC Circuit.
But I thought you said if they said that and then they had separate papers saying that they would be local.
No, I was, perhaps I misunderstood the hypothetical. I was
So
saying.
here's the hypothetical. The EPA issues an order that consists of a single page for each refinery.
And assuming that the order says we are applying this methodology and concluding on that basis that your refinery doesn't meet the criteria. If it's announcing the methodology in the same document where it announces the denial, then that would be a single state-specific action. I had in mind a circumstance where EPA proceeds in two steps, first promulgating the rule and then issuing separate actions that apply it to different refineries. And our point is the fact that in the denial actions here, EPA chose to announce the new methodology in the same document as its application shouldn't affect the nationwide applicability.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. Waxman?
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. The core objective of Section 307B is to avoid inconsistent rules arising from duplicative litigation in the administration of the Clean Air Act. Yet under the ruling below, 8 different courts of appeals will be passing on the merits of EPA's standards for eligibility under the small refinery exemption, producing, as is already evident from the 2 circuits that have opined, different substantive standards, completely the opposite of what Congress manifestly intended under the National RFS program. Now, there's been a lot of discussion about prongs 1 and 3, and maybe some discussion without identifying it as prong 2, which is the locally or regionally applicable. As to prong 3, we fully agree with EPA that if the actions are deemed locally applicable, the disposition of each refinery's petition was indeed based on a determination of nationwide scope and effect. I have some different answers to some of the questions posed in particular by Justice Gorsuch and Justice Alito, which I hope I'll get to, but I want to emphasize at the beginning, picking up, I think, on what Justice Jackson's questions were alluding to, that we think that EPA's actions, whether they are considered individually or together as bundled by EPA, were nationally applicable under the first prong for two reasons. The first reason is because they announced and applied a standard for all refineries regardless of location. This was an avowed statement by EPA in these adjudications. And second, the second reason relates to the ubiquity of the RFS program, where every individual exemption determines as a matter of law the renewable fuel requirement binding all non-exempt obligated parties and the total volume of renewable fuel that must be purchased, such that the legal effect of even an individual SRE adjudication is nationally applicable insofar as it necessarily affects the blending obligations of non-exempt obligated parties and will necessarily affect the total amount of renewable fuel that is used in the United States. Now, I guess I should say I welcome the court's questions.
Mr. Waxman, one question. You say that this is a nationally applicable rule. How many refineries would have to be involved for it to be nationally applicable? Is it just more than one?
So I think, Justice Thomas, in this case, since the standard announced and applied avowedly will apply to every refiner wherever it is located in the United States, regardless of location, that is national applicable. I don't think, nothing in our submission, I hope this gets to your question, depends on whether you agree with us and the House report that any legal issue that can be adjudicated in two different circuits is nationally applicable under the first prong, or you agree with my friend on the other side that it has to be all 50 states. The point here is that when EPA announces and adopts a standard, either in a regulation or other final action, that it says will apply to petitioning refineries regardless of location, that is national. Now, I don't think, just anticipating my friend's argument, that the rule that in order to that it cannot be that it has to apply to all 50 states in order to be national, that's completely inconsistent with the manifest purpose of the 1977 amendments, and it's also manifestly not true because there are many provisions of the Clean Air Act that don't apply to all 50 states, including the renewable fuel standard.
But let's just, if we would just limit it to the refineries for now, and small refineries, how would you know whether it's nationally applicable?
Well, I think if EPA adjudicates an individual refiner's exemption application by announcing and adopting a new metric that will apply to all refiners, it is nationally applicable.
Wouldn't it be just accepted that if EPA announced a rule with respect to one refinery, and that it would apply the same rule to future refineries? And would that make it a national rule?
Yes, I think so.
The mere fact.
That's our position. Now, I recognize that neither of my friends in this case agree with this, but I think, following on what I took to be the point of Justice Jackson's questions, I don't see why it's not true. If EPA, everybody agrees that if EPA announced a regulation that said, from now on, all SRE applications are going to be adjudged under the following metric. Number one, the small refinery has to prove causation. That is, it has to prove that the disproportionate hardship that it is experiencing is due to the RFS obligation and not for some other reason. And in evaluating that case, based on our economic analyses and economic common sense, we presume that RFS, that RIN costs can be passed on to consumers. That is a rebuttable presumption. If that were done in the context of a regulation, even my friend on the other side agrees it would be nationally applicable.
Mr. Waxman, here's where I need help. If you're right about that, I guess I don't understand how we ever get to prong two. It seems to me that I don't understand the distinction between 1 and 3, meaning it seems like every case would be one in which you would say there's a nationally applicable standard because, as Justice Gorsuch pointed out, we would hope that the agency would have consistent metrics for making these determinations. So it's sort of a given that the agency is going to be applying some standard, and in our country, a standard that is consistently applied across every applicant. So then how do we ever have a local determination in that scheme?
So I think my answer to the question is the same answer to the question I would give to Justice Gorsuch's question about prong 3. How can you determine that it is of national, what is the determination of nationwide scope and effect? And Justice Alito's question about, so what's the bright line? What's the metric under which you can decide that? I think the same applies to our first theory for why this is nationally applicable under prong 1, which is it is not an action of a nationally applicable action. And it is also under prong 3, not a determination of nationwide scope and effect if it is simply applying settled law. Now, I appreciate the questions about at what point does law become settled and why does that matter for determination? In our view, law becomes settled when either there is a court ruling, and presumably it would be under prong 3 or prong 1, a ruling of the DC Circuit saying EPA is right or EPA is wrong. The application of that national standard thereafter, the application of that standard thereafter would not qualify under prong 1 or prong 3 in our view. Even in the absence of a DC Circuit adjudication, this statute, this very unique statute, has a 60-day limit on challenges to any regulation or final action. It's a pretty strict time limit that's included in the same subsection that we're deciding. And I think an argument can be made that if there is no 60 days goes by and there's no challenge, or if there is a challenge, let's let the DC Circuit decide. If there's no challenge, it's settled. And thereafter, when the EPA uses that standard to either grant or deny an exemption request, that goes to the regional circuit. The other part of my answer that I'm not sure was fully answered in response to the questions before is like, what is it that, how are you defining determination? I think this was maybe Justice Barrett's question. And I think, we define determination by reference to the accepted dictionary definition, which we elucidate in our brief, which is a determination is either the resolution of a particular unsettled issue or the measure of something. That's the dictionary definition of it. And we think that that dictionary definition comfortably cabins the scope and extent of the third prong.
Thank you, counsel. I am very sympathetic to the concern that venue provisions should be simple. I mean, it's the first step. It's where you go. It's not about the merits at all, and you don't want to spend a lot of time litigating that. And you suggested that your standard just recently is a simple one. In what respects do you think Mr. Stewart's proposal is not simple?
Well, I think Mr. Stewart's proposal is simple. And I think it can be prong 3, with which we agree, can simply be decided by a proper understanding of the definitionary terms of what is and isn't a determination. As to prong 1, while I agree with him that the relevant actions in this case are the two consolidated actions in April and June, we have proposed in our briefing two other tests under prong one that, if anything, are even more straightforward and don't depend on bundling. One is the point that I've been discussing earlier about if it is an action that announces and adopts a new standard that will be applied across the country, it is nationally applicable. The other, which in some ways is the simplest, but is a real consequence of the ubiquity of the RFS standard, which was adopted long after these 1977 amendments, is that every adjudication of a small refinery exemption is nationally applicable as a matter of law, because it will determine, as a matter of legal consequence, the refining obligations, the blending obligations of non-petitioning refiners.
Thank you, Counsel. Justice Thomas, anything further?
Just briefly, Mr. Waxman, you discussed determinations a minute ago, but what would be your view of based on? I think that's important as to what content you give that.
So we think that based on means essentially two things. There are two requirements for an action. The action in these cases was the denial of the exemption. Based on means that it is a but-for cause or an essential premise of the action, and that it resolves an unsettled issue or that it establishes a standard. When you have those two things, you can say confidently that the action is based on that determination. I hope that answers your question. It's the best I got.
Justice Alito? Justice Sotomayor?
There's a number of lower courts that have said, with respect to the question of whether a denial is nationally applicable, that what you have to look at is not the downstream consequences of the EPA's determination, but what is the effect on the parties? Is a national effect or not? One of your two suggestions that I see as downstream effects. Yes, there are going to be people from each petition who might have to do something more later and something less if they're denied. But why isn't that just a pure downstream effect? And aren't we straying too far when we're incorporating that into our analysis?
So I think I do recognize those opinions, and I endorse them in the sense that I think, for example, Justice Kavanaugh, or then Judge Kavanaugh, had it correctly when he ruled in the DC Circuit that national applicability has to be determined on the face of the action.
That's the case.
Yes, and that practical effects, downstream effects of what is more than likely not to happen is not the crux. All parties in this case, and I think all courts, have agreed that the legal effects of the regulation or the action is in fact something that is viewable and consistent with you have to look on its face. And with respect to the renewable fuel standard, the legal effect, not just some predictable downstream effect, the legal effect of every SRE determination extends to the national blending standard and the national volume requirements as a matter of law. And that's how I would address it.
What bothers me about that position is you're now saying that every exemption has to go to the DC Circuit, whether the methodology is new or not. That's the force of that argument.
So that's one of the two arguments that we're making for why this is nationally applicable. And yes, it basically acknowledges that because of the ubiquity, the way that the RFS program, as opposed to most other Clean Air Act programs, operates, it is a necessary legal effect of any denial that it will be nationally applicable in the sense that it has an inexorable legal effect on other actors and the nation's ability to meet its national renewable fuel requirement. But yes, I do. That argument is asking for a rule across the board with respect to all exemptions.
Justice Kagan? Justice Gorsuch?
Mr. Waxman, do you agree that the action here is the denial of a petition to be exempt from renewable energy mandates?
Well, I think I'm going to be ecumenical about.
No, I'm not. I don't want you to be ecumenical today. No, I just want to know the right answer. That's the action. That's the agency action.
Our view,
in the Federal Register.
Our view, as expressed in our brief, is that the EPA is correct that the actions that are under review today are the consolidated April and June decisions, but that under our understanding of nationally applicable, it doesn't matter.
I understand that. I understand the second part. Put that aside. Put prong one aside for now. But the actions, all right, you want to use the plural, are the denial of the exemptions from the renewable energy program, right?
Yes.
Okay. And to make that action, EPA had to make a determination about whether there's a particular hardship for a particular refinery. Correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Justice Kavanaugh?
The third sentence, the third prong, the third sentence is just difficult to apply in a coherent way because it's always going to be when you have some rule that's being applied to a particular entity in a particular state, it's going to be very difficult. So how should we handle that?
So, this is our lot. This is
because to the Chief Justice's point, and Justice Gorsuch's, I would like to come out of this case with something that everyone out there knows, okay, this is what we need to do.
So we think that the simplest way to decide this is under the first sentence rather than the third. But as to your question, if we get to the third, I would say that what the court should base its interpretation on the meaning of the term determination, and that consistent with dictionary definitions, the determination is either the resolution of a particular issue and or the measurement of something, and that what we have in EPA's two-part test is both. The first part of the test, the causation requirement, is certainly the former, and the presumption based on EPA's experience with the data is the latter, and maybe also the former, and that so long as the validity of that two-part test is unsettled, meaning that 60 days have passed under the very next sentence in the subsection and no challenge has been raised, or a challenge has been raised but the DC Circuit has not yet decided it, it is still a determination as to which review should be in the DC Circuit. And as to Justice Barrett's question about, well, June was the second one, it wasn't the first one, so how do you deal with that? I think the answer is that I believe, I don't have a specific recollection, but fewer than 60 days passed between the late April determination and the June 3rd determination. I believe there already had been filed at least one petition for review, but even if there hadn't, it was still open for review. And the consequence of holding that it's only the first one, whether it's the first single application, as I'm intuiting Justice Gorsuch is inclined to rule, or the omnibus, all
I wouldn't be so sure.
Okay, pardon my indiscretion and my presumption. Whether it's one or the 36 that were decided in April, the notion that, well, June was not April, and therefore all 67 refineries that were disappointed by the outcome in June can go to their 8 regional circuits and the DC Circuit to get resolution of the same legal question
Anything
It's just
further,
the opposite of what.
Anything further, Justice Kavanaugh? No? Justice Barrett?
Just one question. Do you think under your definition of determination, which you say is the dictionary definition of determination, that it would be a determination that the hardship exception didn't apply, kind of to Justice Gorsuch's point? You've got the action, the denial, and then you have the determination that the undue hardship exception is inapplicable to that particular refinery. I understand that the reasoning is what you want to, is what you're hanging your hat on. But do you agree that just by the terms of the definition, it could apply, as Justice Gorsuch suggested to the determination that there was not an undue hardship?
I think in the vernacular sense, outside of context, you could say that that is a determination, because it will always be the case that if a settled legal test says you get a benefit if you prove this predicate, a determination that you haven't proved the predicate means you don't get the benefit. But it wouldn't be a determination of national scope or effect.
Thank you.
Justice Jackson?
So I understand the general concern about simplicity, but it appears that Congress did not share that concern with respect to this statute, because it's very complicated. And I'm trying to understand your interpretation of the difference between nationally applicable and a determination of nationwide scope and effect. Are those the same or different in your view? Do they rise and fall together? Could we ever have one without the other?
They are the same in this case and will perhaps often be the same, but they don't inexorably, one doesn't inexorably require the other. And I'll give you an example each way. A regulation or guidance that is issued by EPA is not a prong 3 issue. It is nationally applicable. It is not locally or regionally applicable. Likewise, SIP denials, that is state implementation plan denials, are not only specifically listed under the second prong, but courts recognized, and Justice Gorsuch underscored with his questions today, they are the paradigmatic local or regionally applicable determination, because it just asks the question, did this state plan satisfy the state's requirements under the national ambient air quality standards? But the courts have recognized repeatedly that if in the course of denying or granting a SIP application, EPA adopts a new rule. EPA says, well, there's a new NAC requirement for ozone and you haven't met it. Those cases all go to the DC Circuit, and that's the example that General Counsel Frick was addressing in his comments in 1977.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. Houston?
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. The Clean Air Act's venue provision requires a court to look to the text of the chapter to determine whether an EPA action is nationally applicable or is instead locally or regionally applicable, and what that action was based on. When EPA, for example, uses a rulemaking to set requirements for all regulated parties wherever they're located throughout the nation, that's a nationally applicable action. But the relevant text of the chapter here, section 754509, makes it clear that EPA's actions on hardship petitions must be locally applicable. You can find that text on page 23A of our red brief. Unlike the pre-2011 regime, where all small refineries throughout the nation were entitled to an exemption, the text now requires each individual refinery to make its own case for hardship relief. Quote, the refinery must demonstrate that it would be subject to a disproportionate economic hardship. And the text then reinforces the requirement of individualized action by keying EPA's deadline to act to the submission of each individual petition. These actions were locally applicable because each EPA action on a hardship petition affected only one refinery located in one place. And the actions were required by the text to be based on each refinery's economic circumstances, not any determination affecting the entire nation. EPA moved past theory and produced final agency action only by analyzing these 6 small refineries' individualized evidence of their disproportionate economic hardship. And to be sure, we think EPA's analysis of those economic factors was wrong on the merits. But the important point for venue purposes is this. Analyzing the evidence of local economic conditions facing small refineries in San Antonio, Texas, and Shreveport, Louisiana, is a task that Congress assigned to the Fifth Circuit, not the DC Circuit. I welcome the court's questions.
But the argument would be if EPA develops a new rule and applies it to the refineries, that is a nationwide rule. That at least that's how I understand their argument.
Justice Thomas, I think EPA is very clear in this case. You can see this at PEDAP 330 in the denial decisions. They say this is not a rulemaking. If EPA wanted to promulgate a new analytical framework and centralize review of that framework in the DC Circuit.
Well, let's say a new framework for determining whether or not the exemption applies to the small refineries.
Yes, understood. And I think what I'm saying is if EPA wanted to set that new framework for adjudicating small refinery hardship petitions, it could use a rulemaking to do so. EPA consciously chose not to use its rulemaking authority here. It expressly invoked only its adjudication authority. It did so for a very particular reason. This is April and June of 2022. EPA is adjudicating hardship petitions from 2018, 19, and 20. They're retroactively denying petitions submitted 3 years earlier. It would have been illegal under black letter administrative law for EPA to put out a new rule that retroactively denied old hardship petitions. But if they want to do that,
but they could, EPA, however, could make a determination that's national in scope and effect. Why? How's that different?
So EPA, I think they could make a rule that would say this is how we interpret the statute. This is how we're going. What we want future small refineries to demonstrate when they're petitioning for hardship relief. And if they use their rulemaking authority, I think that's going to be a nationally applicable action. But that was not the final actions here. EPA said these are adjudications of these hardship petitions. And the right text, I think the simple way to answer the third prong, the third sentence, there's been a lot of talk today about how can we simplify this. Here's the easy answer to how you determine what an action was based on. You look at what the text of the chapter required it to be based on. And here the text tells you when EPA produces this kind of final action, the denial of a hardship petition, that denial has to be based on a conclusion about whether the refinery is experiencing disproportionate economic hardship.
Counsel, give me meaning to 3. 3 basically says that something that would otherwise be looked at as locally or regularly or regionally applicable. It says notwithstanding that there are some, if the action is based on, seems to me that you have to give that a difference. Tell me, outside of an announcement of a regulation or new rule, some action that EPA could take that's local on its face, regional on its face, one application, but could still fit the third exception.
So if I might I want to answer your question directly, Justice Sotomayor, but before doing so, I just want to observe that neither the government nor we have been able to locate any Clean Air Act case where venue has been decided solely on the third prong. So I think this has always been intended to be...
Yes, but that doesn't answer the question. Congress had in mind something. When I try to figure out what Congress has in mind, I look at some of my colleagues don't, but I look at the legislative history to tell me what the examples were that they were dealing with.
Sure.
And they were dealing with something very similar to this. And then they created the third sentence. So you give me another reason for the third.
Justice Sotomayor, so I'm happy. Let's talk directly about what Congress had in mind as the government.
No, tell me how you would read it to give it meaning.
Sure. I think in a circumstance for a statutory provision like the one that then EPA General Counsel Frick brought to Congress and said, this is why we need the third sentence. That was an instance in which the statute authorized EPA to grant individual extensions to individual states, but that was based on a, quote, determination about the technology that was available throughout the nation. So
why isn't that indistinguishable from this?
Because Justice
I
Jackson.
mean, the determination here was based on a national survey, economic understanding of how these markets work.
Justice Jackson, the EPA produced an economic hypothesis. That's what RIN cost pass-through was, according to.
I understand, but it was nationwide in scope. It seems to me to be exactly the same thing that you just read in terms of the examples that were before Congress as to the reason why the third sentence was needed. So I appreciate your argument about the first sentence, the first statement. It seems quintessentially local. They're making individualized hardship determinations, but in making them in this context, when they're doing the localized analysis, they are applying an evaluation or an assessment that is a nationwide economic analysis.
But that was not the basis for their determination at the end. Their determination was that this refinery, each of them individually, you and you and you and you.
Right, but then I'm back to Justice Sotomayor's question. If you're defining determination as just the answer, do you get it? Then you're never going to have a situation in which you have a localized assessment that has a nationwide scope or effect, because you
petition that was submitted by the Calumet Shreveport refinery for itself. What was that action based on? Here, the statutory text tells you it was based on EPA's conclusion that the Calumet Shreveport refinery is not experiencing disproportionate economic
Won't that
hardship.
always be the case? And this is not meant as a hostile question, but won't that always be the case when a lower regional action is taken affecting the local or regional entities, even though there's a nationwide rule it's applying? In other words, it's always going to be applying a nationwide rule or regulation, as Justice Gorsuch said, to something local. And you're saying when it's being applied, it's no longer based on the nationwide determination. I think that's what you're saying. So it'll really have no effect. And maybe that's the answer. I'm not sure you should shy away, and you've said it's never been applied. Maybe the answer is it's inconsistent on its face and it just really has no impact. Is that where we end up?
I think it was.
And I'm not saying that's where we shouldn't end up, just to be clear.
Justice Kavanaugh, I think it was always intended to be a narrow exception to the rule for locally applicable actions, which is they're meant to go to the regional circuits and get review there. There have not been hardly any, we can't find a single example where a court has adjudicated a Clean Air Act venue dispute and said this case is locally applicable, but it goes to the DC Circuit because of the third sentence. I'm not trying to tell you it's impossible that there could be, and I think that the sentence.
But you can't articulate a good example, which maybe it is impossible.
So I'll give you one. I will give you one more that we have thought of that I think comes closer to this, and that a court has suggested would get there, which is there was something called the alternative compliance demonstration approach. It's discussed in these papers. It was issued at the same time as the April and June 2022 denials. And what EPA said is, although we're denying these 2018 hardship petitions, that was so long ago that to attempt to ask those refineries to retire RINs now would really have a destabilizing effect on the RIN market and the RIN bank. And on that basis, they created an alternative path to compliance for those refineries. That to me looks closer to like a locally applicable determination. They're telling each refinery what they want them to do, but it's based on a conclusion about the RIN bank overall.
But why isn't this case that the example here? I mean, you have these individual denials. It is you and you and you and you. But it turns out that all these you and you and you and yous are going to come out the exact same way. And the reason that they're going to come out the exact same way is that notwithstanding all the differences among the you and yous, that there are local circumstances, there are local conditions, notwithstanding all of those, EPA has reached two conclusions that are going to drive the analysis in every case, or pretty much every case. And in that circumstance, that seems like a perfect case for a single court to adjudicate the question.
Justice Kagan, EPA did not make a determination that drove the analysis. EPA said it, quote, had an economic theory for how we expect small refineries operations.
Well, here's a determination. I mean, it's a statutory determination that hardship has to stem from the renewable fuel program. And it's an economic determination that everybody can recover their RAN costs. And that's a totally like normal understanding of what a determination means. So you have a statutory determination, you have an economic determination, and those determinations taken together are going to produce the exact same outcome in every case, no matter what the individual local situations and circumstances are.
So Justice Kagan, I would love an opportunity to talk about both of EPA's purported determinations, but let me go right to the very end of your question. It is not the case. EPA emphatically denied in the lower courts, and they deny here, that it was true that those determinations, their statutory interpretation and their economic theory were sufficient to decide the hardship.
Well, they gave you an opportunity, they gave all the different yous an opportunity to rebut what they said. It's very nice that they gave you that. Nobody was able to come up with anything to rebut what they said. Maybe in some crazy circumstance, there could have been a rebuttal. But what you basically know about what EPA has done here is that it's going to apply the same way in Ohio and New York and Alabama. And so in that circumstance, you don't want the Sixth Circuit and the Second Circuit and the 11th Circuit to be all deciding the same question. You want one court to be deciding the question as to whether the EPA conclusions are correct.
Your Honor, I would urge the court to take a look at the start of page 277 in the joint appendix, really moving for the next 50 pages. That's 50 pages of analysis that EPA produced just for the 6 refineries that are before you today, to say nothing of the many, many more refineries that were in this case. The opportunity to rebut the presumption was not just like some pro forma thing that didn't actually mean anything. There's pages and pages and hundreds.
Was any of those pages, were they ever successful in rebutting the presumption?
No, EPA didn't. EPA concluded that it, after looking at every individual refinery's evidence, that it believed that these refineries were in fact passing on the rate.
I think EPA gave you every reason to think that at the start, that this was going to be a super high bar to rebutting the presumption, that once EPA made this statutory conclusion and this economic conclusion, the game was pretty well done. And so who is it that we should want to address those conclusions that is doing, if not all the work, almost all the work?
Justice Kagan, again, I really respectfully disagree with your characterization of the fact that there was not meaningful study by EPA of the individual economic evidence submitted by the refineries. And I would just say, take EPA at their word on this point. They say, on the face of the actions, we completed a thorough evaluation of the data and information provided in the SRE petitions. They go on and on and on. And again, there's hundreds of pages cumulatively of analysis where EPA looks at the refinery-specific factors, the San Antonio refinery and how small it is and the lots that it can buy RINs, the RIN contracts that Placid has, and the situation facing Calumet Shreveport with its competition in the Gulf Coast. EPA walks through each of this and they say, here's why that doesn't persuade me and this doesn't persuade me and the like. We certainly disagree with them.
You know what they said? They said, this doesn't persuade me, because they had already decided, subject to somebody coming up with something super unusual that they hadn't thought about. They had already decided. And that decision was a uniform one that stretched from one end of this country to the other.
Your Honor, I think what they very clearly had was an economic presumption. They said, we've got a presumption, we're giving you an opportunity to rebut it. Why are we doing that? Because we have to. The law compels us to give you this opportunity. And we took advantage of it. We submitted voluminous evidence. EPA says that it studied that evidence, and that, I think, had to be the basis.
Can I ask you a question? We've had a lot of talk about how it's important for venue rules to be clear. And given what Justice Kagan just said, EPA made very clear this was going to apply nationwide, and it was fundamentally shifting the way that it treated small refineries. Could you have determined, or why couldn't you have determined at the outset of the suit that the DC Circuit was the right venue? Why wouldn't there be clarity when you have that kind of national determination?
Well, Your Honor, I suppose the clearest possible rule would just be that whatever EPA says is the right venue is the right venue. But I don't think that that's the venue rule that this statute requires.
I agree with you. But given the existence of this determination on the economic theory and the statutory interpretation, and maybe the answer is, it wouldn't have been clear to us. But given the importance of the clarity of venue rules, I just want to understand why it wouldn't have been clear to you. Or maybe it would have, and you just didn't want to be in the DC Circuit.
I think it wouldn't have been clear, because if you are Ergon Refining, you're a refinery, one of the respondents before you, located in Vicksburg, Mississippi, and your argument is we produce 100% diesel fuel, and it's because we only produce diesel that we are economically burdened, that we face disproportionate economic hardship from the RFS. That's an argument that you would naturally think when EPA rejected my evidence, when EPA said to Ergon, that doesn't persuade us. Ergon, I think, quite rationally said, we want the Fifth Circuit, our home circuit, to have an opportunity to address the circumstances in our market.
They refuse because the EPA is saying to you, we have a national rule. Doesn't matter whether you're in Aragon. The national rule is we presume you can. We presume that you can pass the cost on, and we presume that you have to show us hardship that doesn't have to do with your diesel fuel, but has only to do with relying on this being forced by this regulation to buy the credits you need to.
Your Honor, EPA said we have an economic hypothesis that when we look at your evidence related to your diesel disparity, related to if you're Calumet Shreveport, the intense competition.
Let's go back to Justice Barrett's question, which is you knew that they were basing it on 2 national presumptions. Why doesn't that tell you where to go?
Because we looked to the text of the statute, which said whether
the text tells you the EPA has some form of discretion or ability. The EPA has the ability to make a determination that this has a national effect. So you got a determination that says the EPA believes this has a national effect, one prong of the requirement, and the second is we're basing it on national presumptions.
Your Honor,
so what's hard about understanding you go to DC?
What's hard about it is that you're taking refineries that want the opportunity to have their local economic evidence that is their case for hardship relief.
That's you're begging the question. I know the EPA wants national. The question is what Congress wanted, not what you wanted or the EPA wanted. The question is what Congress wanted. And I kept asking you at the beginning, given the way they structured this third category, they are saying that some local actions have to go to the DC Circuit.
Yes, there is a.
So why isn't the answer that when the EPA makes the determination and says we're basing it on 2 national presumptions, that clear enough?
Two points about that, Your Honor. The first is that it does not suffice, as I think even the government agrees, for EPA to just make a finding that an action is based on a determination of nationwide scope or effect. The action has to actually be based on a determination of nationwide scope or effect. That's written directly into the text of Section 7607.
Those are the presumptions. Okay.
That is their presumption.
What do you make of that? The fact that Congress specifically says that the administrator has to make that finding? I mean, doesn't that tell us that Congress really cared about what the agency thought in this way?
I don't think so, Justice Jackson. What I take that to mean is that EPA has the opportunity to maintain locally applicable actions in the DC Circuit. I think the Congress probably foresaw that once you start talking about what was the basis of the action, was it core or not? Is it, according to my friend, new but still insufficiently settled? It gets pretty metaphysical pretty quickly to decide what the basis was of an EPA action. I think what Congress was thinking was, in any EPA action, there's going to be a description by the agency of the interpretation of its statutory authority, the basic framework through which it filters the individual facts. I think Congress wanted to ensure that the agency has some control to avoid to maintain locally applicable actions in their regional circuits where they're supposed to be.
I think the deference question is really important, and Mr. Stewart said that the agency, and Justice Sotomayor is just following up on this, the agency should get some deference. Should they get any deference in your view, or how does that work?
So I recall that the text has 2 requirements in order for the third sentence to be activated. First, the action must be based on a determination of nationwide scope or effect, and if in taking such action, the administrator finds and publishes that such action.
So if it's found and published, does the agency get deference, some deference on the question of whether it is a determination of nationwide scope or effect?
I think with respect to the agency's making of that finding, I think that's textually committed to the agency. So I don't think it's generally subject to judicial review. You can't say the agency didn't actually make this finding, but on
the key part, you're talking about the part that's not key. Talk about the key part.
No deference at all.
No deference at all.
Absolutely not. It's a legal question for the court. They set it out as a separate legal requirement. That sentence, that first clause.
But if that is standard, if we have a set definition of what's a determination, ordinary administrative law would say when you apply that set standard to a given set of facts, that gets some deference.
But not in a situation, Your Honor, I think, where Congress has actually required the legal issue to be resolved, and then said, in addition, the agency has to make a finding with respect to that.
So you're saying the ordinary deference that it would get is taken away by the second sentence, or the second part of the sentence that requires the publication and finding?
That's correct. I think the structure of the sentence only makes sense. That first clause only makes sense if that's a legal determination for the court. In other words, if both the court and the agency have to agree that the action is based on a determination of nationwide scope or effect. Now, that's going to make the third sentence
when a venue issue arises, it arises because both parties to the dispute think they would be better off in a particular forum. And isn't it very odd to say that the court, in deciding whether there's venue in one place or the other, should defer to the view of one of these parties who are contesting the right to get home court advantage?
I certainly agree with that, Justice Alito. And I think just to put a sharper point on it, if in fact it were the case that Congress wanted there to be any deference to EPA's venue determination, it could have just written the third sentence to say the action goes to the DC Circuit if EPA finds and publishes that it's based on a determination of nationwide scope or effect.
Suppose the EPA's economic theory is that we think that there will almost always be, we think that the small refineries are always going to, as far as we're aware, they're always going to be able to pass through these costs. But, we can't say that it's inconceivable that some small refinery could come up with some reason that we haven't been able to think of why they wouldn't be able to do it. It's like saying, we really think that no Martian has ever landed here, but, we're not going to say we're going to close our minds to the possibility that somebody could prove it. If that's the situation, then what would your answer be?
I still think I'm going to have to end up with the same answer, which is that even in that situation, EPA, the statutory text of the chapter compels EPA to perform an examination of whether each petitioning small refinery does or does not experience disproportionate economic hardship. But notably, the situation that you describe, Your Honor, is very different from how EPA acted here. And again, I just think take EPA at their word. EPA said, we have an economic theory for how we expect small refineries operations to be affected. We then analyze the most current data available to determine whether finished fuels markets move in the way that economic theory predicts.
So, for example, counsel, if EPA had put its economic theory in a rule and promulgated that rule, the challenge to that would have to be in the DC Circuit.
Almost certainly, yes, Justice Gorsuch.
And then its application in later licensing applications, you would be kind of foreclosed on that, but you might have a local challenge otherwise.
Yes, I think that's basically right. I think that's how generally administrative law works.
That's how I remembered it.
An agency uses its rulemaking authority to pronounce how it understands the statutory framework, and what it's adjudicated.
That rule would be maybe locally applicable, but it would be nationwide effect. And so the EPA could sign off on that and off to the DC Circuit.
Yes, Your Honor, but it would be an invocation of the agency's rulemaking authority.
But the problem is that that's what the third exception says. It says that the court is giving the EPA adjudicatory authority to find and publish that such an action is based on a determination of nationwide scope and effect. So Justice Gorsuch is talking about what the norm is, but they needn't have created the exemption 3 at all. They could have just stayed to 1 and 2.
Your Honor, I think that the purpose of the exception, as we discussed earlier, is for a certain kind of unusual Clean Air Act provision where the text of the chapter directs EPA to make a determination about the whole country. But that's not how this provision of the chapter works.
Or it could have a rule, perhaps, that it wouldn't be nationwide, nationally applicable, but would be regionally applicable. And perhaps that rule might be reviewed in the DC Circuit, or it applies to an industry or whatever.
Certainly if it applies to the whole industry, it says this is how we're going to regulate stationary sources or power plants, wherever they're located throughout the nation.
Even if it isn't all across the nation, it doesn't have to be the whole nation.
Of course, that's exactly right. If there's no refineries in Rhode Island, a rule that regulates all refineries is still clearly nationally applicable. But consider the sort of absurd textual consequence of my friend's position. The Kansas City Metropolitan Air Quality Control Region. When EPA promulgates a regional air quality action for that region, my friends say, well, that's actually a nationally applicable action. It's not a regionally applicable action because it just happens to touch more than one state and more than one circuit. I think that's just brutally hard to square with the ordinary meanings of the term nationally and regionally. To come back to the third sentence, I think the easiest way to understand that third sentence is, number one, to just keep in mind that the instructions that the court gives about it need to maintain it as a narrow exception because it's supposed to be an exception to the general rule for locally applicable actions. And then I think the easiest way to cut through the metaphysical questions about what was involved in the process of every EPA action that it might take is to simply ask, when you're looking at the text of the chapter, when you're looking for what was this final action under this chapter based on, go consult the text of the chapter and see what it directed EPA to base that action on. And here, that leads to a very simple answer, because Congress directed EPA, when it takes this kind of action, to base that action on its consideration of a refinery's local economic circumstances. And that's what that's what EPA did, according to the agency's own description.
Thank you, counsel. Justice Thomas, Justice Alito, Justice Sotomayor. Justice Kavanaugh?
On that last point, which I think is a good point for you, it does, I think most cases are going to end up that way. And so the third sentence ends up being a null set or close to a null set in your view. And that's fine if that's the case. Is that how you see it playing out? It's been essentially a null set historically.
It has, Your Honor. And I would really urge the court not to breathe enormous life into this third sentence, because I think to do so would very significantly disrupt the balance that has prevailed in the lower courts. Now, obviously, we're here because the lower courts can benefit from some guidance about the application of this venue provision, but it has absolutely been the case that since 1977, this third sentence has been extraordinarily narrow. The government hasn't been able to come up with any case. We haven't identified one. And, we've looked. It's not for lack of trying. It's hard to come up with something that fits this. I think that's okay.
And just for last question, so I say it again, it's because when a local or regional action is based on a determination of nationwide scope or effect, the application of that to the particular local or regional entity will mean it's being applied. It's not based solely on the nationwide scope, determination of nationwide scope or effect. Is that right?
I'm not certain I understand the question.
You're saying it can't happen that it's based solely on the determination of nationwide scope or effect because it's being applied to the particular entity, right?
Yes. Okay. Yes, I think that's right. It has to be applied in order to adjudicate.
In other words, to Justice Gorsuch, it's not like a rulemaking.
Yes.
It's being applied, it's an adjudication.
Correct. In an adjudicatory posture, it is almost always going to be the case that the action, a locally applicable action, will be based on the local facts and circumstances of the individual petitioner. That actually makes perfect sense because remember, the enumerated sections of Section 7607 that Congress assigned as locally applicable, they all have that form. They're all adjudications of local factors. They're not rulemakings, unlike the enumerated nationally applicable actions.
Exactly. Okay, thank you.
Justice Barrett? Justice Jackson?
But of course, the statute could have said something about rulemaking versus adjudication. I mean, I appreciate the distinction that you're making, turning a determination of nationwide scope or effect into something akin to a rulemaking, but that's not what it says.
I'm not trying to say, Justice Jackson, that it can only be a rulemaking. What I am saying, though, is that when you look at the structure of the overall venue provision, Congress said, here are some things that we are designating as national. Here are some things that we are designating as local. The national things, they all pretty much are rulemakings, or they look a lot like rulemakings. The locally designated things that Congress assigned all are either are individualized adjudications. I think that's a strong clue about how Congress expected this provision
Right, and
to
then
work.
you're reading the exception to say that if you are then applying some sort of standard to the individual case in the context of an adjudication, then it's being based on the facts of that case and can never really be considered to be based on a determination of nationwide scope or effect.
Well, the third sentence cannot be triggered anytime EPA is basing its individual action on a nationwide
No, I understand,
standard.
but you flip all the way to the other side. You're saying it's never triggered because you are just applying it to the facts of the particular case.
I'm saying it's very rarely triggered. That's why it's an exception to the general rule.
I understand.
And what?
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Rebuttal, Mr. Stewart?
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice. First, Mr. Houston said that we haven't found a case in which a court of appeals has upheld an EPA prong 3 finding, but I think there are a fair number of cases in the DC circuit in which you have a pattern like this. EPA announces a new framework, it applies the framework to a number of different states or regulated entities, says we regard this as nationally applicable, says we find also that it's based on a determination of nationwide scope or effect, and parties sue in the DC circuit, and because there's no dispute about venue, the DC Circuit decides the case on the merits without issuing an opinion that addresses the question. I think that's the explanation for why you don't have published decisions that endorse our view of prong 3. I think it's equally true to say that Mr. Houston hasn't identified a case in which EPA has made a prong 3 finding and a court of appeals has rejected it. So I think that adopting his rule would significantly change prevailing DC Circuit practice, even though it wouldn't overturn any DC Circuit published opinions. The next thing I'd say is I think there's an analogy here between prongs 1 and 3 and the types of cases this court decides. That is, sometimes this court decides cases that present facial challenges to an act of Congress or a challenge to the validity of a nationwide executive branch program. And the bottom line disposition of the case will have national impacts. But there are also cases that this court reviews that present purely local disputes. Really nobody but the parties cares who wins and loses on the bottom line, but the case presents a legal issue that has divided the courts of appeals and is being litigated all over the country, and it's important to have centralization. And that's the type of thing that prong 3 is for, the local disputes that present recurring questions of federal law. There was a colloquy about, does it make sense to give deference to the view of an interested party as to where the case should be heard? Well, we know that Congress wanted EPA to have some role in determining venue because it allowed the EPA to make a prong 3 finding or not. And under our view, the two things that will be important are, did EPA regard what it was doing as the resolution of a controversy, or was it simply stating an undisputed proposition of federal law? And second, how integral was that proposition to the ultimate decision? Those are two things that are right within EPA's bailiwick. It makes perfect sense to give deference to them. Finally, we agree that prong 3 should be an exception, that most locally or regionally applicable actions should be reviewable in the regional circuits. But if the exception doesn't apply here, where nationwide determinations drove all of the site-specific actions and where the attack on the nationwide determinations has been the focus of judicial challenges, you're basically reading prong 3 out of the statute altogether. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. The case is submitted.
Thank you so much for joining us, and don't forget to hit the thumbs up on this video. And a special thank you to all of our advertising partners. Please remember to shift your dollars to support those businesses that support Badlands Media.